And a very warm welcome from the Ageas Bowl, where the sun is shining once more. We get a bit bored of that actually down here, with the sun shining all the time. There is not, well actually there is a couple of white fluffy clouds in the sky, but you really have to go looking for them. It is almost exclusively blue above us, and we are set fair ahead of day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. The state of play as we head to the top of the hour is that Hampshire replying to the Yorkshire all-out total of 428. Are 225 for 4. Resuming their 5th wicket partnership will be Liam Dawson, who's on 61 not out. Ben Brown is on 52 not out. They are currently, or they have currently put on 114 unbroken. Your commentary team today, after lunch, Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen will be here to no doubt come out with some loads of stats. Some good, some pretty average, some wayward, but it'll be interesting nevertheless. He'll be around after lunch, but taking you through all day, and certainly just the two of us up until the lunch break, is myself, Kevin James, and he's an even bigger friend than he was yesterday from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, Jonathan Doyage. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Kev. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, glorious day. Temperatures apparently set to rise on what they have been the last couple of days. Good day for batting, you would think. And so it sort of feels like, as we start day 3, that probably the most likely result is a DRAW. But yeah, as all 3 results are still possible at this stage, and I think that's probably what I'd prefer to focus on rather than saying it's a draw.
Well, yes, we're of course only halfway through, but I think when I look at the board, and as well as Hampshire batted yesterday, although there were 12 for 2 at one stage, so they really did have to knuckle down and work hard. But even at 225 for 4, they are still 203 runs behind Yorkshire. So that will show you just how well they did on the first day, or first 4 sessions, really, because they were bowled out a couple of minutes before lunch yesterday. So there is still an awful lot to do. What Hampshire don't want, with the new ball due in 11 overs time, is certainly to lose a wicket or 2 before 80 overs are completed, and then have to face the second new ball, because I think then they will be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the Yorkshire ideal is first and foremost to break this partnership early, and preferably before the second new ball is taken, get somebody in, the next one down the order with the ball new, hard, nibbling about still, they'll hope. And I think, you know, both sides seem to have said that there's something in this pitch on both days so far, so it's not sort of going slow, low and flat at all, so that will at least push things on, I suppose, towards a possible result either way. But then you start to think about game time left, 203 behind, so Hampshire have got to bat well here with these 6 wickets in the first innings, and if they do, that's going to eat up quite a bit of game time. So I suppose it's there for Yorkshire to try and speed things up with a few wickets, which might move us closer to something. Or if Hampshire bat fantastically well with his last 6 wickets and get the lead, then it might be able to turn the pressure back on Yorkshire.
Yeah, well, that's all possible scenarios are still available, but I think you're right. But I think if Hampshire do bat well here today, then the draw becomes a greater likelihood, unless, of course, well, much more over the other 2 results. Yeah, 12 for 2 they were at one stage. Jordan Thompson getting the new ball to shape away from the right-handers. That accounted for Ian Holland and Felix Organ, and it needed a 3rd wicket partnership worth 82 between James Vince and Nick Gubbins to get Hampshire out of a potentially tricky situation. Just before tea, Vince LBW to Matthew Waite for 33. There were 94 for 3 then, and then just after tea, Nick Gubbins was caught behind off Patterson for 58, and at 111 for 4, that brought Dawson and Ben Brown together. And as well as Ben Brown has played, he was misstumped by Duke off the bowling of Bess when he had just 11. So at the moment, a fairly expensive missed chance there, and who knows, if that had been taken, then Yorkshire would be in an even better position coming into day 3.
Yeah, there have been a few of those. He's a player who's obviously learning his trade at the moment. He's learning his trade out there on the stage itself. And Yorkshire have got Jonathan Tattersall waiting in the wings.
I was going to say, he had the number 1 position there for a while, didn't he?
He
disappeared.
Did. Yeah, he lost the gloves last year relatively early on. Harry Duke, I can see him now dancing down the steps to come in and bat at Glamorgan on his debut at Cardiff, and then retained them for the rest of the first class season, and he's done that, you know, in this form of the game as well. Johnny and Tom Kohler-Cavmo have both had a go with the gloves in white ball cricket so far this season. So yeah, I mean, I didn't speak to Harry directly about that stumping opportunity off Ben Brown, but Adam Lythe was certainly sticking up for his teammate and said it was a difficult take. He was standing at first slip, so he'd have been closer than anybody else.
How old's Tattersall?
You're doing an Adrian.
20,
you're doing an Adrian Harms there.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. No, I mean, I should have looked it up before I asked that. So apologies.
No, Adrian called him. He couldn't. You know, and sometimes you get the name stuck in your head, and he called him Jonathan Tattersall.
Right.
He kept trying his best to change it back, and there was something obviously that was tripping when every time he came to say the name. Let me just have a quick check for you.
But I think when you're 20 years old and potentially, obviously, that's why he's playing, a good keeper and that, then Yorkshire obviously view him as a longer term player, and could well be around Yorkshire first team for quite a while.
27.
So that's
Johnny Tattersall.
7 years difference between the two. It's interesting. I remember him coming down here, Tattersall, about what, 3 years ago, something like that, and he was well entrenched in that job, wasn't he? So Duke's done well. 2 umpires walking out to the middle from the far end of the ground. That's Richard Kettleberry and Mike Burns. They've both got their sun hats on because it will be a day for some sort of protection, whether it's hats, whether it's sun cream, both. And I think the crowd sitting out in it need to be acutely aware, which I'm sure they are, because as I say, we have many days like this down here. They're used to it, protecting themselves from the sun down here. Jonathan?
Yeah, a few of them have, a few of the Yorkshire contingent, so 1 or 2 this morning.
Got their raincoats on?
Raincoats on, woolly hats. The Mac.
Oh dear.
Not going to get burnt today, got to cover up.
Yeah, we're in the shade, and we will be till about 4 o'clock this afternoon, when the sun will start to shine in through our commentary position.
Who did you speak to after yesterday's play?
Spoke to Brad Wheel.
And his reflections were?
His reflections were that they felt they had a reasonably good day. He didn't tell me directly, but just to share one little thing with you. I think the feeling was, as I say, this wasn't from Brad Wheel, but little things that I've picked up last night. I think they weren't overly happy with James Vince's LBW decision. Which I think with some justification, and I think if you don't think that and you think that it was out, then I think you also have a little bit of a justification for there. But I always thought at the time that it was a bit borderline.
And any comment on the Liam Dawson LBW appeal, because that was stone dead if he didn't get an inside edge on it?
I didn't ask that.
Okay. Well, no, you wouldn't see, would you?
No. I only ask about the ones. In fact, I didn't actually ask about that. I was that it was offered to me. Right. Listen, listen. You know, we are all biased towards our teams, and I get that. And at the time, I was trying to be a bit down. I did think it was more not out than out. Interesting that I had that view confirmed by some people that were pretty close to the team.
Okay. And you did, hopefully, during your interview, congratulate Brad Wheel on taking the last 4 wickets of the innings.
Yes. Having not asked him about his 5 for 38 in the T20 game at Cardiff and felt awful, I did. That was probably one of the first questions I asked him. I said, wickets galore for you over the last few days. 4 today and 5 last week. I finally got that one out. Here comes Matthew Waite, who's starting this morning from the pavilion end. Ben Brown drives, thick outside edge as it goes out to point. And that man, Matthew Revis, he's got his sun hat on again.
Yeah, interesting. He's gone for the floppy, and in his case, it is a floppy, isn't it? It's not one of those stiff-brimmed white sun hats.
No, I think that's what stood out yesterday. It wasn't just a sun hat. It's kind of...
It's 1970s and 60s and 70s cricket, isn't it?
I think that must be quite deliberate. Is he that sort of character? I don't know him. Here comes Waite, right on medium pace. Ben Brown forward, pushes up to mid-wicket.
He doesn't say a huge amount to me, apart from what he says on the record.
Yeah.
So I don't know him that well as a character yet. But it seems a good lad, and he's certainly got plenty of competitive spirit about him, shall we say.
Well, that's what it's all about, of course. So Waite at the top of his mark, 225 for 4. We're in the first over of the morning. Waite. Length ball, which Brown pushes out again to mid-wicket.
It's got that touch of a sort of Clive Lloyd floppy about it, hasn't it? It's probably a little bit wider brimmed than that, but remember Clive wearing one?
Yes, I do remember that. Yes.
You play against Clive?
That's a good question.
You remember? We'd
no.
all remember, folks, if
Yes,
we played
I do.
against Clive Lloyd.
I remember being 12th man in a game against Lancashire for Middlesex when Brand Brown pushes that away square on the leg side. They run a quick one, have to be quick, but Dawson's home, run into the danger end. I tell you why I remember that being 12th man in a game against Clive Lloyd, because in a game at Old Trafford, which Middlesex played, I think it was a one-day game, he hit the ball through the dressing room window. Which is not a bad hit. That was in the days when the ground, when the wicket was at a 90 degrees angle than it is now, so that was square. So whether I actually played against him, I don't know, because that's the one memorable moment but I was certainly around when he was playing, yeah. Which again ages me quite considerably. Here comes that Waite in again, and Dawson's in behind that one, and no run, 226 for 4, 1 run out of it. What a play. I tell you, and the other thing I remember about him was seeing his bat, and it had about 15 rubbers around the handle, and it really was like trying to grab hold of a tree trunk, not a bat handle.
Yeah.
And you think, really, does that bloke have those sort of hands to get around the bat? Incredible. Never seen anything like that. Waite. Length ball, and then Dawson pushes it to mid-wicket, end of the over, 226 for 4.
I'm trying to think how that great West Indies side's slip cordons would have lined up. Was Clive Gully? Was he slip?
Ooh, that's a good question.
But yeah, massive hands and snaffled, and
yeah, wouldn't much get past those.
And you think of the sort of frenzy involved with those quick bowlers and what they could do to teams, and Clive was always that air of calm about it. I suppose he could be, couldn't he? Because he'd go 4 or 5, 6 tremendous fast bowlers doing the job for him.
Incredible.
He always seemed unruffled.
Well, you wouldn't need to be ruffled with all those bowlers at your disposal. No. If one fast bowler is even remotely being played at ease, you just bring on the next one.
Yeah, they were doing the ruffling. 226 for 4 then. Dominic Bess to start the morning from the hotel end. 19 overs, 3 maidens, none for 53. There weren't too many of these in Clive Lloyd's teams, off spinners, but the odd one.
Just trying to think, who would have bowled off spin in those days?
Here he is now, first up, bowling to Ben Brown, who pushes back to him, no run. Roger Harper, did he bowl off spin?
He did. Oh, he did. Yeah. Oh gosh, I played against him.
Speared it in, didn't he?
Yeah. Would he have been at the back end of that team?
Yeah, he'd have been in the 80s version of it, wouldn't he? Rather than the 70s one. Bess, that's floated up. Brown pushes into the offside. All this from Matthew Revis's floppy hat. I have to have words with him tonight. need to wear a proper cap tomorrow, because you've just taken us down memory lane. Stephen Patterson doing a few stretches at mid-off. That's Bess is in again, and that's pushed to Harry Brook, who's coming in from short straight mid-wicket.
Bob Taylor, former England wicketkeeper, Derbyshire. Was that a similar type of floppy hat, do you think? Because he used to wear it all the time.
The toweling sort of stuff, yeah. And then Alan Knott would have his neb turned up, wouldn't he?
Of course, yes.
But often still be wearing it rather than keeping the sun out of the eyes. His latest delivery is turned by Brown to Brook again. So there's a point. Matthew Waite at extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, a little bit deeper. Drake's straight mid-wicket. Another man just over his right shoulder on the one. Sweeper is out in front of square leg, and then there's a 45 behind square as well, as Bess is in and bowling. And once again, Brown just having a look early doors here. Pushes into the onside, no run. Lythe, the other fielder to mention, is at slip. So Brown on 53, last ball of this first Bess over of the day. And again, firmly pushed up to Patterson by Brown to complete the over. And the score remaining on 2-2-6 for 4. 20 overs, 4 maidens, none for 53 for Dom Bess. So Roger Harper, Lance Gibbs, of course, but I'm not sure what the overlap was with Clive Lloyd and captaincy. He might have captained him in a few tests in his early years as skipper before
me.
Before Lance finished.
Yes. Larry Gomes, did he bowl some left arm spin or something?
Like that, yeah. It was a case of go on, Larry. The guys all need a rest just to get a couple of overs. You'll get a couple of wickets because England will be desperate to flay it all over the park, and they'll whack it up in the air probably. You
would absolutely smack him to death, wouldn't you? Try to. That's turned away on the onside by Dawson. Gone towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Start of a new over from Waite.
Wouldn't you want to just sort of, keep him on, so milk him for a few singles? It didn't look too bad.
That used to happen quite a bit. That used to happen when, in those days, gosh, I've talked about this a few times, but in those days, of course, where every county had a fast bowler, and you'd want to, when the spinner came on, you'd want to not smack him out of sight because the fast bowler would come back, as that's a length ball pushed up to mid-on by Dawson. So rather than sort of smack him to death, you just sort of push it for a few ones, so you keep him on for a few more overs, so you wouldn't be seeing the quick bowler come back. Dear, that used to go on. He'd be too frightened to hit him for too hard. And it was the same when the bowlers won. I mean, listen, very rarely did you ever get a chance to, smack the very fast West Indian bowlers around because they were too fast and too good. But there were occasions, where they weren't really bowling as quick as they could, and what you didn't want to do is do anything that actually got under their skin, because they would suddenly ramp it up a few miles an hour. Here comes at Waite, bowls, and Dawson plays that back to the bowler. Quite a few dressing room conversations I've been involved with where you get to lunch or you get to tea and you say, it's okay, he's sort of, he's bowling at a manageable pace, and the guys would say, well, don't do anything to upset him.
Who would, of those you've played against on the circuit from that sort of era, who stood out, who gave you the most problems when you had bat in hand?
All of them. They were all pretty scary. Once you get up to that level of quickness, they're all pretty scary. It's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Which is why, when Dominic Drakes is bowling that short stuff at last night, and you can relate. I can relate to that so much. Well, not so much more. I can relate to that generally, because that used to happen. Every game you played, with the one West Indian crick that would do that, and and it is quite interesting, to see how Ben Brown and Liam Dawson were trying to cope with that, because it was making them play differently with the constant short pitch bowling. Here comes Waite and bowls. That's a length ball which nips back at Dawson, wraps him on the top of the pad.
Well, it's interesting you should say that. I was talking to Adam Lythe, as I mentioned last night, for 5 minutes or so, and I was saying to him, what sort of pace was that coming through at? You know, he stands at slip all the time, so where were you standing in relation to where you normally stand? And he said, oh yeah, a bit further back, you know, a couple of strides. Yeah. So I said, well, how does that compare to Harris Ralph, who of course started the season with the club? And he said, oh no. He was seriously quick when he got it through with that first couple of games of the season.
Really? Yeah, I've never really seen him bowl. So as Dawson pushes that out towards extra cover, end of the over, 2:26 for 4.
Which was interesting because we got provided with some speed gun figures, and he wasn't 90 on any of those. But Lythy said, look, you know, you can kind of, sometimes you can just forget about what the actual, you know, speed gun says. It's how it feels and how it looks out there. And I can promise you, when they got a nick and that was travelling to me, that was seriously quick.
Yes. Oh yeah, well the guys out there would know, yeah, for sure.
I was sort of lucky enough at the back end of his life, as it turned out, to play a couple of seasons with Graham Roop,
oh, right,
who you'll have played against. For players like me, great experience to play with people like that, and the sort of questions you can then ask them while you're in the dressing room or in the bar afterwards. Here's Bess bowling to Brown, who pushes back to the bowler, no run. No. Went through his test career with him, and he told us about facing Lilly and Thompson at the Oval in '75 when he never got a test century. Rupee,
no, that's right.
95 I think he made against them at the Oval.
That would have been a good knock.
Yeah, Bess coming in, and that's worked into the leg side where Will Frayne fields mid wicket, no run. And he said that the quickest bowler of the lot in his era was the man he played with at Surrey, Sylvester Clark.
Oh, yeah.
He said he used to chuck his quicker one. He said if you knew it was coming, you'd want to take an extra 3 strides back at slip. Best coming in again.
It's Dawson going.
Dawson decides he's got a little bit of itchiness underfoot, but no harm done in the end. Ben Brown sending him back, and Will Frayne doing the fielding. So halfway through the over, 2:26 for 4.
Yes, Silvers was, yeah.
And he comes again. It's good delivery, has beaten Brown. Was that a missed stumping opportunity? Hard to say from this angle.
Flighted and just slightly slower, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a little bit of turn past the inside edge. Can't have been far from missing the stumps.
Good bowling, good bowling.
Harry Dukes giving off the signals from behind the stumps that another one may have gone by. Just that body language as the latest delivery is worked around the corner and a short fine leg.
Always the most difficult for keepers when you're standing up. You stand back and you're sort of showing off as a keeper. When you're standing up, that's when you're really earning your money.
So has Ben Brown survived a second stumping chance? He's certainly been beaten twice, well beaten by Bess with those deliveries as he works a single out to the sweeper on the leg side for 1. And just 2 runs scored this morning then so far from the 4 overs that we've seen. 227 for 4, but no need to do anything other than get themselves back in this pair, and they've survived it so far.
Yeah, and I kind of understand there Liam Dawson. They're having a chat in the middle of the 2 batters. Liam Dawson looking to be aggressive with his running, because you know what you don't want to do in this situation is, yes, you don't want to lose a wicket, of course, but what you don't want to do is just hang around waiting for the second new ball. You know, you've got to get the scoreboard ticking along some way. I mean, Hampshire have only added 2 runs this morning in nearly 15 minutes worth of play. We've eaten up 4 overs. We're only 7 overs away from the second new ball. So I get it from Liam Dawson. There's no point just hanging around for hanging around's sake, because the second new ball is going to create a few more problems. You know, you don't want to be stuck just playing out the next few overs. Nick Jenkins has tweeted this morning, silentcricket@gmail.com, on the subject what I mentioned earlier about, you know, possibly James Vince's LBW being, you know, a little bit iffy. He says umpiring is never easy. It isn't. That's why I never went into it. But the advantage of the live picture feed is that you can see that Vince's was a poor decision, says Nick. Of course, without Snicko, who can tell if Dawson got an edge on the LBW shout? And that's what Jonathan was asking earlier. Have I asked about whether Dawson did get a nick on it? The answer is no. I mean, to be honest, sometimes it's you know, when you're doing post-match interviews at the end of the day and you see one or two players, you know, the last thing sometimes you want to go straight up and say, oh, did you get an edge on that? Sometimes you do. If the situation isn't right, then you just don't. And I didn't see Liam after the game anyway, so didn't have a chance to ask. And in fact, to be honest, one or two that I did see, I didn't ask that question anyway. But sometimes it's easier than others. Here's Waite, bowls, and Brown's playing the missing outside the off stump. That's just shaped away there. That is a seriously good delivery with a ball that is into its 74th over.
Yeah, he could still be a really good player, Matthew Waite. We just haven't seen him on the park enough. Different, isn't he, to the other bowlers? He's more sort of round-shouldered and a bit more muscular of build when you look at him from a distance, by comparison to a Drake's, say, or a Patterson. And there's, as we were saying yesterday, more shoulder about his style of delivery.
Yeah. Coming in again from that pavilion end and bowls, and that's driven by Brown. That's a good stop at extra cover, although they will get a single there. That's Jordan Thompson, who certainly saved 4 runs, and I think that's just hurt his hand somewhat there. I don't think he's just looking up at the sky for the sun for any other reason, that he's trying to work off the pain, and he is actually in a little bit of discomfort there. 229 for 4. Hampshire have added just the 4 runs so far this morning. Deficit of 199 now between the two sides. Wait, just making sure that his teammate Thompson's okay. He's still wringing his hand there as Waite comes in. And bowls, length ball to Brown. It's pushed back to the bowler, no run. Just shows there's still a little bit there, doesn't it? That ball, a couple of balls ago. This wicket's not completely dried out in the sun. There's still a sort of a green tinge to it. Not quite as much, of course, as day one, but it's, you know, there's still a little bit there, isn't there?
Yeah, you'd have said so. Mike Clayton says, come on, you tykes, it's raining here in New Zealand. Steve Patterson to take some early wickets and bring some joy to a dreary and wet night in Auckland.
Raining in Auckland, eh? Here comes Brown, pushing forward at Waite, and it goes out into the covers. That's just, yeah, I thought that might have been on the South Island, more Otago. You get a bit more rain down there rather than up in Auckland. I spent a couple of winters in Auckland. Good spot.
Playing, I assume?
Yeah, playing it. Yeah, played for Eden Roskell.
I know about as much about where you played now as I did before you said the name.
Well, Eden Park, of course, is the ground there, as that's pushed out on the onside. I played there from Wellington, actually, but yeah, Eden Park. So sort of Eden Roskell is sort of Mount Eden, Mount Roskell, sort of combined in the suburbs. Yeah.
Eden Park, the played on the diagonal.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Played a first-class game there. Drawn game, if I remember rightly, off the top of my head. It's quite a good wicket. Well, it was in those days. I presume it still is. Obviously, I haven't been over there for quite a while. But yeah, we used to play. I used to play our club cricket at Keith Hay Park. Big park there. That's turned away on the leg side by Brown, and that's a good diving stop. And there is no run. Who's that there? Is that Harry Brook?
It looked like him.
Or is it Bess? No, Harry Brook.
He's now limping as well.
Oh, has he got the pads on though for the short leg?
Yeah.
He's just readjusting them, but it looked like he's all of a sudden his kneecap had gone.
Yeah, it was Brookie. Lads all seemed in good spirits. Had a quick word this morning at Breckers.
It's good, the team, isn't it? Because they can stay here and then just sort of wander out the door of the restaurant, which faces the ground. Haven't got too far to go, have they?
Oh, it's a great venue for that. Great venue.
Thank you. Well, it's nothing to do with me, but yeah.
Can we play all our away games, please? Here comes Bess. Well, he was going in. He just asked Jordan Thompson to go a little finer, probably about a stride and a half to his right. He's at 45 behind square on the leg side as Bess comes in and bowls to Dawson this time. He had the beating of Brown, didn't he, in the previous over. See if he can produce something to take the measure of Dawson, who's just flicked the first delivery to Harry Brook. Bess certainly bowling to his field. Brook's come into play quite a lot already this morning. Here he comes again, and firmly pushed this time by Dawson. played some really good shots yesterday. Haven't seen either of them open the shoulders just yet this morning, but plenty of time for that. Plenty of encouragement from the Yorkshire fielders out there. Bess is in again, and no, he's got him. He's got him. He has got the measure of Liam Dawson, who had a flash at that one, a little wider of off stump, and Adam Lythe, I think he might have juggled it, but he's taken it in the end, and a 5th Hampshire wicket has gone down, and they have managed to get one before the second new ball, and it's top scorer Liam Dawson caught Lythe, bowled Bess, a first wicket in the match for him. Dawson gone for 61 in 126 deliveries.
Yeah, that's really good bowling from Dom Bess as well. He's inviting the drive there. And Liam Dawson probably trying to play that a little too square. But Dawson hadn't added to his overnight total. So 20 minutes played this morning. And Dawson had been stuck on his overnight 61. So a little bit of frustration there. He's seen the ball outside off stump. I'm sure he's thinking, yep, there's a chance for me to get off the mark this morning. And he's edged what a good catch that was from Lythe, because that was travelling a bit. And that's a good piece of bowling there from Dom Bess, tempting Liam Dawson into that shot.
So what are we, 73.4 overs in, as you say, 20 minutes, and it just shows you, doesn't it? It doesn't matter who you are or what sort of form you're in, if you don't score runs for a while, you are, at the end of the day, only human, and you want to do so, and different people have different levels of concentration on that front. And I guess it was just a little break in that. He thought it was there to hit, and he's not quite got the middle of the bat on it. So an Aaron Donald with a few arm whirls coming out to bat. Remember Beefy used to do that, didn't he? Big arm whirls as he came out, chest puffed out.
I'll tell you what, he plays like Beefy at times as well. He'll be very positive here. Aaron Donald has got back into the side for the last 2 championship matches. 89 in the second innings against Gloucestershire here. 57 in Hampshire's first innings against Somerset. In fact, their only innings. Well, it wasn't actually, no, I tell a lie. They won by 10 wickets, so they only had to get 1 run in the second innings.
And it's funny how, without even thinking about it, I'd walk out to bat with a few arm whirls, and I think there were probably loads of people who did back in those days, and I don't think anybody was probably copying him, but you just see him do it, and he's so successful, and you walk out and you do.
Did you do it because of him?
No, that's what I'm saying. I didn't consciously do that, but I can now, looking back, see myself walking out to bat and swinging the bat around a couple of times with each arm, and that's just what he did. Nobody else, other people did do it, but he was kind of notorious for doing that, wasn't he? And he definitely was a hero as a youngster watching the game, as Bess is in and bowling first up to Donald, who's pushed into the offside and safely negotiated that all-important first ball. 2-2-9 for 5, 2 left in the over. Bess with a little skip, Donald forward, pushing quite firmly back to the bowler.
Do you used to look up in the sky and get your eyes adjusted as well as whirling your arms around, or was it just the arms around and that was it?
Nothing ever got really that much adjusted. didn't last that long, but you know, it looked good, a couple of arm whirls. Here's Bess, and that is worked into the leg side by Donald. Brookfield's end of the over then, wicket maiden for Dom Bess, and I think he deserved that as well. 22 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 54. He's going at 2.5 and over, and he's doing the job that he's pretty much been doing since he signed for the club, really. Just keeping things tight. The seamers have got through plenty of work this year, particularly Stephen Patterson and Jordan Thompson bowl loads of overs, and he's just helping them as well take longer breaks if he can bowl well in the spells that he's on, and if he can pick up 1 or 2, and on good days more than that, then all power to his elbow.
He's bowled superbly, I think. Done a fantastic job. His weight, he's done a pretty decent job himself as Brown pushes that out on the leg side of a thick inside edge, and there's no run. Right, we are just under 5 overs now until the second new ball is due, and Yorkshire have done a fantastic job here this morning. In 25 minutes of play, Hampshire have only added 4, and they would have spoken in the dressing room this morning about keeping things very, very tight for this first 40-45 minutes or so. Don't let Hampshire get a little foothold in terms of scoring some runs before the second new ball is due. Keep the pressure on, and they've certainly done that as Brown pushes forward to Waite, and it goes out to short mid-on, and there's no run. I think it's gone exactly to their plans so far.
Yeah, you'd say so. And they'd be in dreamland, wouldn't it, if they could nip out Ben Brown in this next 4 overs or so.
Yeah. 199 runs behind Hampshire, having started at 11 o'clock this morning, 203 behind, so the innings isn't really going anywhere at the moment. Hampshire doing a very, very good job. Here's Waite bowls, Brown on the back foot, plays that back up towards mid-off.
And both these players do, as you say, they do like to field bat on ball. They want to get the clock ticking, so not the most natural game for them at this moment in time. And sooner or later, Yorkshire will be thinking, well, you know, if we keep it dry, a bit like Liam Dawson's wicket there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to play a shot, and it might bring them some joy.
It's, you know, it's all about building a bit of pressure, and pressure comes in different ways in certain times of the game and match situations. You know, the pressure there was built as Waite comes in. Brown flicks it away, and that'll be 4 runs. Gone very quick down to fine leg. All the runs so far this morning have come off the bat of Ben Brown, and I say all the runs, we're only talking about 8, but Brown has added 8 to his overnight total. He's on 60, 233 for 5. But you know, the pressure there this morning wasn't it? Yeah, 11 overs. Let's just push the ball around, keep the scoreboard ticking, and sort of get the deficit down a little bit, but get some momentum into the partnership again that was built from last night. But Yorkshire didn't. They didn't allow them to do that. And Dawson got frustrated because he hadn't added to his overnight total. And there was the pressure built. Brown's on the back foot, steers that into the covers, doesn't time it.
Bill Kelso's emailed in. You can do that on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Good morning to you, Bill. He says, your co-commentator made a remark about wicketkeepers showing off when standing back. Has he kept wicket? Does he realise the concentration required to watch every ball bowled? No time or inclination to show off, especially if you're also the captain.
That is a very, very... I would hope... not that Yorkshire listeners would know. Here's Waite, bowls. It's pushed back and there's no run.
Explain yourself, boy.
Right, I will explain myself, because I don't just say things willy-nilly. It might sound as though I do. Okay, let me fill our uninformed listeners in. I started off as a batter wicket-keeper. I kept wicket at young Middlesex age groups from the ages of 11 through to around, so under 11, under 13, under 15. It looked like I was going to be a batter keeper throughout my professional career, but at about 16 years of age, I switched to bowling. So do I know a little bit about wicket keeping? Probably. And I've also kept in a first-class match as well. So there you go. 233 for 5.
And Bess in, and bowling to Donald, who turns that round the corner to get off the mark. Square on the leg side. Pause for comic effect. And bit of a scratch at the guard by Ben Brown, who adjusts the front pad, the left leg. Has a quick look around and then waits as Best comes in again. Floats that one up. There's an appeal for LBW. Best down on one knee, as is often the case. Not sure. It didn't feel like it felt like going down material. Oh, maybe actually no. Looking at the replay, hit him outside the line, maybe.
Turned a bit as well.
Yeah.
A bit out of the rough.
But he's certainly not that comfortable against Don Bess, is he? He's been beaten a few times, and this is his scoring area. If Bess just bowls it slightly straighter, and he plays it with the turn out towards Revis in the floppy on the boundary at square leg, he picks up 1. You just sort of feel like he's a little bit happier standing and watching from the other end when Bess is bowling. he did, I think it was Brown, well, both of them actually did hit him for a few boundaries through the offside on occasion in the final session yesterday when Bess was maybe a little bit wide, gave him that bit of room to work with as Donald pats one into the offside. No run.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think Bess has been absolutely excellent here. He's got a really good line. He's tested the batters just outside off stump because they know there's a little bit of rough there.
Here he comes again. A little bit of width, and Donald leaning into that. Pushing it though to extra cover, no run.
And he's just got enough flight and guile, isn't he? You know, Don Bess, to just every now and then, and we've seen it throughout these overs these bowled, that just every now and then there's a bit of uncertainty in the batters.
Another one turned into the leg side this time by Donald to complete the over. 235 for 5. Yeah, I think it's his pace variations. It will fire a quicker one in. Generally speaking, most overs there'll be one. Sometimes gives it a miss for an over. He's got this sort of sidearm delivery that you'll see, and uses that a bit more sparingly, but he will bowl it from, you know, quite low down and spear it in somehow. I don't know if he's attempting to get maybe a little bit of, you know, swing on that or something like that.
Drift, yeah.
But it's just a different angle that the ball's coming from.
Yeah, arm ball.
And then, you know, he doesn't bowl particularly using the crease at his end, but he will send a few wider, and I think that's maybe what just slightly wider did for Liam Dawson.
Yeah, definitely. Sort of, you know, inviting the drive, isn't it, really? Knowing that the batter is looking to score his first run of the morning. Waite bowls, he's been accurate this morning as Ben pushes forward and it goes out on the offside. Waite into his 14th over now. There's figures of 1 for 32, picked up the wicket yesterday of Vince. 433, that was just before tea on day 2. So the deficit is 193 here, and we are just under 3 overs until the second new ball is available. Here's Waite, right arm medium pace, low full toss there, and that's missed by Brown in terms of a missed opportunity of a boundary. I'm not sure he picked that up. That's come off the bottom of the bat, gone out towards extra cover. Just looked as though the way he played it, that he just didn't seem to pick up the whole flight of that delivery. 235 for 5. Hampshire resuming this morning on 225 for 4. Just a slip in at the moment. 2 men on the drive on either side. To Brown, who's on 61. Waite comes in short. That's pulled away by Brown. It's in the air, but there's nobody out there at deep backward square leg, and that's 4. It wasn't timed, and it's certainly Ben Brown wasn't in control. He normally plays that sort of short-armed jab, sort of jerky shot on the leg side, and it's normally played a lot better than that, but it is 4 runs. I'm going to do a quick 30-second update in a moment. 239 for 5, Hampshire in their first innings. They are still a long way behind, 189 to be exact, but they haven't quite made the progress they would have liked this morning, and they have lost a wicket after 20 minutes. Liam Dawson, who wasn't or didn't add to his overnight 61, got a little bit frustrated. He drove at the off spinner Don Bess, and he was well caught by Adam Lyth at slip. 61 he's out for. Ben Brown has moved on to 65 from his overnight 52, and with just under 3 overs left until the second new ball, Hampshire are 239 for 5, 189 behind. That's a 4 runs, but I missed down to third man as I was doing that quick update. 243 for 5 now, Hampshire, and Brown moves on to 69.
Yeah, and he got away with one, I think, as you say, got away with one probably a bit too strong, but as you said, he didn't really time that previous boundary, the pull shot. Maybe just the shot of a man who's wanting to feel more fluent.
Yeah, leg ball, which Brown quietly pushes out on the offside.
So they've sent the man back now to cover. He'd be not to cover as in the position, but to cover that shot. Looks like Harry Brook. He would be just in front of square and about the better part of 10 yards in from the boundary. Long leg also down to our left. Looks like George Hill.
Waite again, runs towards us. Brown's on the back foot, steers that into the gap at point, but with no real power, but it is a single. He moves on to 70, 244 for 5.
Will Luxton doing the fielding there on his 12th man. Looks like it was Jordan Thompson who'd been off, who is now coming back on. Loxton travelled down with the team. Was named, or has been named, as the head concussion substitute, if anybody goes down with that, apparently. So 2:43.45. I think we'll probably see a fair bit more of him in the future as well.
Only 19.
Good young player, yeah.
Hasn't played a first-class game yet, I understand.
No, but came in and got 68, I think it was, at Scarborough on his RL50 debut last year. Made a few good contributions in that. Here's Bess then, continuing at the hotel end. Good delivery. Has the beating of Brown, and again, just to reinforce that feeling that I've got, I don't know if Kev shares my opinion, but Ben Brown just doesn't look particularly comfortable against Don Bess, apart from the one where he steps across and can just open up the leg side and just push the one and get off strike.
Just really good bowling. Just a really good line. A little bit of uncertainty from time to time for the batters. Is it just going to straighten on me? Is it going on with the arm? Superb bowling.
Here he is again. And once more, there's definitely a little bit of turn, and that's all you need, just to keep the batsman thinking, will this one turn? Will it maybe just go straight on? Will it be challenging the inside or outside edge? A little skip from Bess again, and in he comes. And more confident with his forward defensive stroke this time is the former Sussex man.
It's got that nice dip as well, which really good spinners have. You know, it's flighted and it just bounces a couple of inches shorter than you expect it.
Here he comes once more. That's wider this time, and Brown pushes. There's a bit of a tentative feel about it, but he got it in front of square on the offside and took on weight for the single and got through.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because he got a little bit of stick, didn't he, in that series against India during the winter, and you know, people thought he wasn't accurate enough, blah blah blah. He's certainly been accurate here.
Here he is again, good delivery, beats Donald. Duke takes this time, whips off the bails, but the batsman had his foot anchored. Yeah, I think he really felt that. He spoke to us at Hove, in fact, after Yorkshire had beaten Sussex down there last year at length one evening, and I think it really sort of messed with his head a bit. Here he comes again, and that's nicely punched off the back foot this time by Donald. George Hill giving chase. They're going to get back for 2. Hill got through some really good work in the field yesterday and saved quite a number of runs, and he'd have cut off any thoughts of a third there with his chase. So end of the over, 3 runs from it. Best now 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 59, and we have 6 more deliveries before a second new ball can be taken by Yorkshire. Hampshire 247 for 5.
Yeah, it's just subtle from Bess, isn't it? And it only has to be subtle. You know, there's no real turn for him there. Maybe the odd one out of the rough goes a little bit, but generally there isn't. But he's got a lovely loop. He's got that little drift, which off spinners need. John Embry, you know, he's the classic really for those who are of a certain vintage. And you know, and it just needs to be that little subtle. And we're talking of, you know, hardly any variation at all in terms of how the ball arrives at a batter, but it's just enough that creates that uncertainty just outside off stump, and that's a mark of a good spinner on a pitch which isn't giving you a lot of help. We've got some more spin here. It's Adam Lyth with his off spin. With 1 over left until the second new ball is available. Not
a bad little shout, given that that Brown against Bess has made him, you know, just look a little uncertain. Try another off spinner for 1 over just before the new ball's due.
Brown facing on 71. Lyth bowls, and that's driven back up to mid off, and there is no run. I've seen Lyth bowl the odd time. You'll have seen him more than me.
Yeah, doesn't bowl a great deal.
He might not be bowling a great deal here either, with the second new ball available after the end of this over. He's on the back foot there. Brown steers it into the gap in the covers, and that's Revis on the boundary. So it's just a single. Brown moves on to 72 now. Hampshire 248 for 5, and they are 180 runs currently behind on the first innings. Started the day 203 runs behind. We've had 40 minutes play here this morning at a very sunny Ageas Bowl. Pleasant day, which will get warmer as the day goes on. Donald on the back foot steers that to backward point, but there is no run as Jordan Thompson comes around. As Jonathan mentioned, he was off the field briefly. I think that would have been that stop, wouldn't it, off weight in the covers earlier, which he obviously had a very painful blow on the hand.
You might even get the bowling boots on.
It was that as well, yeah. Donald pushing forward. It's gone out into the covers, but there's no run.
Adam Lyth's taken 36 first-class wickets. He's bowled in 106 innings, so he's been tossed the ball a few times, but you wouldn't see him bowling long spells. His best of 2 for 9.
Ooh, that's not bad. Donald's on the back foot, plays that out on the onside, and that's the end of the over. So 80 overs completed, and we'll just keep our eye on what the umpires do. If they bring the ball out of their pocket, which I'm sure they will. 248 for 5. Yep.
And he's one of those with a higher first-class bowling average than batting average. 47.83 compares with 37.61.
Yes, new ball taken.
So Dominic Drake's.
Well, he's going to be bowling with the second new ball from this end as opposed to from the pavilion end. That'll be interesting to see if he can. Early on in this first innings, when he opened up from the pavilion end, he did get the ball to shape in. Well, I wouldn't say swing, but it sort of shaped. So that there's a hint there that maybe in the right conditions that there would be a bit of swing. Be interesting to see changing ends, because sometimes a change of ends does actually help. So be interested to see if he gets that.
Yeah, tried to pepper 1 or 2 players with a short ball yesterday, but quite a lot of them were misdirected. He had a short leg set and a leg slip, and neither of them really from many of the deliveries would have come into play. So if he's going to try those tactics again, which he doesn't look like he is immediately, because there is no short leg or leg slip in place.
You wouldn't do straight away with a new ball.
No. He's coming in left arm over from the hotel end. That's slanted across. Ben Brown, who cuts it out to George Hill, sweeping on the offside, and they get a single. 3 slips back in place for Yorkshire. Will Frane's gone in at first, Adam Lyth at second, and Harry Brook at third.
Do you think Drake's, you know, obviously this is only his second first-class match, first time for Yorkshire, and only signed on a short term, but do you think he's the sort of guy that might just sort of commit to playing more first-class cricket, where maybe for Yorkshire?
I'd be clueless on that front, to be honest with you, because you'd need to know a little bit more about him and what his ambitions are, as this latest delivery is full and Donald drives. That's the sort of stuff that they'll want to see with a new ball. Maybe pull that back a little bit, get it on the rise, passing the outside edge. Yeah, so don't really know. I mean, just had a brief hello with him.
Yeah,
you'd like to kind of ask the players yourselves, don't you, in an interview situation, or even, you know, off the record, what are your thoughts? But not had the opportunity to do that.
I think he's a handy bowler.
He's got a nice smooth run up and action. It's wide and full again. Bess is at short extra cover. Takes the full brunt of that drive by Aaron Donald.
What happened to Olivier in the end? Because I mean, he was like wool. I remember being here a couple of times watching him bowl and thinking, I'm glad I'm not out there in the middle.
Yeah, he was released in March to very little. It was you know, a little column on the website, and that was about it, really. We might see him again, of course, soon with the South African tourists. Here's Drake's again, short of length this time. Donald steps back and punches it fairly square on the offside, and once again George Hill has done well, and he's ended up keeping them to 2 there. Excellent chase by him. That, in the sort of cricket I watched when I first learnt the game, or watched the game on television, that would have been 4. Nobody would have bothered chasing that when it got past the infield. 250 up, second batting point for Hampshire. And still the better part of 30 overs to try and pick up more. Here's Drakes again, and attacking stance of Donald. Quite open and quite wide base. He punches it into the offside, no run. Yeah, so yeah, just released. But I mean, in terms of what he played like, I think you probably saw that 2019 match down here when he was quick and he hit people. At Kent, I remember early on that season he did the same, and he was probably better at the start than he was at the end.
Right.
Struggling for it wasn't even getting on, you know.
Really?
Yeah, it was used with and without the new ball. Wasn't getting in the side, the back end. As Drakes is in again, and Donald has a little flick at that one on the rise, outside off stump. But misses. End of the over then, 3 from it. 251.45.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with that shot there. Anarian Donald, new ball, bit of extra bounce, comes off a little quicker, and well beaten on the outside edge there. So got to be careful. 251 for 5. Hampshire lost that 1 wicket this morning. Liam Dawson for 61 didn't add to his overnight total. Caught in the slips trying to drive at Don Bess. 177 now between these two teams. With Yorkshire, of course, yesterday bowled out for 428. Test match, of course, because that looks like that could be interesting. Could be a result there on day 5. 248 for 8 now, New Zealand, so they have lost a wicket this morning, adding 24 runs to their total, so they lead England by 263 with 2 wickets remaining. Might yet be a result. So here's Jordan Thompson, that's wide, and Ben Brown did well to reach that one as he cuts it out to point. 252 for 5, and Brown moves on to 74.
First day of Royal Ascot today, of course, JMO.
Oh, you'd be looking at that, wouldn't you?
Certainly am. Great occasion, some great racing as well, and particularly on the first day. They pack it with great racing to try and draw a crowd of racing aficionados, because they know there will obviously be the suits and the G&T brigade there today anyway, and they can have less top draw racing, if you like, in terms of group races later on in the week.
Jordan Thompson, right arm over, and that's driven by Donald out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Because naturally, closer to the weekend, you sort of get more people taking the day off and going, rather than on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's a great day to go, the first day. It's usually the quietest.
Is it?
3 Group 1 races, kicking the very thing off, the Queen Anne. Yeah.
God,
I'll be there on Thursday.
You will, you're working now, aren't you?
I'm working there Thursday.
You're excited about it already, I can tell. 252 for 5. Here's Jordan Thompson. 3 slips with that second new ball. Bowls outside the off stump, and Donald leaves alone. Donald has 5 currently. Yeah, I can tell. I can just see the excitement. You've written some preview stuff for that as well, haven't you, already? So you know your stuff. Got any tips?
Well, we'll see if I know my stuff at the end of the day after the previews.
Tips for the listeners or the watchers?
Yeah, probably don't read the previews. Did all right. Had a good day last week. Gave 3 tips to the Racing Post, and
did you?
One day and all of them won.
Oh wow! Outside the off stump and left alone again by Donald.
And then they gave 2 the following day, and they both got beaten a short head. But it's not always like that. That's right. Just I'm just telling you the good stuff there. There are many barren spells as well.
Do you have a little flutter yourself? Have you had a little flutter today?
I haven't. No. Not loads. No.
No.
Not loads. Definitely not loads in terms of amount, and no, not a lot these days by comparison to the old days.
Outside the off stump, and again Donald's leaving alone.
In terms of frequency.
Yeah.
But I'm just very interested in.
Yeah. Well,
if you pay to try and give winning selections, then whether you're going to have a bet on them or not, you still want to try and give winning selections.
Of course. Of course. So you're not going to reveal what you've tipped today, then?
I can't remember. That's why I'm just struggling with that one. I can try and find what I wrote.
Thompson from that pavilion end bowls straighter this time. Donald's forward, plays that out into the covers, and that will be the end of the second over with this second new ball. And after 50 minutes of play, Hampshire have moved from 225 for 4 to 252 for 5. It was 248 for 5 when the new ball was taken, so they've added 4.
Yeah, I can give you a nailed-on cert in the very first race.
Oh, right.
By Eid in the Queen Anne.
By Eid.
Yeah, it'll be about 10 to 1 on.
Oh my gosh.
If that gets beaten, I'll be very surprised. But
well, you've gone pretty safe there, haven't you?
Well, if you're trying to find a winner, it doesn't matter what the price is, does it? You've just got to try and find the one that wins.
Is that so that you're almost guaranteed the first win? So everybody goes, well, Jonathan Doidge, he's on the money there with the winners, and he's predicted the first one.
Here's Drake's, and nicely cut and struck firmly as well by Brown. He's only going to get one here out to George Hill at point. Yeah, you do get that as well, you know, because people they want you to do all the work and try and find that winner. That all they want to do is back it, and if it doesn't win, then you know it doesn't matter if you've spent an hour looking at that race, you still get hammered by lots of losing punters. Here's Drake's coming in again. Oh, and Donald, not with great certainty, runs it down to long leg where Revis feels they get through for 1. I had a great day at Goodwood one year.
Did you?
Glorious Goodwood. In fact, I'm back down for a couple of days there as well next month. And somebody who knew I was working there invited me into their box and said, this guy does, you know, a bit of racing tipping. Can you give us a few selections? And I kind of, you know, closed my eyes and counted to 10 and thought, well, go on, then I'll make a few suggestions. 7 race card, I think it was. Here's Drake's, and that's pushed into the offside. And it was one of those just good days where the magic happened, and I think I gave him 5 horses, 4 of which won, a couple of them at double figure prices.
Wow. Probably
didn't back any of them myself, knowing me, but
wow.
Can you come back the following day? No, sorry, I've got to go back up north. Nobody gave me any of the winnings as a thank you.
Did they not? No, that's well, there you go. You'd think so, wouldn't you?
But no, I promise you, if you're doing that on a daily basis, you have a lot more losers than you have winners. Here's Drake's in, and that's dropped into the offside by Brown. Bess in and fielding and winging it into the gloves of Harry Duke.
I'm just thinking here during this over, because early on in the over there was that inside edge of Donald, and it sort of ballooned in the air on the leg side because the ball sort of straightened on him. Now, because Drake's is quite a tall man and gets a bit of bounce, and not every ball, but some of the balls are just straightening a fraction, I would have thought short leg might be a useful position. But then I'm looking at the field thinking, well, where would I bring that short leg in from?
Drake's in again, pushed into the offside, and again no run. Yeah,
I think if you're keen to take a wicket here, you know, I get it, 2 slips and a gully, that's fine. Now, because not every ball is sort of shaping in, and it's only shaping, it's not really swinging, then I get the deep cover because he can still sort of get it outside off stump, and that's the insurance. I get the deep fine leg because, you know, if it's too straight, then it's going to go down there. I get it, but would I take one from extra cover? No. Would I take one from mid-wicket? Probably not. So maybe the option's not there.
Drake's in, and Brown runs it out to point. Final ball of the over. Yeah, something for them to think about, and maybe Stephen Patterson co are. 254 for 5 at the end of that over. Just looking for something else for you that might run well at a price for you today, Kev.
If you're watching on the live, what you're looking at that, if you're watching on the live picture feed, that partnership between Dawson and Ben Brown only added 4 this morning, 114 overnight, 118 when Dawson fell 20 minutes into play.
I thought this was interesting. There's a horse called Cadillac that runs in the 5:35, trained by Jessica Harrington over in Ireland. Was due to go to the Ascot sales yesterday, so it could have been sold and it could have changed hands before today. Yeah. And
here's Thompson. Straight to Donald, who plays it equally straight back to the bowler.
If you're going to enter a horse for Royal Ascot and you're taking it to the sales, you're clearly usually anyway, going to try and make sure it's prepped and ready to run a big race so that you're going to get a better price for it the day before, because somebody could buy an instant Royal Ascot winner. Could they not? So I thought that was a very interesting runner, and has got the form to run a big race.
Interesting.
In the contest itself.
There's Thompson again. He's driving thick inside edge. He was trying to drive out on the covers, and that ball's made its way back on a square leg. He wants to, does Donald. He's sent back, and the throw comes in to the bowler's end. That's a good decision there from Ben Brown. Because who's that down at fine leg? That was a quick piece of field.
George Hill.
Yeah, did well there. He was in quickly.
He's very quick across the ground. And then in the last race, 6:10, was another Irish train runner called Platinum Card. I thought was interesting at a price, 16 to 1.
You almost tempted me into having a little bit there as I've turned away on their leg side, no run.
Well, trained by the infamous Gordon Elliott, Grand National Gold Cup winning trainer, jumps trainer really, but does have some runners on the flat. And I just thought this one looked interesting on pedigree. It's a long race, 1 mile and 6 furlongs.
It's
each way.
Yeah. Getting 2 for the price of 1 here at the Ageas Bowl. You're getting expert cricket commentary and equally expert running racing commentary as well. As Brown drives out to Revis, who's at deep point on the offside. Not quite as much movement here for the second new ball for Thompson as there was with the first one when he was bowling from our commentary end, but maybe the conditions when you look overhead is probably not conducive to the ball swinging around too much. There's very little cloud in the sky.
When I hear that expression, conditions not conducive, one commentator always comes to mind.
Who is?
Scottish.
Oh gosh. Here comes Jordan Thompson, and he's on the back foot there. Donald couldn't quite get on the top of the bounce, and it trickles up to mid-off.
Wrong code of rugby, but he used to say conditions not conducive to open flowing rugby.
Bill McLaren? Oh, right, okay. Did he say that?
Yeah, he said that quite a few times during the time you heard him.
That was a very good impression, if I may say so, because I realised it was him straight away when the way you described that.
I gave you a couple of hints, didn't I?
Yeah, 256 for 5. Here's Thompson. Donald drives. Again, that's not timed. The ball's trickling up to mid-on this time. Ball just came in a fraction to him. End of the over.
And the referee's whistle has gone. He used to say, didn't he?
Did he? I can think of 1 or 2 phrases that he mentioned, but those are new ones on me.
I used to love just listening to commentary. That's probably why I wanted to do it. But you know, some of the stuff that people used to come out with was great, and also those styles. And it sticks with you. You know, some of the great moments. Yeah. It's that voice, isn't it, over the top of it?
It is.
Here comes Drake's leaving us behind from the hotel end, and Ben Brown, well, he's got that away backward of square on the leg side for 1, but that was not his intention. Didn't know where it had gone. Had to have a look around.
Getting a bit of extra bounce, causing a few problems there. He's not the tallest, Ben Brown, so I guess when somebody like Drake's gets a bit of extra bounce, it's a little bit more of a problem for Brown than it might be for 1 or 2 others.
Thought we were at a pantomime for a moment there, the crowd shouting, "It's behind you."
Crowd a little bit down even on yesterday, and the crowd yesterday was a little bit down on Sunday.
Can't understand why you wouldn't want to come watch this in the Southampton sunshine, as Drake's is in again. That's pushed firmly back to him by Donald. No run. Favourite commentary moment, favourite bit of commentary have you got? Any sport, doesn't matter.
I suppose I'm not sure I've studied it like that, like you were saying earlier, that made you want to do it. I guess in a way I've kind of just fallen into this since I finished playing. You know, it's not that I don't want to do it. I love it, and that's why I'm still doing it. But I guess I never really studied it.
Here's Drake's to Donald, who opens the face, runs it backward of point. Hill is quickly out there, and he's done such a good job, George Hill, that you'd see on many occasions they'd be turning and taking the fielder on for 2, but he's stopped them doing that. And I think he just saved 1 there. by virtue of the fact that he's been throwing himself around everywhere, saving runs elsewhere.
I guess when I was younger, without even realising it, I used to enjoy, you know, there used to be that rugby league on BBC Two. They used to show the second half of a match. Was it Eddie Waring? I used to enjoy listening to it. He was funny.
Here's Drakes. And,
yes.
Brown with a little short arm pull round to Revis on the boundary edge for a single.
That's the one I mentioned about when he didn't get it right earlier on this morning to left. That's how he plays that normally, that jab. Yeah, Eddie Waring, I used to love listening to him. He actually, you know, obviously it's the rugby league isn't to get, no, I don't want to go down the north-south route again, but it isn't really much down here. But I think he brought that to life for a lot of people living south of Wakefield or whatever.
Here's Drakes again. Oh, now then, a big haymaker of a swing across the line by Donald, who then plays probably a more likely shot with his second attempt after the ball's gone.
That's a little too positive in this situation for me. I know he is a positive player, and when he gets in, he's very dangerous, but that's just a little too risky.
So you mean Eddie, who might describe this delivery as something like this?
Oh, looking forward to this.
Dominic Drakes from the outside end, and he's in. It's a short of a length and into the offside. He played the joker, and the no run, so no points there for Yorkshire.
It's like he's in the room. Very good, Jonathan. You do
I loved a bit of Eddie. Eddie was
you?
great, and obviously the rugby league fan and commentator on the game as well.
Well, of course you do, don't you?
Yeah, he did. You know, for me, he's a positive. The rugby league fans were massively split on his effect on the sport because of that. Yeah, because you're laughing at the impression, and I suppose some people just laughed at him, and because of his association with the game show. You know, with It's a Knockout, which was,
of course, he was
a bit of fun and frolics.
I've forgotten about that.
That sort of link, I think rugby league fans wanted the game to be taken seriously, and they felt that because he was a figure of a bit of fun on that he brought that back to the sport.
Oh, that's interesting. 2:59 for 5. Thompson into his 12th over here. 2 for 46. Cut away by Brown through extra cover. Now Revis isn't going to get that. He's too square. And that is 4 runs for the Hampshire wicket-keeper, and he moves on to 82, and it's 263 for 5. They trail now Hampshire by 165.
Lovely shot. And there's a moment on a Challenge Cup game that was being shown on the BBC in the 70s at Headingley. Leeds were playing Halifax, and the dog came on the pitch, and they couldn't get this dog off for the entire first half. He was just running around, and it was lining up in the defensive line with whichever team were defending.
Yeah.
You know, when they've got the line waiting for the opposition to run towards them.
Thompson straight, and Ben Brown's in behind that one, pushing up to extra cover.
And and Eddie was, what can you do? I'm sure we'd have all stood there and with a microphone in hand and seen the funny side of that. And so he talked about it during that first half. And the producer, the graphics or whatever, put up where they used to put the J Holmes or the J Atkinson for the try scorer. They put K9 as the up for the dog as a caption.
Brown drives. It's a little closer to Revis this time, so it's just a single. He's out at deep point, just to remind you.
And again, it was a association for rugby league fans. They're the serious fans. Was it's making a joke of the sport on grandstand on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, yeah. As I say, that it probably brings it to life for some people, and for other people it's not their cup of tea.
Grandstand must have been great for rugby league in the 70s because the crowds were down, and Leeds, by virtue of the fact they had under soil heating, were often on second half. They'd show a full second half of games because other sport was called off.
Okay. Thompson, Donald's on the back foot, pushes that out to Revis, who's up on a normal point position. Yeah. Well, I kind of get it. It looks like you already have inspired somebody to have a bet. Now, of course, I must say at this stage that even though we're commentating on the BBC Online, we are not in any way encouraging anybody to go out and have a bet. Jonathan's just giving you his knowledge of the racing game, because that's also part of his job. Not on this particular day because his job is to cricket commentate. But anyway, you know what I mean. That's pushed through mid-wicket by Donald. There'll be at least 2. In fact, they'll come back for a comfortable 3. And a ball, very nearly touches the rope. And, where are they going? Where's Ben Brown going? He's going to go back. Oh, my word, that could be very nearly run out. And I think Duke has missed the stumps. Well, there was unbelievable turmoil in the middle there. I think they thought that the ball was going for 4. I think the umpires may just check with the fielders whether the ball did touch the rope. And in the meantime, Ben Brown is going to run and then got sent back.
And the bails are still on.
Yeah, and Duke missed it. I think in all that excitement, Duke was moving around, trying to get the ball quickly into his gloves, moved forward, and then in his attempt to sort of move a couple of steps back, just missed the stumps totally. That would have been very close because Brown in the end was diving in to make sure that he had a chance of getting back behind the line. Well, that would have been a very, very disappointing dismissal had that occurred. Anyway, I think at the end of all that, they've got 3. They did. And very nearly a run out there.
Well, Drake's also nearly injured himself making a throw and fell over, didn't he?
What was going on there in the last 45 seconds or so as Brown, hopefully a little bit more calmness there, plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. Right, Nick Jenkins at Solent Sport, he says he's taken the 15-2 on Cadillac and the 22-1 shot on Platinum Card, both each way, just in case Jonathan has an off day. We'll make a note of that. Nick, let us know how you get on. I'm sure Jonathan will know how those horses have got on anyway at Royal Ascot, but Nick, let us know.
I'm sure inevitably when they finish just outside the first 4, he'll let us know. He'll send me his bank account, sort code and account number and say, there you go, sunshine, you can put a refund in.
So we have had, an hour and 5 minutes of play this morning on day 3. Hampshire have moved on from 225 for 4 to 267 for 5. They're 161 runs behind. Liam Dawson, the 1 wicket that fell before the second new ball was due. 20 minutes of play. He drove at Don Bess and was well caught by Adam Lythe. Dawson went for 61. He hadn't added to his overnight total.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get the take on what did happen there. And I mean, again, Harry Duke's body language suggested that had he whipped the bails off, Brown would have been run out. Drake's in, and that's nicely punched through mid-wicket. Matthew Waite again with a good sliding stop and keeps them to 1 run.
Yeah, I hope the batters have had a little chat there in mid-over, the change of over, because Donald set off for the 4th. Brown looked up and saw Donald go, and then actually hesitated. Then Donald stopped, and then Brown went. And you think, no! You could almost see it unfolding before it happened, and fortunately Brown had second thoughts, but right at the last moment.
Yeah, a bit of Hampshire, it's a knockout. Drake's in, and Brown pushing back to the bowler, no run. Yes. Where did they used to do it's a knockout in this area? I remember it being at Sherborne down in Dorset.
Oh, was it?
It was on there, yeah.
I remember watching it a few times. It always seemed to be northern towns.
Really?
And
Northern towns?
It always seemed to be Congleton and that. I think that's the first time I'd ever heard of a place called Congleton.
Yeah. Charnock Richard, I remember that. I'm wondering where that was. It's up in Lancashire, isn't it? Drake's in, good delivery, gone. Brown, who's lived a little bit of a charmed life this morning, has nicked one, and it's gone straight to Will Frayne at first slip, and he took it very comfortably indeed. Brown gone for 83, and Hampshire 268 for 6. Yorkshire have a second bowling bonus point, and more vitally, I suppose, for them at this stage, they're a step closer to taking a first innings lead with them.
Yeah, that's a really good delivery there. It's a really good line. And rather than sort of completely angled across Brown, it's just looking as though it's going to try and hold some sort of line. Brown had to play at that one, I guess, if he's thinking the ball may just straighten a fraction. And that's a good catch. That's gone very quickly into the slip area. As I say, there's no real shape there for Drake's, but I think just the... yeah, I suppose you could argue that maybe doesn't have to play at it, but I think actually on balance Brown probably thinks he does, and that's a really good piece of bowling.
And it also means it's a first wicket for Yorkshire for Dominic Drakes.
Gets a bit of bounce, doesn't he, really? That's the key for him. So even if the ball's not swinging for him or not doing too much, he's still got the bounce in his favour. And with the ball, second new ball, only into its 7th over, there's still plenty of possibilities for him in towards the end of this Hampshire first innings. And it's Keith Barker coming in for Hampshire. Got a round of applause. It's always nice, isn't it, when you walk into the crease and you get several in the crowd giving you a round of applause. I'm sure it makes him feel quite good.
Yeah, 83 off 158 for Ben Brown, 11 fours, 190 minutes at the crease, so he's done a good job and top scored so far for the home side. But he never, if George Hill got 113, came out and said he never felt totally in, then Ben Brown looked like he never felt totally in.
It always makes me laugh when people say that. You think, well played. God, how many would you have got if you'd have felt good?
So left-handed, of course, Keith Barker. 3 slips will remain. Don Bess has the ball in his hand at the moment. He's waiting to hand it back, but Patterson having a chat here with Drakes about what they're going to attempt at the left-handed Barker, and he's gesticulating Stephen Patterson that maybe Dominic Drakes is trying to get him to play one just over waist height, just away from his body, that sort of area.
Well, I think, Patterson's, are they asking for a helmet for short leg, or no, he wants an extra slip, and I think that's that, because Patterson knows that Drakes is getting a bit of extra bounce, and the most likely dismissal out there at the moment for the new batter is an edge behind. That's why they've reinforced the catchers behind the wicket on the offside. They've brought in a gully to match the 3 slips. I think that's a good call.
So Drakes then first up to Keith Barker, who's getting a full-length delivery and whipping it into the onside where it's fielded by Bess, and there's no run. Just looking back at last year, for example, Keith Barker was caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore of Jordan Thompson for 2 in the Hampshire first innings here. TKC slip fielder. And second innings he was caught behind by Harry Duke off Jordan Thompson, so Tomo's possibly the man. We'll see if Dominic Drakes is. Here he is again, and on the legs this time of Barker, who helps it on its way down to the long leg. Picks up a single, get off the mark, second ball. 2, 6, 9 for 6.
Both those were 2 straight, really. The second one especially, allowing Barker to get off the mark there. Certainly haven't quite got it right to Barker, those first 2 deliveries.
Got a message from Jane Wiles. He'll be listening down here to our right. Drake's bowling to Donald this time. We've dropped it out into the offside, no run. Jane and Mel at breakfast this morning, Jane said to me, Jonathan, the first hour is going to be vital, because we never say that in cricket, do we? And she just messaged to say, I told you that first hour would be vital.
It's like she's psychic.
Yeah.
Well, of course, that first hour included 11 overs of the old ball. A real bonus for Yorkshire, picking up Liam Dawson with it. Ben Brown fallen with the second new ball. 269 for 6 then. Hampshire are 159 runs behind, so they haven't officially saved the follow-on as yet.
Those of you who like your football, Vincent Kompany been appointed the Burnley manager.
Ooh. I think a lot of people thought Sean Dyche was unlucky, didn't they, up that way?
I think he was, wasn't he? I think, but both Leeds and Burnley risked losing Premier League status by changing managers when they did. Went Leeds his way, so we are going to see Jordan Thompson bowling to Keith Barker.
Yep. And as you said, the last time these two sides met here, Barker was out to this man, both times. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. That just shaped back into Barker, although most of the shape was after it had passed the batter and on its way through to Duke.
And they obviously will both remember that as well. So Tomo running in with a bit of confidence. Not that he's short on that anyway.
Looking to add to his 2 wickets at the top of the Hampshire order. Reduced Hampshire to 12 for 2 yesterday. And then didn't come back soon after that, which I was surprised. Here comes Thompson, bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I know Don Bess has done a fantastic job with his off spin, but he was preferred, wasn't he, yesterday afternoon at this end, when I thought it might be worth bringing Thompson back. You know, the ball was still fairly hard.
This is the big news of the day. Just sit down. If you're standing, sit, please, because this is the big news of the day.
Yep.
The Royal Ascot Carriage list. I know, you've been waiting for this all morning.
I didn't even know there was one. Here comes Thompson, driven by Barker up towards mid-off, and that's fielded by Drakes.
So on the first carriage, it's the Prince of Wales, the Duchess of Cornwall, and Mr. Peter Phillips. Carriage 2, any guesses?
No.
Duke of Gloucester?
Of course.
The Duchess of Gloucester, surprisingly.
Yep.
Prince Michael of Kent and Princess Michael of Kent.
Yep.
Carriage 3.
I mean, honestly, I could hardly wait to find out who it is. That's wrapped on the pad there as he's trying to flick that away. That'll be a leg by 270 for 6. Go on, hit me with it.
Yeah, well, I did hit one of these members in the, not literally hit, in the paddock at Epsom the other week. I was referring to that, I think, the other day. The Princess Royal. The Lord de Morley, M-A-U-L-E-Y.
Yeah.
Not familiar with him. Mr. William Nunnally and Mrs. William Nunnally. And in carriage 4, relegated to last in the parade. Not sure who these people are, but anyway, they're called Earl of Hoptoun, Countess of Hoptoun, Mr. Tom Hooper and the Lady Alexandra Hooper.
Okay.
And I'm sure you royalists out there will be able to tell us.
I don't know who the current one is. Anyway. That's Hope Toun, T-O-U-N. Is it? Yeah. Well, John Hope was the 7th Earl of Hoptoun, so I don't know if they're on to their 8th or 9th or whatever. Here comes Thompson bowl. Was off the back foot there, a bit of bounce, and Donald, not quite a characteristic shot off the back foot, plays that 2 extra cover, no run.
I'm sorry, my knowledge of the Hoptouns is a little bit sketchy after the 4th Earl. Malcolm Palmer has emailed BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says, hi JD, as I've mentioned before, Leeds fans used to chant fall fall as Eddie Waring climbed the cat ladder into the commentary box at Headingley. As to my favourites, I'll go for Arlott describing Colin Milburn thus: for all the world like an enraged hippopotamus as he runs around the boundary.
I love it.
Lindsay O'Regan says, I accept no criticism of Eddie Waring. He was a fabulous commentator. I only got interested in rugby league because of Eddie on grandstand every Saturday.
Oh, there you are.
Drakes to Barker, wide of off stump, and he watches it go by. He says, I can still hear him after Don Fox's famous kick in the Challenge Cup final.
He's missed it. He's missed it. Oh, he's missed it. Everybody's in tears. He's all in tears. You know, he's a poor lad.
They so like him. Honestly, that's brilliant. Jonathan.
Serena Williams says she'll play Wimbledon this year. I'm giving you all the sports news today. In between deliveries. First for sports news. Hampshire versus Yorkshire, day 3. Here's Drake's left arm over, wide of off stump and keeps low. Bounces before it gets through to Harry Duke. No run. 270 for 6. Donald on 12. Barker has faced just the 8 so far for his 2. Other methods of getting in touch. Jonathan Doygen at Solent Sport.
Yeah.
Drake's in again, full, roundabout leg stump, and we know Barker can play that shot now. He's done it a couple of times already, flicking it down to long leg. So he's going to need to think about that length. There is the bowler. David Ward up at BBC Radio York says the wicketkeeper hoodoo is continuing with regard to Ben Brown getting some runs, top scoring with his 80 odd. David's got a theory that Yorkshire have got a problem getting out the opposition wicketkeeper, and sent me a tweet last night with all the scores that the opposing keepers have got this season.
Well, he's not the easiest to get out, Ben Brown. He does average 40 in his career, which is pretty impressive.
Drakes goes short. Now then, that's possibly contacted the hand of an Aaron Donald, who was playing a pull shot. The glove took one hand off it and didn't strike it cleanly. So keepers scores against Yorkshire this season, thanks to David for this. Against Gloucestershire, 5 and 177. Against Northants, 8 and 62 not out. Against Kent, 58 and 85 not out. Only Essex really a blob, a literal blob, a duck. 37 by Lancashire's keeper, 96 by Warwickshire's, and now Hampshire's has made 83. As Drake's bowls here to Barker, who's leaving another one wide of off stump.
Great research.
Sean in Round A asks, has your well-travelled colleague ever eaten kicker?
What? Spell that for me.
As you'd expect, K-I-C-K-E-R.
I've never heard of it. Oh, right. Caribbean food, is it?
Here's Drake's. It's wide of off stump, and Barker leaves well alone.
It might be some sort of Caribbean food. I guess just the fact that I'm looking and sounding quizzical, I guess I haven't. But thank you for asking. Might look at that a bit more later on.
So 272 for 6 at the end of that over. 9 overs bowled with this second new ball.
I'm going to guess actually that the hop tunes that are in that fourth carriage at Royal Ascot, there might be a certain Andrew hop tune in that. There's a guess.
Okay. You see, you were kind of dismissive. You couldn't see him, folks, but the way he was laughing at me, sneering as I mentioned the carriage list at Royal Ascot, it just had to be seen to be believed. But now he's doing all the research as well. He's like a Dave Allen of the Hoptoon family.
Yes, that's a length ball which Donald pushes back to Thompson at the start of the 90th over of the Hampshire first innings. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary historian, will be with us from this afternoon onwards. I think he had a prior engagement this morning, which I didn't realise initially, but he will be with us. He'll know the Hoptoons.
Hampshire's honorary historian, I like that.
Oh, the H's, going back to the H's that we were talking about yesterday. Yeah. Yes, like it. I like the way you're thinking. Here comes Thompson, bowls, and Donald drives, pushes that up towards mid-off. There's no run. Donald has 13, Barker has 3. Hampshire still 156 runs behind the visitors on the first innings. I think it's the first conversation I've ever had, an in-depth conversation about Royal Ascot with you. Never really had any sort of meaningful conversation about that event in the past.
No.
No. Interesting. Thompson again. Bowls. Donald well forward. Pushes that into the covers. Finding quite accurately at Donald here.
When you're there, it is typical of so many large events. There are a lot of people who go and they're not really interested in actually, you know, the race in itself, and they want to just go drink and get dressed up, really. And you'll often see people with their back to the actual action, which only takes place for a couple of minutes or less, in most races on the flat, every 35 minutes or so.
Thompson again. Bowls and gets wrapped on the pad there, Donald, as it goes towards fine leg. Don't think he's got any bat on that whatsoever. Just wait for the signal. Leg by, 273 for 6.
And you kind of think to yourself, well, you could just get dressed up and go down your local pub, watch it on the telly. not pay the, I don't know what the entry fee is these days for going in, but it's not cheap.
I was going to say, I should imagine it's considerable. I know some people have gone, so it's a great day. You obviously know, because you've been there a few times, but...
yeah, but of course, I love the racing, so I'm going for that.
Yeah. Unlike the others you've just been describing. Playing and missing outside the off stump there, Barker. He's kept the bat inside the line, maybe, but I thought he might just have had a little go at that.
And you need, you want the crowd to, because it gives atmosphere, but then you just, when you're working there, you want a sort of Red Sea thing, the parting of the crowd, just so that you can get from where you are to the winner's enclosure to go to your interview after each race, and you've got to battle through those sort of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough life. It's a very tough life, Kev.
I know. Well, I can tell you wish you were there. I can tell.
No, I'm quite happy here today.
Good.
Fine.
Thompson bowls. There's a drive by Barker. That's a lovely shot. Real pace in that effort there from Barker. It's wide of mid-off, who actually in the end, is that Will Luxton up there, the substitute fielder, had absolutely no chance in the end. Absolutely threw the bat at that, did Barker. He moves on to 7-2, 77 for 6.
It looks like Stephen Patterson's style of running.
Oh, right, maybe I've got that wrong there.
And at the speed it went by, he would have had no chance of getting to that, the old boy. So, kicker, no idea with that one. I didn't make a note of the score, actually, did you, when the new ball was taken? Obviously, it was 80 overs. Let's just check back and see what Hampshire were after 80. As Drake's is going to make his way in from the hotel end. Left arm over the wicket. Nicely played by Donald out towards gully. There's no run.
248 for 5.
248 for 5.
I've got some more info on the Hop Tunes from Barry Southwell, who's in Glamorgan. silentcricket@gmail.com he's emailed. For your info, who lives at Hoptoon House? Hoptoon has been the ancestral home of the Hope family for over 300 years. The present Earl of Hoptoon lives in the house, and the fourth Marquis, isn't it, of Linlithgow, the head of the family, and the Lord. And
here's Drake's to Donald, punching into the offside, no run.
So you can tell I don't know too many Marquises, or Marcus. The head of the family and Lord Hoptoon's father lives on the estate. Thank you, Barry.
Sean in Roundhead advises that kicker was a Yorkshire delicacy, horse meat.
Oh gosh, when I looked it up, it had Caribbean next to it, but yeah. Oh right, okay, horse meat. Why would I have eaten that? Gosh, I just stick with the Commodore Garden chicken, me.
Here's Drake's again. Donald steps across, trigger movement, works it to the onside. Matthew Waite doing the fielding.
So it's a Yorkshire delicacy, is it? Or a Yorkshire thing, that food?
Yeah, it's not something that I've heard anybody talk about eating during my lifetime.
It's not me.
But it may have been eaten more regularly in the past. A few big horse race training centres in the north, when the horses have been retired, possibly. That's a beautiful shot, and is already passing the boundary rope. An extra cover. Donald just starting to get going, and Drake's, well, it was just a half volley wide of off stump, wasn't it, and got the treatment it deserved.
Held the pose there as well, Donald, didn't he? He felt that right out the middle of the bat. Got across to that wide delivery well, and you could tell he enjoyed that. Just held the pose there.
Drake's with the double teapot. Never used to like that moment. I don't know about you. When you'd been spanked for a 4 like that, and you're waiting for the ball to come back to you, and that moment where you feel like everybody's focusing on you because you bowled that rubbish delivery. Get it back in my hand now, please. Drake's in, and not dissimilar, but this time not quite as wide, and so it was stroked to Bess. Short cover, no run. It'd have been a lot worse for you than me, because you'd have had a crowd there focusing on you. God, James, what's over delivery with that? sort of delivery was that, pal?
That happened so many times to me. I kind of got used to it. A number of times I've bowled and I thought, what was that?
I know the feeling. There's Drake's, but just nobody was there to watch it. Yeah. It's pushed back to the bowler by Donald, and that completes over number 91 of this Hampshire first innings. They're still 147 behind with 4 first innings wickets standing. 281 for 6, Donald on 17 and Barker on 7. And there is going to be a change here, so Jordan Thompson hasn't managed to nip out Keith Barker for a third successive time at this venue, not for the moment at least, because Stephen Patterson's going to come on at the pavilion end.
I remember bowling particularly rubbish a spell at Worcestershire in a one-day game. I think it was the old Sunday League, or it was definitely a one-day game. And because I was the 5th bowler in the Hampshire side, I had to bowl. You know, it wasn't one of those where you've got a bit of insurance behind you, so if somebody doesn't bowl particularly well, that somebody else can fill in your overs. We literally picked a side where we just had the 5 bowlers, and that was it. So I had to bowl no matter what. And I just remember I could just feel it. I just felt terrible, and I was bowling, and the ball was, you know, not in the channels, and I was getting picked off horribly. And I just thought, how on earth am I going to get through all my overs here? And it was, you know, I was almost like not embarrassed at the way I was bowling, but it was pretty close. Here's Patterson round the wicket and bowls. It's outside the off stump to Barker, and there is no run. And yeah, it was, you know, I could tell the batsmen, you know, that were batting thinking, what is this? And I was thinking the same as I was bowling. It's not a very nice feeling, and you could tell the crowd. I think I bowled 2 wides in succession down the leg side, and then the crowd starts to, you know, you can hear the noises in the crowd, and it wouldn't have been the first wides I bowled in that spell. I just thought, oh my God, it's horrible. Here's Patterson bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Barker. Jordan Thompson's spell this morning with the second new ball was 5 overs. He actually hasn't bowled a maiden yet in his 14 overs to date. And he conceded 16 runs with no wicket. Patterson, the Yorkshire captain, has taken over from that pavilion end. And a different line of attack as well, with him coming round the wicket. Barker's on 7. Donald's on 17. Which has come off 48 balls for Donald. Outside the off stump again by Barker. Hasn't quite got into his normal positive rhythm as yet, but you do feel that he's just starting to pick it up a bit. Hampshire still trail by 147, so officially the follow-on has been saved, so Yorkshire do not have that option. But still a bit to do, really. That's still quite a wide deficit. Hampshire starting the day 203 runs behind. Patterson again with his right arm medium paces. Bowls. Barker gets one that bounces, just to kick the ball away from the stumps. Hampshire are 281 for 6 now in their first innings. They still trail Yorkshire by 147, but they have knocked off a bit of that deficit, which this morning stood at 203, but they have lost a couple of wickets. First to go, Liam Dawson, after 20 minutes, who didn't add to his overnight 61. He was caught at slip by Adam Lyth off the bowling of Don Bess, the off-spinner, driving away. They're good catch from Lyth. And then with the second new ball, Ben Brown has gone for 83. Caught in the slips off the left arm seamer Dominic Drakes. He made 83. 281 for 6 Hampshire. Patterson outside the off stump, quite wide, and Barker again is not playing.
No, Patterson coming on, I guess, while the ball's still relatively new, to do what he does. Go top of off stump, just try and keep things dry, get the batsman to play, maybe play a shot that's not quite on. Donald's been relatively reserved, hasn't he?
Yes.
By his standards.
Yeah, he hasn't quite got going yet, but he's a very positive player. Sometimes overdoes it, but He's a useful player to be coming in at number 7. Does alter the course of innings when he gets going. Here's Patterson again, that's straight, and Barker just nudges that into the deepish gully area, and there's no run. Dave Allen is in the room, but we will let him have a nice relax until after lunch.
He is. He's going through his sort of lunchtime workout routine as well. Pull-ups on the bars.
Oh yeah, well, he's a very fit man, Dave Allen, these days. Got an email here from Peter Allen, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, well done to all the Yorkshire supporters who have come all that way to our ground and been so complimentary about the site and facilities. I think that was just Jonathan, but maybe, oh yeah, you did say, I think you said you've spoken to 1 or 2 Yorkshire supporters in the hotel, or maybe not actually. But anyway, I'm not sure if that was a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek or email, but I think you did say, you said you
I think it's great. I said I play every away games. It's just great to be able to stay in the hotel on the ground. No need for you to go anywhere else. And you know, I suppose, and this is not a moan at all, but the days are quite long, and when you've got to travel from wherever your hotel is to the ground and do all that stuff, bring all your kit with you, set up. You know, you don't get to do normal day-to-day stuff like, you know, just the basics in life. You know, replying to an email or whatever it might be, a bit of post. So it just gives you that bit of time to do stuff before you come and do the broadcast. I love it, and apart from the fact that I just love this sort of whole big bowl, circular field. You know, really good playing surface.
It is a
great
big
facilities,
area. Nursery ground to
proper big professional international venue. I know people moan about the fact that, you know, the crowd gets lost because it's so vast. Not a lot you can do about that, but all you can do is put on the game and you know, try and get people to turn up, isn't it? Don Bess coming into the attack again for Yorkshire with the relatively new Cherry, and immediately Donald has stepped down the pitch and taken him on, something he didn't do in his previous spell with the older ball. He got a single because Drake's is set slightly deeper than an orthodox mid-on. So Donald on to 18, 282 for 6. Bess, a reminder, has 1 for 60 from 24 overs and that one delivery. So they've had a blast of what, 5 or 6 overs apiece, Messrs Drakes and Thompson. And just the 1 wicket with the new ball going to Drakes. Ben Brown, the most recent man to go, caught by Will Frayne at first slip for 83. Bess round the wicket, bowling to Barker. There's a short leg in place. Barker pushing forward, no run. I spoke to Will Frayne this morning, and I said I mentioned that the line that Jane Wiles had come up with yesterday about 31. Nick Gubbins been dropped on 31 by 31 Will Frayne. But as you might expect, Bess coming in and bowling again to Barker. Pushes out to Revis on the cover boundary for a single. Yeah, Will was relatively deadpan on that, and I said, you know, I was thinking, I should say, not I said. Actually, in terms of chances, I said, did you get your hand to that? He said, I've got my fingertip to it. Does it go down as an Adam Lyth drop because he was the first man to get his hands on the ball? Or, you know, if such things were recorded like runs and wickets are, who'd get the drop catch there? As we've got to push into the offside by Donald, and there's no run.
And?
I don't know. What do you think? You know, is it the first man who attempted to catch it? Does it count as a half drop each? Here's Bess. Now then, he's got underneath this one. Chance for a catch here. Drakes is backpedaling and he can't quite get there. And worse still, it will bounce and go over the rope for 4. Donald looking to open his shoulders straight away against Bess. We saw him use his feet to the first delivery he faced in this over. And he levered that one quite a long way up in the air. He did have a fair way to travel, Drakes, but for long enough I thought he was going to get underneath this one.
I did, yeah. That wasn't easy. There's nothing in the sky to balance the ball against. It's just pure light blue. They're always difficult.
Donald survives then, gets 4 and on to 22, and pushes forward to the last ball of the over. Don Best double teapot, and you can understand why, because you know, he probably felt he got the better of the batsman, as he has done on quite a few occasions this morning. He's got 1 wicket to show for it so far, but I think if you were his teammate out there, his captain, his coach, you'd be saying, keep working, it'll come, it'll come.
Yeah, that for me, Donald was committed to the shot. He wasn't close enough to the pitch of the ball, but he went through the shot anyway. But you know, when the balls go up in the air like that, this is not the best background, this sky. You know, when you've got some clouds, you know, you've got some sort of something to balance the ball against. You know, when you've just got total light blue sky with the ball coming down at you, it's quite difficult sometimes. And I think in the end, Drake's was almost further away from it than I think ever we would have thought, and I think certainly Donald. That was a mistake from Anarin Donald, and I know he's positive, but he's got away with it. Lovely drive from Barker, and that's an equally fantastic stop from Bess at short extra cover. So that's a life for Anarin Donald there. And you know, as I said, you know, he does change the course of innings and changes momentums of games, but there's another side to him that sometimes can be just a little, I won't say reckless, but you know, some of the chances he takes are sometimes just a little bit too risky. And that's trying to cut that away on the offside. Actually, he gets a little too close to that, and almost goes off the top of the bat, and the glove handle maybe goes out on the offside. No run.
Keith Barker's strengths with the bat?
Well, you saw the drive through the offside. You know, sometimes, you know, he'll just bring those shots into play. He's another one that you know, can be positive at times. I think he's actually very good at playing situations, Keith Barker. Here's Patterson, bowls. Well, it's kept very low. Well, it's hit the helmet. There's the crowd reaction from the crowd. That'll be 5, and that'll be 5 byes, I think. I don't think that's hit anything. Umpire's
no
showing his shoulder. He ain't got a bad shoulder. I think that's just showing 5.
Yeah, and
you'll see on the live feed the ball hitting the helmet. That was a real clonk, wasn't it?
Yeah, had it been straight, it would have been done for all money, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now you'll notice on the live feed there, if you're watching the live picture feed, that of course the helmet now has just been moved slightly to the left of the picture. Now that's because, of course, with Patterson round the wicket, it's no good having the helmet right behind the stumps, because the angle, of course, is then, there it is, moves the helmet on the live feed. So now the helmet needs to be moved slightly to the left, because the angle then is behind the stumps, but it wasn't there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little bit. The crowd loved that, didn't they? 292 for 6. I reckon they love the ball hitting the helmet as much as they love seeing a 4 or 6. Don't see that very often. Here's Patterson. Around the wicket to Barker. Pushes that length ball out on the offside, no run.
And for all the mentions of Harry Duke and the missed stumping yesterday and possibility of one this morning, you feel for the keeper on those occasions, don't you? Because the ball just
dies.
Pitched and shot. Yeah. And he's keeping to another delivery to the one that he actually received.
Which is why I was saying very early on day 3 that you know, keeping standing up to the wicket is very difficult. It's not easy at all. Any slight variations in bounce, you have absolutely no time to recover, to alter your placing of the hands as Barker drives. There's that shot through extra cover I was mentioning earlier. This is the second time he's brought that out to Stephen Patterson, and it's brought the same result. 4 runs, and Barker moves on to 12. Hampshire 296 for 6. They're closing in on another bonus point here, because we are only in the 94th over. Bonus points, of course, applicable in the first innings to both sides, up to 110 overs.
Yeah, struck it well. Don Best made a really good attempt, actually, to get his hand fully on that. I think he got something on it, because it didn't quite travel to the boundary as quickly, commensurate with the sort of firmness of Barker's stroke.
Well, 287 for 6. Patterson bowls. Barker quietly pushes that up to mid-on. Dave Allen would have loved the ball hitting the helmet there. It wouldn't have happened in the 60s, Dave, because of course there was no helmet, so that's something that he would never have seen. It's only a relatively modern thing for Dave. Yeah, it would. In my early days, you wouldn't have seen it. But 296 for... Oh, the scoreboard's changed again. 296 for 6. I think it suddenly shows 280 odd there for a minute. So the deficit between these two sides now is 132.
Yep, and pushing things on this pair then. Barker on 12, Donald 22, and that 5-run penalty as well, obviously. Just nudges things up a bit. 94 overs gone. And last wicket taken at 268, so what, 28 runs added. Well, I say pushing things on, added since 12:08, so they've not been racing along. And Bess into bowl here to Donald, the right-handed Donald, who pushes firmly back up the pitch. There's no run. England need 275 more to win, and have already lost once again. Zach Crawley. He's been caught Southie Bolt without scoring. 4th ball. 24 for 1 then. And Donald pushing up to Drake's at deep mid on for a single. Shall I have a quick look around the grounds while we've got an opportunity? Okay, so at Taunton, Somerset 180, Surrey 382 they made, and Somerset 85 for 2 second time around, still 117 behind, and with just 8 second innings wickets standing. Ant Gibson's face might be a little downbeat as a result of that, and Dom Bess has just been... It wasn't a sweep, was it? It wasn't a pull either, it was something in between, but either way it was hit square, backward of square just by Keith Barker, and he's picked up 4 runs, and the Hampshire 300 is up, so a 3rd batting point for the home side halfway through the 95th.
Yep, 6-5 in Yorkshire's favour, bonus points.
So Surrey struggling at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are in front, but very little between the sides at the end of the first innings there. Warwickshire led by 6 runs. Bess round the wicket, and it looked crowd catch by Adam Lyth. Came off something of Barker's. Went past Harry Duke, and Lyth had it in his hand, but
it's turned out the rough.
No appeal.
Outside the off stump, that's turned.
2 to come in the over, and then we'll complete that roundup. Bess then comes in again, and a sweep this time by Barker that's missed. Duke whips off the bails. There's going to be a little pause for a moment, so let's tell you that so Warwickshire led by 6 runs on first innings, 292 as opposed to Lancashire's 286. They're now 63 for 2 themselves, the home side in the second innings, so 69 in front with 8 wickets remaining. Looking like there may be a result either way there. At Canterbury, Gloucestershire made 438. It's not looking like a result here, is it? Kent 330 for 3, 108 runs behind, and a reverse sweep now by Barker. So he's just starting to ask a few questions of Dom Bess for the first time today, really, for any of the Hampshire batsmen, giving Bess something to think about. 1 for 74 at the end of the over off 26 for him. Barker's on to 20 now. 23 for Donald, 305 for 6. And then in the second division, I'll be up at Chester Street on Friday night. Durham made 642 for 7. They'll definitely be pressing on, but they're going to have to ask Worcestershire to follow on, you'd think, if they're going to win the game with the time that's left. Worcestershire 215 for 5, trailing by 427. Long way to go for them to try and avoid the follow-on. At Chesterfield, Middlesex 251, Derbyshire 229 in reply, and Middlesex 181 for 6 second time, 203 in front. That's an interesting game with 4 second innings wickets standing. At Cardiff, Sussex made 376. Glamorgan look like they're going to have a first innings lead, 346 for 4, 30 runs behind.
Patterson to Donald, who's forward and plays that back to the bowler.
At Grace Road, Leicestershire made 440, Nottinghamshire 500 for 8. 60 in front, 2 first innings wickets remaining, and you'd have thought, the way that looks like it's playing, draw written all over it.
The closer Hampshire get to Yorkshire's first innings total here, that may also be the case here, but still plenty of time left. 305 for 6, 123 behind. Patterson over the wicket to Anara and Donald. Donald gets a length ball, and that's gone out towards extra cover, no run. Yep, so I tell you what, going back to that Canterbury game you just mentioned there, I said at the time when Hampshire won there that any side that gets 20 wickets there, you'll have bowled amazingly well, as that wicket is flat with a capital F. That is flat. Not easy to get 20 wickets there. Here's Patterson, bit of extra bounce there as Donald just pulls the bottom hand off the bat as he plays it out on the offside.
Yorkshire don't go down there in the championship, I don't think.
No, you're not missing anything there. That's a hard 4 days for the bowlers. That
Won the last twice.
Yeah,
that we've been down there. Yeah.
It's a bit flatter this year. Here it comes, and it has been flat in the past there as well. Donald drives, but only as far as extra cover. No run.
Questioning myself now. I'm looking at the fixtures, but I know that we go down there in the RL50. There's a game at Chelmsford, and then they've kindly strung a game at Canterbury along the back of that a couple of days later.
Very nice. Benefits at the southeast for a few days.
Yeah. Going to Taunton in July. Three matches in July, aren't there? 2 of them at Scarborough.
Patterson, straight delivery to Donald, who plays it back to the bowler. Ah, the 50 over competition, eh? Oh.
In fact, could have done with this match being the reverse of the Scarborough, and could have been done with Scarborough this week. For me personally, because Glorious Goodwood is that week, so I could have just nipped across there from here. But I'm going to have to go from I'm following you back down the road that day.
Oh, are you?
Scarbados back to Sussex.
Tell me the weather's anything like this up there. So that's an edge. No, was that a drop? A second slip. May very well have done. He just pushed out of that a little bit, Anarin Donald. And the way Adam Lyth is sprawled there would suggest that has carried. Oh, it has, but I tell you what, that was a great effort, because that was a long way to his right. He did get his right hand to it, and I think it's one of those where if it sticks in your hand, you're a lucky man. But he did well. He did well to even get there. It's 3:05 for 6. Donald has 23, Barker has 20. And these two now have put on 37.
Yeah, it's one of those again, isn't it? Does it go down as a chance?
That's a tough
Made
one.
it into a chance.
Threw himself to his right, Adam Lyth. I think that's runs saved rather than. I think you put it down as a half chance, but it would have been a superb catch had it stuck.
So Bess is bowling then to Barker. Left-handed Keith Barker, who plonks his pad down the track and watches one go by wide of off stump. Ricochets back off Harry Duke's pads.
Interesting leave there. I just wondered if Barker thought that may just have, or would have turned out the rough, but that didn't. That went on with the arm. Closest one to be leaving.
Yeah, we definitely don't go to Canterbury in the Championship. Last 2 away games in September at Old Trafford and at the Oval. Oh, now then, Barker has flicked one around the corner. Was that a chance to short leg? I think it's Will Frayne under the helmet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Too quick though. No chance to react. Hit him on the shin, didn't it?
Yeah. So they're creating opportunities. Barker now has come down the wicket here. He's hit this one high in the air. It's over the top of everybody. 1 bounce, and will be 4 runs. Dominic Bess is bowling well, isn't he? Barker asked us some questions of him in the last over. He's still a threat here, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, Barker's fetching that from outside off stump. Again, he's not quite as close to the pitch of the ball as he would have liked, but he's gone through with a shot anyway. Conviction in the shot, which got him out of jail.
It's sort of got a feel of we want to try and get him out of the attack because he is a threat. Let's try and take a chance or two and get him off and out of the attack and concentrate on the seamers. Here he is bowling round the wicket, floats this one up, and Barker, you could see, you could fair see they were tempted, drawing the backlift a little bit further back to try and go at that one, and then it was a little bit fuller of length, almost Yorker length.
Yeah, I think he's trying to open the face of the bat there and hit it into the gap just in front of the point, but it was too full in the end.
309 for 6 as best bowls again. This one wide of off stump. Doesn't tempt Barker to have a little lash.
Turned out of the rough, that one. Good leave. We got just over 5 minutes until lunch. This has gone quite quickly this morning. I've enjoyed this morning.
Lunch, that sounds good. Here's Bess. And another one turns sharply out of the rough, but too wide of off stump to interest the batsman. So end of another over. 97 now gone. 4 runs off it. And a chance taken by Barker that came off. He's moved ahead of Donald on the scoreboard. 24 plays 23 and 309 for 6.
Well, I hope Anarian Donald doesn't take that personally, because he's normally the one that likes to be the more free scoring. But well done to Keith Barker. These two have put on 41 so far, unbroken for the 7th wicket. The top partnership 118 between Dawson and Ben Brown. It was 114 overnight, so they only added 4 this morning before Dawson departed. And the other partnership of note, 82 between Nick Gubbins and James Vince yesterday afternoon. 119 runs is the deficit now between these two sides, and it was 203 at the start of the day. Here's Patterson, right arm, medium pace over the wicket to Donald. Don't think he's going to get too much to hit here, Anarian Donald, as he plays that quietly out on the onside. 23 off 61 deliveries for Anarian Donald, which isn't a usual strike rate you see from him. But apart from that one iffy shot where he hoisted Dom Bess on the onside, and Dominic Drake's perhaps made a little bit of a mess of it, although it was a difficult chance anyway at deep mid-on. It's probably the one blemish from Anarian Donald in his innings so far. Otherwise, it's been quite watchful for him, as again he just quietly plays that out to point, and there's no run. So 4 minutes until lunch. We may get another over in here, actually, Jonathan, at the end of this Patterson over. There's 4 balls left of it.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah, I think so. Just going back to that ball that really did bounce out of the rough, the last ball to Barker. That's, you know, there's a you were right-handed, weren't you, when you bat? You're not left-handed, are you? No.
Bowl, yes, bat right.
Oh really? Oh, okay. Patterson bowls. Oh, I think he's playing at that one outside the off stump there, Donald. He did draw the bat away, but I think that was too late. If you're watching the live picture feed, yeah, that's just shaped away from Donald. Good delivery there from Patterson. That's the one thing about a left-hander, is that as you go through 4-day games, and even 3-day games, of course, when they were around, that the rough is always more extravagant on or just outside the off stump for the left-hander than it is for the right-hander. And as much at times as it probably is an advantage to be left-hander, because a lot of bowlers prefer bowling at right-handers. So Donald is beaten outside the off stump. That's a good couple of deliveries here from Patterson. The one downside is that you get more problems for the spinners as the game goes through, because you've got more rough to deal with.
I used to prefer bowling at left-handers.
Did you?
Because it was coming back into the right-hander, yeah, and it was leaving the left-hander.
Yeah.
But it didn't get that many to bowl up.
No. There's a few. There's one county side that has a few, isn't there? I'm just trying to think back to. Seemed to be one after the other coming in. Was it Lancashire? I can't remember. That's pushed up to mid-on quietly by Donald. Anyway, one of the counties does seem to have a lot of left-handers in their top 6.
Can't remember. And left-arm bowlers, sort of growing up watching the game, we talked about a few of those old players from the West Indies side earlier. The one sort of left armer that sticks out in other county terms was John Lever at Essex back in the day.
And he swung it both ways. He really was deadly. Donald gets another length ball, which he plays back to the bowler. That's the end of Patterson's over. The scoreboard is showing 12:58, so we will get another over. That's a maiden for Stephen Patterson. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 41.
Yeah, he's kind of brought that economy rate down to just over 2.5 and over, which is much more Pato-like than the early part of the innings when he went for a few yesterday. Yorkshire they were talking about the ball. In fact, I mentioned that to Adam Lyth as well last night. What was all, so the bowling got a bit loose after 12 for 2 for a while when James Vince and Nick Gubbins were together. And he said, well, yeah, you changed the ball after 9 overs. You can't have a new one. You can't go back to a new ball, so you've got to take an older one if that's all that's available. As Bess is in, and that's pushed forward by Barker. And there's no run. And so I think they took an older ball.
Oh, right.
So they're already disadvantaging themselves, if you like.
Oh, interesting.
With one that was slightly older.
Okay.
Because of what had happened with the one that was only 9 overs old. Bess in, and that's turned into the leg side by Barker. Frayne walking out to do the fielding. Will Frayne, if you've only just joined us, received a hit in his general direction from Barker in the previous over by Bess, which wrapped him on the shin pads. No reaction time. But he middled it. Latest delivery wide of off stump, and Barker not interested. So, what do we make of the morning? Well, I suppose we better not sum it up until three balls have been bowled. Hampshire might be 3 more wickets down by then. No, they won't, because we'll go off for lunch anyway, won't we? 1 more wicket down. Barker pushes back to Bess. No run. Already took an early lunch yesterday by a few minutes, with the wicket falling when it did. Yorkshire's final wicket. Seems a while ago now, that. Wrap up for 428. Bess in again, and Barker solidly forward, and that gives us 1 ball left in the morning session on day 3. Jacket Spud, cheese and beans, what's yours?
I've gone back for the paella.
Paella again.
I would have got Dave's order in, but he didn't respond to my message.
Here's Bess, wide of off stump. Barker walks across and covers it. So that is lunch on day 3. Dominic Bess finishing the session with 1 for 78 from 28 overs, and the Hampshire score has been whipped off the board. And my short-term memory is
309
so
for
terrible
6.
that I can't remember what it is. 309 for 6. There we go. We'll take a breather then, Kev.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, 2 wickets have fallen. Liam Dawson for 61, Ben Brown for 83, Dom Bess and Dominic Drakes, the wicket takers. Will be back with you in about, or just under 40 minutes' time. And welcome back to the sunny Ageas Bowl for the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. The state of play as the two umpires, Richard Kettleberry and Michael Burns, are out in the middle, and the not-out batters and the Yorkshire team make their way out, is that Hampshire in their first innings are 309 for 6. They are still 119 runs behind Yorkshire on the first innings. We've had 19 overs of the second new ball. The not-out batters are Aneurin Donald on 23, Keith Barker on 24. We had 2 wickets fall this morning. Liam Dawson, who didn't add to his overnight total of 61, after 20 minutes drove at the off-spin of Don Besson, was well caught by Adam Lyth. And then when the second new ball was taken at 2:48 for 5, the one wicket that other wicket that fell before lunch, Ben Brown, who started the morning on 61 not out, he was caught in the slips by Will Frame off the left-arm seam bowler Dominic Drakes for 83. So that's the situation we're in. Your commentary team this afternoon, Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen will be on with you in about half an hour, just under, but taking you through this next period of play is myself, Kevin James, and he's an even better friend now than he was at 11 o'clock this morning from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, Jonathan Doidge.
Honorary archivist, you see, if that was Yorkshire, it'd have been honorary archivist.
Here's Revis. This is Revis, isn't it? Yes, it is. It's a new bowler. First time he's had a bowl this morning. 309 for 6 as that's played out on the offside by Aneurin Donald. Yes, I'm totally lost with all these H's and not H's and 2 H's and whatever we were talking about yesterday. But quite interesting. There's more H's left off up in Yorkshire than there is down here. Is that right? There's Revis bowls, and there's a nice drive from Aneurin Donald. He's found the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and that will be 4. Slightly overpitched from Revis, and Donald moves on to 27, 313 for 6. Hampshire behind now by 115.
There will be somebody who studies the use of language, won't they? Who'll probably have an H count in some university undergraduate study, something like that, PhD thesis.
Whoa. Yes. But anyway, it was quite interesting, wasn't it? All the messages we got with times when you use them and times when you don't.
No, PhD, not PhD.
Ah, I missed that one. Donald works that to mid-wicket, no run. You're ahead of me, Jonathan. You say these things and I don't click.
What can I say?
Shows you're more intelligent than I am.
Well, Dave's just produced an article actually at lunchtime with regard to intelligence, or the so-called recognition of intelligence and accent. And
as Donald turns that away to mid-wicket, that's half stop. They'll come through for a single. That is Jordan Thompson there, who actually did well, to be fair to him. 314 for 6.
Shall I go for it?
Go for it.
It's David Allen's fault, this.
A lot of it is.
Accentism, in inverted commas, casts a dim light on the north.
Dave, and this is even before you've come on mic. I take it there is a bit more.
There's quite a lot more.
Here comes Revis from that pavilion end of Bowles, and Barker steers that back with a point. That'll be 4 runs. Past the diving fielder, a little bit of width. Runs coming straight away after lunch. Barker moves on to 28, 318 for 6 now.
So this is from which publication, David?
50 partnership, by the way. 80 balls. Dave?
From which publication is this?
The Times.
The Times.
So it must be true.
It must be true. It's by Kieran Gare in the Times, who says people with strong Northern English accents are viewed as less intelligent in quote unquote, and also quote unquote, less educated than their southern counterparts, a study has found.
All these studies. Barker cuts again, and it's the same result. The ball's gone exactly to the same place. Lewis didn't learn from the ball before, and that is 13 runs off the first over after lunch. 322 for 6. Hampshire behind by 106.
A team of researchers at Northumbria University, or Northumbria University, said that accentism causes profound social, economic and educational harm for those with denigrated accents in the UK.
Okay.
There is a push to make accents a protected characteristic under the Equality Act after a government commission found that some civil servants feel compelled to disguise their accents at work. Unbelievable. The shame of having to do that. Feeling you need to. Dr. Robert Mackenzie, a social linguist who led the project, said accentism is alive and well in Britain, with most people often unaware of their deeply embedded implicit biases.
Accentism. Are they making up these words, some of them?
There is more. But Bess is about to bowl from this hotel end. And on the back foot, Donald has worked it off his legs. He might pick up 4. No, good chase by Revis. Pulls it in for the concession of 2. So to further develop on it, Dr. Robert Mackenzie said, we played Northern and Southern speech samples to the study participants and asked them to associate positive traits such as whether they sounded educated with those voices. Bess bowling to Donald again, who tries similarly to work it off the hip, but it's the thigh pad. He said people were much more prejudiced when it came to accents from the north of England, for example, believing they sounded less intelligent, less ambitious, less educated, just from the way they speak.
Wow.
Bess into Donald, beaten the batsman. There's an appeal for LBW. It's gone away down through third man. Waite will field. It is given as a leg by, but they get through for one of those. The project, named Speaking of Prejudice, was done over 4 years and involved surveys of more than 300 people. Massive sample out of the population of
60
what we
million.
have.
Wow.
325 for 6. Best just moving the field, or a fielder in the form of George Hill, who was on the wicket ends at a straight mid wicket and has now been sent out to sweep. Squarer than that. Best comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Barker. It's wide of off stump and he watches it go by, and there's an appeal for something.
They just to flick the pad on the way through. Bess has spent a long time in this over on his knees. Actually, it did. It flicked the pad, but he's well outside the off stump, even though he's not playing a shot. Of course, if you're outside off stump, not playing a shot, you do run the risk, but that's a long way outside off stump. And of course, he's trying to turn it away from off stump.
Yeah, would have struggled to hit a 4th, or 5th, maybe. Reverse sweep this time by Barker, but doesn't get it away where he wants. Dot ball. We have 1 left, and I'll tell you more about this accentism. Hey up. I'll tell you more about it after next ball from hotel end. Here he comes again, and Barker, oh, yeah, playing more attacking than where the ball eventually ended up. End of the over then to 325 even for 6. So it's back to this Dr. Robert Mackenzie, the social linguist, who says before being interviewed, Mackenzie said most participants believed they wouldn't judge a person's intelligence or level of education based on their accent. Afterwards, however, most were surprised to find out that they still held these implicit biases about certain accents, Mackenzie said. Implicit bias, also called unconscious bias, refers to attitudes and beliefs that occur outside a person's consciousness, awareness and control. So
I did an unconscious bias course for the BBC during the winter.
Really?
Here comes Revis, length ball to Donald, and he's pushing that back up the pitch. No run. Yeah, did an online course.
And?
I passed.
Unconsciously?
I tell you what, I think the whole idea of the course is just to open your mind and open your eyes to what's around you and how people may or may not behave. I think that's the whole idea, as that's a fuller delivery and that's worked up to mid-on Drake's Fields.
You'd be surprised, really, if any of us hadn't had some unconscious bias
Couldn't agree more.
within in our lives.
And I don't think people mean it some of the time.
No, unconscious.
But rest assured, listeners and watchers, that myself and Dave Allen, doesn't matter what accent it is from anywhere up north, we have absolutely.
You think
we
we're all
treat everybody the same. Now, Jonathan, I can't believe you said that. That's turned away to square leg, and there is no run. No, we and Dave treat everybody the same. Anybody north of Watford, don't we, Dave?
What, terribly, in all cases.
We're never screaming at the television to ask for subtitles for any accent. North. Here comes Revis. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, and that's out straight away. The finger is up, and he just got caught on the crease there, Aneurin Donald. Quite sure if he picked the ball up or what he was trying to do there, and he just got turned around a fraction, and that is out. Donald has gone for 30, first wicket since lunch. 3:25 now for 7 Hampshire.
Yeah, good stuff from Matthew Revis. He's had a knack of coming on and picking up an odd wicket, or maybe more, increasingly being used. He's gone for, what, 4 and over here, so when he gets it wrong, he's just that sort of pace that, especially as they're bowling with an attacking field here, he's going to go for a few. Just get frustrated with himself, but it's still very early on in his first-class career, and in his bowling career per se, so you know, he's working hard to try and get it right, and when he gets a delivery right like that, then clearly you can see that he's got something there.
Yeah, just his 14th first-class wicket, playing in his 7th game. Still early days in his career. Just watching that back on the live picture feed. Of course, you can pick us up several ways. Our commentary, either BBC Online or the pictures going back to the Hampshire Cricket website. I don't know if Aneurin Donald there. I mean, in balls previously, he's been getting well forward. But there, as you can see on the replay, he's stuck on the crease there a little bit. I've no doubt the ball just straightened on him a fraction, but just the way he played it would suggest that, I don't know, maybe he thought the ball was going leg side-ish initially, and so he was looking to just wait for it and tuck it away and then readjust it. But in all the deliveries previously, not just of Revis, he's been getting well forward and pushing it into the covers, so he certainly played that one slightly differently. The new batter is James Fuller for Hampshire, coming in at number 9. And that partnership between Barker and Aneurin Donald realised 57. So Fuller it is.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with that, I think, haven't you? As the batting side, 7th wicket, 50-odd partnership.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Hampshire have found themselves sort of batting quite deep, haven't they? I mean, Fuller coming in at number 9, he's a better player than that. And he's already played 1 or 2 useful knocks down the order for Hampshire this season. Average is 30. Does James Fuller, 216 runs. That's a half century already this season. Change of field for James Fuller. He batted 11 in 1 game against Lancashire when we had 2 night watchmen who both got out pretty quick. That's a short delivery. That's well bowled by Revis. As slightly surprised Fuller, who took the bottom hand off his bat, playing that up towards mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. So that will leave Kyle Abbott and Brad Wheel, the next 2 batters and the last 2 batters for Hampshire. They're still 103 runs behind. Certainly need to knock off a few more yet to feel a little safer. It's still a decent deficit for Yorkshire, as that's pushed up to mid-on by Fuller, and there is no run. Good over from the youngster. Revis has 1 for 40 now from his 10 overs.
Yep. As I was saying, just working hard to get it right. He's got he bowls a heavy ball, as the lads will tell you who face him in the nets. He's still a work in progress, very much so. He's got to be at this early stage of his career, but he's picked up some very useful wickets so far. And of course, as we saw, well, he only got the 10, didn't he, down here with the bat, but He'll get a lot more than that, I think, if he bats regularly in county cricket. 3:25 for 7. Barker on strike and Bess with the ball back in his hand at this hotel end.
Bess is unlucky to have bowled 29 overs and only got 1 wicket.
Yeah, he's bowled better than that, hasn't he? Round the wicket here, Barker pushing forward. No run, there's a slip in place, short leg. 45 backward of square. On the leg side is Matthew Waite. George Hill sweeping in front of square on the leg side. Patterson stretching is at mid-on. Drake's at slightly deeper at mid-off. Brook at short extra cover. Jordan Thompson, I think it is, backward of point slightly. As Bess's latest delivery is patted back. Revis has walked off in the floppy onto the cover boundary. Glorious day at the Ageas Bowl. Bess in again, and Barker just covers that, lets it go through. What's Bess got up his sleeve now? Just spinning the ball from right hand into his left palm a few times as he turns. Comes in again with that familiar skip. His arm right over the top with this delivery, and it's worked up to Patterson at mid-on by Barker for a single. Pleasant scene, Kev. Got the grandeur of the stands facing us at the pavilion end, and either side the Shane Warne stand, the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, loads of greenery around.
Bright light out there as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Bess in and pushed into the onside this time by Fuller, who's going to take on Drakes for the single and win that one comfortably. And yesterday when there was the passing vapour trail and I asked which direction we were facing in, he said south. So how far is the coast from the ground here?
If I'm honest, I don't know. I would say a couple of miles max.
Okay. Bess to Barker, who turned that round the corner, and it was in the air for a moment. Will Frayne moving to his left to try and grab it. Just looking at the replay. Yeah, it was dying on him and well wide of his left hand. So a single to finish off that Bess over. Is now bowled 30 of them, 1 for 83, and it's 328 for 7.
Somebody might know better than me, actually. I say 2 miles max. It might be. It's probably less than that, to be honest. That's Silent Sport, if you know. SilentCricket@gmail.com. It'll probably be a southern thing, that one, unless somebody at the Yorkshire has paced it out or been down here on holiday and actually walked it from the Ageas in a dead straight line to the coast. 328 for 7. I don't think many people have. I'm not sure you can actually walk it in a dead straight line, to be honest. Revis is going round the wicket to the left-hander Keith Barker. Make sure those helmets are just slightly to the right of the stumps. We had the ball hit the helmet earlier when Patterson was round the wicket. It's pushed out square by Barker, and there is no run. If you're watching on the live picture feed, those helmets look pretty straight actually, but the keeper's standing back, so it doesn't really matter so much. At the time when Patterson was bowling, Harry Duke was standing up. 5 penalty runs were signalled by the umpire. 328 for 7 then. Exactly 100 runs difference between the two sides now. Here's Revis again. Barker works there on the leg side, can't find the gap. There's no run. Thompson coming in from mid-wicket. When's your first race? Because you've given out some tips, and I know Nick Jenkins on the tweets has accepted 1 or 2 of your tips.
The first race was the nailed-on cert, wasn't it? By Eid at 2:30.
Right.
Trained by Yorkshireman William Haggis.
Oh, that's why you've gone for Yorkshireman William who?
Haggis.
All right. Half an hour to wait for that one. First of Jonathan's tips. Oh, he's driving into his feet. Hit him on the boots there, Barker. The ball just trickles out square on the leg side. Jonathan, a well-known racing commentator, writes previews, has done for Royal Ascot. That's his first tip this afternoon, which we were talking about before lunch.
William Haggis, Skipton born.
That's not the real reason you've gone for him, is it? Just because he happens to be Yorkshire born. That's driven out into the covers, no run.
No, very good trainer of racehorses. trains in Newmarket.
Okay.
Son-in-law of the late Lester Piggott.
Okay. He died fairly recently, just
a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
I thought so. 328 for 7. Barker on strike. He's on 34. Here's Revis again. There's a driven by Barker through extra cover. That's the third shot through extra cover that Barker's hit in this innings so far, all off the front foot, and they've all been pretty good. 332 for 7.
There is a cricket link with William Haggis because he was quite a good player apparently. He went to Harrow School and did play at Lords for Harrow against Eton in the late 70s. 3 successive years, captained the side in the 1979 match.
Revis again then. Barker gets wrapped on the pad, trying to flick that away on the leg side. Big shout from Revis, mainly Duke joining in. Certainly looks as though he just came across his stumps there a little bit as he tried to flick that away. That's not too far away, actually. It's certainly worth a shout. The angle, of course, will be taken into account by the umpire, but that is certainly worth a shout. 333 for 7. Now, we've had 104 overs. We've still got 6 more overs in which bonus points can be gained. Yorkshire will need 2 more wickets in that time. Hampshire need 17 more runs, and I would think that Hampshire will go for that, certainly.
Which might mean Yorkshire
Yes.
get a couple of wickets, possibly. So Bess bowling here to Keith Barker. And he's bowled him! He tried the reverse sweep and he's lost his off stump. Knocked out of the ground by a Yorker length delivery by the looks of things from Don Bess. He's lost his off stump at the reverse sweep, his leg stump as it was originally, the left-hander. And yeah, it was right up there and a miss. So Yorkshire within 1 wicket, no. Yeah, 1 wicket of another bonus point with the ball. And Hampshire still need those 17 runs to get their next batting point. And Keith Barker, there's always that moment of embarrassment when you bowl playing a reverse sweep, is there not? Well, I've never been bowled playing a reverse sweep because I couldn't play it.
Well, yeah, I suppose, you know, you get to lower middle order. You know, it's a bit different if a number 2's playing it or a number 3 maybe. But even so, he played it a couple of times, hadn't he? With varying success. And you're right, that was a little bit too full to get the bat to sort of come down at a horizontal angle along the line of just above the line of the pitch and hit it out on the onside. Very difficult to get the bat on the ball there with it coming across the line.
He almost, yeah, it just sort of looked like he'd yorked himself, didn't it?
Yeah. So well bowled Don Bess, 2 for 83 from 30 and a bit overs, and Hampshire still 17 runs away from another bonus point. That brings Kyle Abbott to the crease. Now, Kyle, to be fair to him, has not been in any sort of form at all for Hampshire. He can play a bit, we know that, we've seen that over the years, but I'm afraid this season the batting hasn't yielded too much. There's been 5 ducks so far for Abbott this season.
That surprises me. I'm just going to say before Barker was out that the sort of annoyance factor for the fielding side, you know, batsman's come in lower middle and he's got 38 on the board. It might just started to, you know, get to the fielding side a little bit with 1 or 2 shots that had gone just beyond the reach of fielders and stuff like that. But anyway, he has gone. So 5 left in the Bess over, and how about right-handed on strike, and they've also done the important job, if you like, of getting rid of the lefty so they can concentrate on 2 righties. And Abbott pushing forward into the onside first up, so they've gone with a slip and still a short leg. 45 behind square on the leg side. Point, cover. Patterson still flexing his shoulders at mid-off. Drake's a bit deeper at mid-on. Harry Brook at straightish mid-wicket. And this one has been lofted in the air by Abbott. It's, yeah, it's probably a good 10 yards or so away from being a catch by George Hill, but a false stroke early on. He's got back for 2.
Gosh, got away with that, didn't he?
He did.
Nowhere near the pitch of the ball.
Certainly did.
It didn't even come anywhere near out the middle of the bat, just looped over the infield. I think Abbott's decided he's going to hit his way out of, or hit his way into form by the looks of that shot.
Bess in again, and he's done the same again. He's trying to hit his way into form with this shot, and that's a better attempt, a good attempt at doing so as well, because that's a lofted drive just to the offside of straight for 4 runs. Got underneath it, and once he'd cleared Don Bess, he always had the power to make the boundary. So off to a flyer with 6 runs, Abbott. 2 left in the over, so interesting over. Uprooted a stump, Don Bess, then dot, 2-4. Bit of everything. Floats another one up. Now this has been whipped into the leg side, and it's going to be 6. Abbott having an immediate go at Bess, and with that he's moved on to a dozen, and Hampshire 345 for 8 are just about there for that batting point. Kev's bracing himself here, I think, for a wicket any moment.
I don't think I've seen Abbott play like this, even when he's been in the best form ever in his life. I mean, each shot got better over the 3 balls.
Timed that one well, didn't he? 12 off 4. Drakes has been dropped back to just inside the boundary edge. And this time, the second false stroke of the over by Abbott, because that first second delivery he faced wasn't the best, was it? 12 to him at the end of the over. Fuller on 1. As I say, they need 5 more runs to make another batting point, Hampshire. Yorkshire need 1 more wicket at 3-4-5 for 8.
I think sometimes when you have so many ducks, as Abbott has so far at this point in the season, that you know, you feel like, okay, I'm going to try and sort of work my way around it and just play properly, and then you get out and you think, well, why have I mucked about here? And I think he's just decided today, he said, you know what, I'm not mucking about here. I'm just going to have a little go. And as I say, each shot, mind you, it started from a very low base point from the first one. They got better than that last one. The 6 over mid-on was beautifully struck. 3:45 for 8. Jonathan Doidge is having a break, and Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is alongside us, and he enjoyed those 3 balls as much as I did.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Well, he's only made double figures once all season. That was 13, and he's 12 not out already.
But it's Fuller on strike, facing Patterson. Fuller drives strongly up to mid-off, fielded by Revis, and there is no run. Yeah, there's sometimes just a period of play or part of an over that you enjoy, and that was certainly, from a Hampshire point of view, one. But I'm not sure Dominic Best quite deserved that, but even so, 2 for 95 off 31 for Best, who's done a really good job bowling predominantly. I think he's bowled all his overs from this commentary and the hotel end. Here's Patterson. Bowls, Fuller drives, and that's going through the covers, and that will be 4. 349 for 8, and if we were worried whether Hampshire would get to 350 before 110 overs up, they're going to do it with quite a few balls to spare, quite a few overs to spare, the way things are going.
Be interesting to see how they play it after that, because they might, you know, given how close things are at the top of the table, they might want to deny Yorkshire the chance of another bowling point. You know, just well, they've got about 4 overs to go, something.
Yeah, but it's still 79 runs deficit in the game, which, you know, is still a lot, isn't it? Fuller's forward pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run, considering there's still quite a lot of time left in the game.
No, I was thinking, you know, once they get 110 overs, they can push on again if they can manage it. But just I'm not sure. I think we're 2 points behind Surrey. I can't remember how far Yorkshire are behind, but if Yorkshire were to win this, then they would certainly overtake us and go into second place, assuming Surrey are going to win, which looks likely.
I think this is a game that neither side want to lose. They'd be happy with a draw as Fuller plays that into the ground. Ball goes quietly up towards mid-on. The live table at the moment has Surrey leading on 111, Hampshire on 104, then come Yorkshire on 94, so they're 10 behind.
Right.
Lancashire 2 behind Yorkshire on 92.
Right. That Lancashire game, which looks very interesting, that could be a draw, couldn't it? But just because it's very tight. But again, if Lancashire were to win, you'd think there's probably 3 or 4 teams splitting away at the top.
That's right. As we get to the halfway stage after this game, there's a nice push drive there from Fuller, but only as far as Revis at mid-off. That situation in the Warwickshire-Lancashire game Warwickshire batting for a second time, 95 for 5.
Ah, okay.
So Lancashire, in Warwickshire lead Lancashire by 101.
Yeah.
So
there was nothing on the first innings.
No. So wow, Warwickshire not doing sides near the top of the table many favours are above Lancashire. Always playing a missing outside the off stump there. Fuller trying to work that away square from the off the back foot, misses it. Patterson completes his 17th over, 1 for 45. Hampshire 349 for 8. We are in the, or about to start, the 107th over, so well within the 110 overs. They only do one more run for a point, and the deficit between these two now is down to 79.
You were saying how well Bess has bowled, and I was listening to a test match commentary the other day when they were talking about spin bowling in England generally, and Alistair Cook said he'd faced Bess recently and was very impressed and thought he'd an improved bowler.
Yeah, he certainly looks it on this showing, doesn't he? That's flighted, and well forward is Abbott. Back to the bowler. Now Drakes is right back on the deep mid on boundary, and there is a deep mid wicket as well in Revis. Mid off is in a normal position. That's Patterson. So Abbott's going to have to get hold of it if he goes aerial on the leg side, otherwise more than likely he's going to hold out. He just pushes that towards mid wicket and there's no run. But he's done a good job so far, Abbott.
Yeah, it's not made any sense to me really that Abbott has struggled as much as he has this season, because there are a couple of years when he's made over 400 runs in a championship season. He's scored something like 30 this year at an average of about 4. Desperate season he's had.
Just pushes that again to mid wicket and there's no run.
You know, I almost wondered if Wheel would come in ahead of him, but I suppose one of the things from Hampshire's point of view in this game, without Mo Abbas, is that there are actually 11 people who can score runs.
Yeah, and, actually can hold a bat.
Yeah.
Whereas without being unkind to Mo.
Yeah.
The roller's starting up as he's walking in, as that's pushing out behind point by Abbott, and there is no run, but of course he's not in his side for his batting.
He's not. No, I mean, I'd have him in every day, but I think, what's he done this season? Got 4 not out in the first game. He hasn't scored a run since then.
Who's that, Mo?
Mo, yeah. So, yeah, 4 ducks and 3 not outs.
Between him and Abbott, it hasn't been much good, has it? There's a nice drive through extra cover for a single, and there's 400 up for the home side. Sorry, 350 up, sorry. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Coming towards the end of the 107th over, and I make that bonus points even now at 6 apiece.
So now I think it will be interesting whether they just see off, you know, Yorkshire, or they may not. They may think, well, that's silly. There's something's going to get me in the next 3 overs. I might as well get some runs. Yeah,
for me, that's still a worrying deficit. In a way, it's not worrying as that's pushed back to the bowler and that's the end of the over. It's not worrying if you know, the second innings goes, you know, pretty normal.
Yeah.
It's if Yorkshire get away to a fastish start and have momentum.
Yeah.
Or, of course, from a Yorkshire point of view, if they lose early wickets, then you know, it's not a particularly big deficit. But I think just normally when you look at the board, you'd want to be a bit closer than 78. I think. In any game.
Well, I'm going to take inspiration today because, of course, I am the history man, and I can't. When I first did these commentaries, I used to come on after tea and have tales after tea, and I'd try and pluck something out of the history of the past. And it might be Yorkshire or Hampshire, but I can't resist Hampshire today because we are today on the 14th of June. The centenary of one of the most astonishing, the first day of one of the most astonishing county championship matches any two sides ever played.
Ooh, okay, here's Revis. Oh, Patterson, sorry, he's beaten outside the off stump there, Abbott.
I might keep this going for a little while, but just briefly, particularly perhaps people in Yorkshire who may not necessarily have heard about this. On this day exactly 100 years ago, we invited Warwickshire to bat at Edgbaston, and sometime towards tea we bowled them out for 223, which was, you know, okay, decent enough score. If you put them in, 3-day cricket, uncovered pitches and so on, decent enough score. Before the end of the day,
as Patterson comes in from the pavilion end, Fuller gets one that climbs on him a bit, and he edges that just short, I think, to Lythe.
Yeah, I thought for a moment that was going, but
he just pushed at that a little bit, Fuller, which just kept that edge going in the air. Oh, did that carry that? Oh, that's debatable.
Yeah. So so before the end of the day, replying to 223, all Hampshire were bowled out for 15.
Oof.
Which is the lowest score in our history.
Wow. There's Patterson again. Fuller gets one that's Fuller to him, and it's well stopped at mid-wicket by Don Bess.
There was a world record 8 ducks. There were 4 byes. Phil Mead, the great Hampshire batsman, ended up 6 not out. But we were bowled out for 15 in 53 balls. Now, all of that would sound fairly depressing, but to cut a long story very short, on the 3rd day we won the game by 155 runs.
Fuller drives into the gap. Sorry, it's Abbott, what am I saying? And that'll be a couple of runs as the ball goes out to just short of the boundary, away to our right. Abbott moves on to 15 now, 352 for 8.
So in the second innings we scored 521 all out, and we did most of that having lost our major batsman while still behind. So our number 10, the wicketkeeper Walter Livesey, scored 100, and George Brown, the all-rounder who had played for England, he made a big 100. But we got the runs low down, and we made 521 following on.
From 15. Edged, and that has fallen short of Lyth. I think Duke is claiming that.
Actually.
He's run up to the bowler. Lyth's not sure. This will be a decision for the umpires. Lyth didn't get up as if he'd taken the catch cleanly. It was Duke that was running up to congratulate the bowler. And the umpires are having a chat.
I'm not convinced from looking at the replay that carried, to be honest, but it's not that clear on our screen. I'm looking again now. It looked to me like it bounced in front there.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You know, Lyth would be the one that you'd think would be the one that really knows. Interesting that Duke ran
he
up.
wasn't convinced. I think you're right about that. And I think Abbott absolutely wasn't convinced.
No.
Decent ball, good edge,
yeah.
but
you know. Driving at that one.
Yeah.
So I didn't see Patterson's reaction. He doesn't look particularly disappointed. 352 for 8. As Abbott gets a length ball and pushes that out into the covers. End of the over. Abbott has 15, Fuller has 5, and it's 76 runs now that Hampshire are behind.
There's one other bit. I mean, I could tell a lot of stories about this, game if you wanted. We bowled Warwickshire out for 158 in the end, and we had 2 great medium pace stroke kind of cutters and off spin bowlers, Kennedy and Newman. Newman took 4 for 70 and 5 for 53 in the match. Kennedy got 4 for 47. One of the things that delights me about it, one of the things that dates it, one of the things that says how different cricket is these days, is that there were about 4 amateurs on both sides, and both captains were honourables. The Honourable Lionel Tennyson and the Honourable Freddie Calthorpe were the 2 captains. You don't get much of that these days.
Now down the wicket again. This time it's Fuller to Bess, and that is 6 runs. Clean, straight hit from Fuller, and that moves him on to 11. 358 for 8 now Hampshire, and they are 70 runs behind.
Well, I think that answers my question about whether they would then take it easy for 2 or 3 overs, doesn't it, really? I think
you're right.
They are more interested, as you said, in the deficit and getting things on the board if they can. Yeah. I think this could still end up being a very, very interesting game of cricket tomorrow.
Yeah, time running out fast. I mean, actually, there are over 56 overs left in the day's play today. So,
it's 150.
I think it needs a little collapse from one of these 2 teams a bit later, but we'll have to wait and see. Goes for the big one again, Fuller, and that's 6 wide of Drake's at mid-on, and that's just a flick from James Fuller. that's a great shot. 17 he moves, well 23 he moves on to. We know James Fuller, we know he does this. Yorkshire fans listening to this may not know quite so well, but he does do this, and they are both being very clean hits.
He's not a cricketer that you're ever going to get bored watching, bowling or batting. There's always going to be something happening, even if he's going for a few, you know, as a bowler.
Deficit of 64 now. And, I should think that will send the field scattering. Though short leg is still in. No, Patterson stays at mid-off. Best bowls, Fuller shorter. Fuller turns it away on the leg side, fielded on the 45. Joe at Sun Sport has tweeted, despite Surrey being fairly in control of their match, Hampshire have managed to outscore them in the batting department, or batting points department, which is good news. But if Surrey win that, of course. That's why neither of these sides want to lose this. They want to stay in touch with Surrey.
Yeah.
Can't afford to lose it. As well forward as Fuller plays it out on the offside. As I say, I've always thought both these sides would be happy for a draw come the end. You're not playing for a draw, but you'd be happy with it. I think it wouldn't be very good news for either of these sides to lose it in terms of their championship aspirations. 364 for 8. Here's Bess again, and Fuller again well forward.
If it's a draw, it's 14 points each that are finished with, so I don't think that's no kind of disaster against 24 for Surrey, really.
Well, 14 on top of the 6, isn't it?
Catchable. I had an interesting discussion with an old cricket watching pal of mine, Mike Peaker, yesterday, which I'll ask you about in a minute.
Okay, Bess again, bowls. Fuller turns that away on the leg side, finds the gap just to the mid-wicket's right, and he'll keep the strike. Crowd enjoyed that one. They like Fuller to keep the strike. 365 for 8, 62 behind.
Although I think actually we might have to turn to Joe. I'm not sure if Joe's on the ground because don't think. Is she over there in her usual place?
Not on the east, well, on the west, because the wicket's cut to
yeah,
the,
that's what I wondered, if
right,
she's on the other side, and I can't pick her out there. But she might need to tell us about this, which was because I didn't know the answer. The old rule about, you know, if the game's drawn but the side batting second scores a level, do they get 12 points instead of 8 points?
I think there is something on that.
And if they do, what happens if it's a tie? Do both teams get 12 points? So
I would have thought so. There is a calculator somewhere which I will have a quick look at some point, but I really can't be bothered at the moment.
No, somebody will tweet us. That's why I was throwing it out. I wasn't thinking,
I think if we get to that point near the end of day 4, Dave, I certainly will be looking at that. As Fuller drives Patterson up to Revis at mid-off and picks up a single. And Fuller moves on to 19 now. That's come off just 17 deliveries. And Abbott's not far behind him on terms of strike rate, 15 off 16.
Top scorer of the season.
Yes, what a time, 366 rate. There was always a good time to hit your top score of the season.
Absolutely.
It is 62 run deficit now, actually. I was one ahead of myself earlier. The over rate, in case you're worried about it from a Yorkshire point of view, so in level. So that's good news. My two sides have come a cropper this season. Abbott's forward. Slight leading edge there, it goes out into the covers. Joe says she's at work, sadly.
Oh, okay. Well, if you could just, you know, take 10 minutes off work and check all that out for us, Joe, that'd be terrific. Thank you very much. I'll buy you an ice cream tomorrow.
It's certainly ice cream weather here.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful afternoon. It's been pretty good all the way through, though a bit more cloud around yesterday, but it was still warm. Here's Patterson again, forward, Abbott, well forward there as he punches that up to mid-off. And there's no run, just those 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Donald for 30, LBW to Matthew Revis, and Barker bowled by Don Best, trying to reverse sweep. He was out for 38. 57 run partnership between Barker and Donald, and that first wicket after the break fell. Here's Patterson again, driving Abbott, he's through extra cover, big gap between cover and mid-off, and he's found it. Just pushed at that a little bit, didn't completely time it, but it was hit with enough pace to go all the way over the rope. Abbott moves on to 19, 370 for 8.
I think this is a pretty decent effort by Hampshire, really, because they had a dodgy start again, didn't they? You know, 2 down for, And I mean, I'm picking up from other people's comments and things, because I was actually in a meeting when James Vince got out. I was over in the archive having a meeting about this and that, and there seemed to be some disappointment about that decision. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say that they were a little bit disappointed.
Yeah.
Always playing a missing outside the off stump, prodding forward Fuller. Yeah, I think. I think the word I've had back is that. They were a little disappointed with the decision, but I mean, listen, you know, it happens. But I think the other side of it is that I think James Vince has probably been on the receiving end of some iffy decisions. There was certainly a bad decision against him here against Gloucestershire, where it was a big inside nick onto his pad, and I think that was a howler, and I think because of that it builds up, doesn't it? After that, there's been 1 or 2 others as well. That's a length ball, and Steve Patterson kicks the ground. On his follow through there, so he's not particularly happy.
Is that 110 overs? Is that what people
that
are applauding? Yeah,
yes.
That's why. They're applauding that we didn't lose the wicket and they didn't get the point.
Yeah,
so
I think that's why Patterson's probably kicked the ground there. He was probably wanting that extra bonus point.
Yeah.
6 apiece it is, 110 overs gone. No more bonus points in the game now are available. Just points for either the win or for the draw. 30 overs with this second new ball have been completed. Hampshire 370 for 8, having been 333 for 8 when Barker lost his wicket. So again, some useful runs coming down the order from Hampshire. The depth in their batting has shown on a few occasions already this season. None more so when Fuller was batting at number 11 in that Lancashire game. We'll come to that in a moment.
Yeah.
Because of 2 night watchmen earlier in their second innings, I think it was. Now down the wicket comes Fuller, drives hard up to mid-off, and Patterson hasn't taken that cleanly. I think that's hit him on the wrist, and they will come back for 2. And if Patterson's in the wars now, having kicked the ground and been disappointed in the last ball of his last over, that's just added insult to injury a little bit. And I'm sure he'll be feeling pretty sorry for himself at the moment. Hampshire move on to 370 for 8. I'm just looking at what Fuller did get in that game, which I know really did infuriate the opposition. Batting at number 11. It was only 32 not out against Gloucestershire, but it was just, I think he was batting with...
Wasn't it Lancashire?
Was it Lancashire?
I think it was the Lancashire game. Am I wrong?
Fuller, no, he got 55 in the first innings batting at 9, but he batted at 11 in the second innings because of the night watchman. He got 32 not out.
Yeah.
Donald batting at 9 got 89.
That's right.
So late runs there, which frustrated the away side. That's hoiked away on the leg side, and he's caught. No, he's not. Just gone over Revis's head, but only just. Fuller just helping it away on the long boundary side. Well, I say long boundary, they're pretty much even either side. I was going to say if it was the other side, he might have been out. Maybe he might have been actually looking at the dimensions, but not a lot in it. But it was literally just over his fingertips. Bess is looking out there. For me, Revis was right on the line anyway.
Yeah.
So he did everything right. It's just past his outstretched hand. 21 to Fuller, 372 for 8. So he comes down the wicket. That's chipped down towards deep mid-on. Quite deliberate there because he knows Drakes is out there, so he didn't go through with a shot. And it's 379 for 8, and the deficit now is down to 49. At the start of the day, it was 203 when Hampshire resumed on 225 for 4. So again, Hampshire have done well here because they were under pressure with that Yorkshire first innings total of 428. Always puts you under pressure. Anything over 400, you're under pressure the whole time. That's driven by Abbott, who seems to be pulled along here by Fuller a little bit, and Abbott is certainly batting. Apart from that very first shot of his, he's looked a lot more confident out there in the middle, and it sometimes does help when you've got a player at the other end playing nicely as Fuller is. 380 for 8 at 48 run deficit. Here's Bess again, and Fuller drives up to mid-off. They're going to take a single as it's slightly to Patterson's left-hand side, and that's the end of the over. Bess, I think, is getting a little bit frustrated now because when you have these lower order batters, and believe me, they're better than that.
Well, I was just going to say that.
Yeah,
James Fuller's not a number 9 county batsman, really. But and there's no doubt how Hampshire are playing this, and I can't help thinking it's partly to do with that pitch. It's partly to do with the fact that they think if we've got a chance of winning this, we've got to get on with it now. We can't just hang about. And deficit of 47. It's going to be very close, isn't it, when they turn round? So, but Fuller's a very good player for a number 9.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, isn't it? He only averages 20 with the bat.
Which is odd.
And he's better than that.
But I mean, this season his innings include 41, 55, 32, 38, and he's 29 not out today. So for a number 9.
Here's Patterson then to start his 20th over. Down the wicket comes Fuller, has a horrible slog at that and misses as it goes through to Duke. There's no run. Nicholas Rogers has emailed summitcricket@gmail.com. We were talking about fast bowlers before lunch. Right. He says you were talking about that subject earlier, and in the former Middlesex and Durham bowler Simon Hughes' book, he told of facing Malcolm Marshall, of course the late Malcolm Marshall, formerly of Hampshire, who bowled him a bouncer and he tucked his bat under his arm and walked off, even though he never touched it, as he says he was so scared. That did happen every now and then, I have to say. That I've been on the field of play when batters have walked off, and you sort of get in a bit of a huddle and you look at each other and you say, did he really touch that? As Fuller pushes that on the onside. I guess it was easier for some of the lower order players, tail enders, to do that than actually face the barrage that was going to come their way. But yeah, I've seen that.
He writes about you in that book as well, doesn't he, Kev? Have you seen that?
Which one?
You and Raj. Well, the first one. I can't remember.
A lot of hard yakka.
Yeah, he writes quite a lot about the early days at Middlesex in the second 11. You and Raj.
Oh yeah, 1980 when we all used to have a week at Barclays Bank in Ealing as pre-season. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Here comes. That's a good bouncer. That's a very good bouncer for Patterson. Don't bowl too many of them. And Fuller wouldn't have been expecting that, and just has to sway out of the way, and did it quite late in the end. There are two players out there on the leg side, just behind square and just in front of square, ready for Fuller to have a thrash at that. I think Patterson's decided that he's going to try and line a line of attack that he wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, that shortish cover. There's an orthodox cover and a shortish one.
Down the wicket comes Fuller, flicks that away down the leg side, and where fine leg would be is exactly where the ball's gone, and that's 4 runs. 33 now, James Fuller, and Hampshire move on to 385 for 8, and that deficit is down again. 50 partnership here for Hampshire for the 9th wicket, 52, and that's come off just 45 deliveries. Frustrating for Yorkshire. But we have seen this several times already from Hampshire this season. A couple of examples we've already given you in the last few minutes where the depth in the batting has made a bit of a difference. 43 that deficit down to now as Fuller drives down to the man at short extra cover that Dave Allen mentioned. Fuller's 33 off 27. Playing it like T20 at the moment. Abbott 20 off 22. Quick scoring here as the ball is into its 32nd over. It looks pretty flat out there at the moment. Even Don Best doesn't seem to be having quite the same hold over the batters that he's had for most of this game. Length ball, and that's played back to the bowler. I've got to do a very quick 30-second update. So 385 means that these two have put on 52, haven't they?
Got a way to go before they get to the record, but
can imagine.
which is actually only 3 years ago.
Is it? What, on this ground?
Liam and Keith Barker against Yorkshire. Yeah, they put on 120 odd, I think, something like that. Yeah, but it's still they've done very well.
Yeah. They often say, don't they, towards the end of an innings, when things go like this, the momentum's with the side batting, and it certainly is that at the moment. Yorkshire battling to make sure that they've got a first innings lead here.
Best taking a rest.
Yeah, not surprising really. 2 for 120 from 34. Here's a quick 30-second update. Here we go. Well, a nice little period of play for Hampshire here. 385 for 8. We've got a 9th wicket partnership between James Fuller, who's on 33, and Kyle Abbott on 20, which has already realised 52. They're playing very positively as they do so, and they brought the deficit right now down to 43. It started the day with Hampshire 203 runs behind, but we have had a couple of wickets since lunch, and Nyrin Donald, LBW to the medium pacer, Matthew Revis for 30, but he did put on 57 in that partnership with Barker, and Barker himself bowled by Best, the off-spinner, for 38. Hampshire going well here, 385 for 8.
Kev, thank you very much indeed. Live online commentary of that game continuing via the BBC Sport website.
Here's
app.
Thompson. He's playing a missing outside the off-stump there. Abbott having an extravagant drive.
I remember talking to Jonathan actually last year. I think it was the first time I'd seen much of Thompson, and I was very impressed by him. And
yes,
I think he bowled pretty well yesterday, didn't he? Really, and
yeah, he got the ball to shape nicely with those 2 early wickets. Well, he had Felix Organ. Well, it was the second of the wickets. He had Holland driving, edging to Duke, and Organ LBW.
I think he's a good cricketer.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, good all-rounder, isn't he? Gets the ball to shape away from the right-hander. 385 for 8, bowls to Abbott. That's shaping away again, and Abbott's prodding forward and missing that one. He's just found a bit of shape. When he bowled actually early on from the pavilion end, didn't really have the same sort of nice shape on the ball. This seems better. He's into his 15th over here, 2 for 59.
He's got a very short mid-on. I don't know quite what the thinking there is. But not in any sense silly mid-on, but he's slightly ahead of where the batsman is.
Yeah, comes in again and bowls. Abbott gets the thick outside edge there as he goes down towards third man, all along the ground. They'll run 2. Ball's picked up just inside the rope at the far end. Quite 3 there, although Fuller was initially thinking about it. Abbott moves on to 22, as Dave Allen says, his top scorer of the season. 387 for 8, and that deficit now between these two is down to 41. It's been entertaining, this, isn't it, since Barker's dismissal. Barker was out just after 2 o'clock, so we've had literally about 35 minutes of highly entertaining cricket if you're of a Hampshire persuasion, not so much if you're a Yorkshire fan.
No, I think if you're a Yorkshire fan, this is frustrating, isn't it? And you probably think, oh, number 9's in, and perhaps you don't know Fuller that well, but it will be frustrating.
Joe's just sent a portion of the ECB rules about the points. I'll just read that out. I think he's played inside the line there, Kyle Abbott. So a team is awarded 16 points for a victory. Yeah, we know that. With both sides earning 8 points for a tie, and 8 points apiece if a match is drawn. Any points scored in the first innings is added on. If the scores are equal in a draw match where play has taken place, the side batting in the 4th innings scores 8 points plus any points scored in the first innings, and the opposing side scores 8 points plus any points scored in the first innings.
So that's a draw then?
Yeah, it's the same, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can have a really exciting game and nobody gets any more points out of it. It's driven out to a deep point by Kyle Abbott. That takes the Hampshire total to 388 for 8. Abbott moves on to 23, and they are now Hampshire 40 runs behind on the first innings.
I'm pretty sure when you were playing, for example, and certainly before that, if you ended up batting 4th and scores were level, there was a game here actually, an early days of the Ageas Bowl. Somebody could look it up and tweet us. Gloucestershire. Something like 2003, I'm pretty sure Derek Kenway got some runs. Hampshire had to get something like 55 to win, and they got 54 for 6. I can't quite remember. And I'm almost sure, as a consequence, that they got more points than they would have done for a draw. You know, instead of getting 16 or 8 for a draw, 16 for a win, they got 12 or whatever. The points were different then. Somebody could check that out, I reckon.
Like I said, they do change, don't they? From time to time. Always play outside the stump there, Abbott.
Change about every 6 months, Kev. Every single thing about it. I mean, they were talking the other day about, well, there'll only be 10 games next season. And I was thinking, and the season after that, what will we have the season after that? 36 games each, you know. I mean, has there ever been a year when something significant hasn't changed?
You do get the feeling that it's changing a bit too often.
I do. Yeah, I do.
You know, when you look back over the last 10 years and you work out. Dave Allen's going to come in next to me, next to Jonathan Doidge. And I'll just take a break here as that's turned away on the leg side by Kyle Abbott, down towards fine leg. They will pick up 2. And Hampshire move on to 390 for 8. And Abbott moves on to 25. That deficit is coming down all the time now. And it is now just 38. In fact, the board's showing 388 for 8. I'm not sure if 390 for 8. Here we are, 38 the deficit. I'll just do this ball then, Jonathan. Just let you time to plug in, and then I'll let Dave come in as well. As Patterson at the top of his mark comes in and bowls to Abbott. Abbott gets a length ball, pushes that out into the covers, and there is no run. Jonathan Doidge back.
That's one of those things that I've never quite understood about commentary, and everybody does it, but Patterson at the top of his mark. Surely a mark is just something that's on the ground. He stands at his mark, doesn't he? Not on the top of his mark. Is he not on the top of his run-up? But it's everybody. You hear it everywhere. Patterson at the top of his mark, turns and runs in towards us then. And that's pushed into the leg side by Kyle Abbott, who's 25 off 31.
We were just saying that this is a bit frustrating for Yorkshire. Is that
it? Will definitely
the way of reading it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've come at the Yorkshire bowling for the first time in a sustained manner in the entire innings.
Yeah,
the pair of them.
But we were saying on the other hand that Fuller is not typical number 9 in particular.
Patterson in, and Abbott cuts, and he's got another 4. Just a little finer than the diving Harry Brook, who was in sort of backward point, fly gully position. So 29 now to Abbott, 394 for 8, and in serious danger of getting a first innings lead here, 34 the deficit. And you wouldn't have had that pegged, would you, at 203 for 4, or 203 behind, 4 down this morning?
No.
And
or even 6 down,
yeah.
You know, the 6 down position.
And maybe not at this stage of the day either.
No.
So just the scoring rate has upped. It's still 3.5 on the board overall, but it's shot up in the last half hour or so. Patterson's final delivery of the over dropped into the offside by Abbott, and there's no run, so 394 for 8 at the end of the over.
Ball's 33 overs old. I assume they took it at 80. Don't think I was here. But
yeah, they did.
Yeah, so in fact 34 overs old, so that'll be getting a bit spongy, and probably about time to try and get it changed. It was funny in our first innings, actually. I was walking around chatting to some folks over there yesterday. I think the first attempt to get the ball changed was after 9 overs. I heard a good suggestion actually from Nasser Hussain the other day. He said ball changes should be treated like DRS. You only get 3 appeals in an innings, and then you go and get on with it, which I thought was quite. Maybe it would be 3 appeals for each ball, you know. So once you take the new ball, you start again. But it's not a bad idea. But,
I don't remember it being a thing.
No. I think the balls are probably poor, but I don't remember it being a thing. Yeah, I mean, we could ask Kevin how often it used to happen in his day, but I don't remember it happening really. And they certainly didn't have those gauges and all that kind of stuff.
Jordan Thompson then at the hotel end, in and bowling to Fuller, who pushes back to him, no run. Barring the first 2 batters, Felix Organ with 11 and Ian Holland with his duck, everybody's contributed of some description here.
Yeah.
So it's been a useful all-round team performance. Ben Brown topping the charts with 83, Liam Dawson with 61, Nick Gubbins another half centurion. Thompson in again and pushed into the offside by Fuller quite firmly. Jordan Thompson 2 for 62 from his 15 so far. Hasn't yet bowled a maiden actually. Going over 4 and over overall.
I was saying I remember talking to you last year about him, which is the first time I saw him in a sustained way, and I was very impressed with him. I think he looks like a very good cricketer. Because he bats all right as well, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here he comes in again. That's flicked off the hip backward of square leg for leg by, in fact, off the thigh pad then. 395 for 8.
And the thing with Drake's, if I'm right, is that you signed him as a T20, but you've got a lot of injury problems, haven't you, with pace bowlers? And is this his debut, first class, for you?
For us, yeah. For second first class match.
Right. Oh, for anybody. Okay. Right.
Thompson in, it's full, allowing it the opportunity of a bit of swing, but wasn't really much there, I don't think, for him, as Abbott pushed into the onside.
I remember his dad. His dad actually played maybe just once or twice, I think, for Hampshire second level. I think we were thinking he might be the man to replace Malcolm Marshall, and in the end Winston Benjamin came, and I think he played at Sussex, perhaps, for Ascot, didn't he? But something like that.
I remember.
He wasn't as tall and skinny like that, though.
No, he wasn't.
No.
Thick as that, wasn't he? Here's Thompson again, edge through the cordon, 2 slips and a gully. It's gone between second and the diving gully, and will be 4 through the vacant third man.
And Thompson kind of stomped off towards cover there and probably said bother or something as a consequence.
Yeah, should imagine so. on the Drake's front, yeah, when he was signed, it was a case of he's signing for 4 T20. I mean, it was a sort of announcement as the season had already got underway that they'd sign him for 4 matches. Harris Ralph had played the first few T20s, and Shadab Khan. And Ralph was going. They needed a bit of fast bowling firepower. Khan is to return.
Nice.
But Ralph not. So Drake's for 4 matches, and then when they signed, I think they said immediately he'd be probably be playing in this as well. Just one first-class match. Thompson in, and that's pushed out wide of Patterson by Abbott, whose single takes him to 34 and Hampshire to 400.
Well, nobody expected that at certain points. It's very good from Hampshire's point of view. I mean, what I saw of Drake's yesterday, and I was in and out of meetings and all sorts of things. What I saw of him yesterday, he seemed to be bowling quite tightly, and he actually bowled with, later on I watched you on or listened to you guys on live stream. I'd gone home by then, and that was quite fierce, that late spell that he bowled, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was just suggesting that he bowled, he was a little bit wayward in terms of direction. There was a bit of wasted energy about it, in terms of where he had the field set. Just looking at the score though, Dave, 400 up. It's roughly, I couldn't tell exactly or work it out quickly enough while it was on the board, but roughly in the last 10 overs there's been the better part of 70 runs scored. Right. That's the definite sort of change in terms of pace about the game. Well, these two are scoring at a run a ball. Yeah, Patterson is in, and that's pushed to mid-on by Abbott, no run. He's got 34 off 38 and Fuller 33 off 31, so yeah. And you'd call it, you know, from 333 for 8, which is a lead of 95. You know, this is a serious counter-attack, isn't it? Because it could have been wrapped up in, you know, you've seen it plenty of times before in first-class cricket. The last couple of wickets go cheaply. You've got a healthy lead. Yeah. It's now just 28, and they're not done yet. Patterson in, and dropping into the offside is Abbott. A little bit of a meal of it. The fielding made by Dom Best, but it didn't cost any runs because they would have got the one that they did anyway. There's been a twist in the test match as well. England's 74 for 3 now. Root's just gone for 3. So who knows? I suppose if they keep chasing it a bit, I suspect they might with this new regime, but if they keep chasing it and lost a couple more wickets, it could end up being a very interesting finish. Ooh. Good delivery this time from Patterson. Might have been a bit of inside edge onto the pad. There was stifled appeal. Looked a bit like that, didn't it, from the appeal? You can't ever really see from this replay. Certainly playing across it, but there you go. I've already got our listeners in profit, Kev, although we're not encouraging gambling, but Baid obliges as the 6-1 on favourite in the opening race at Ascot. Nailed on cert, I told you. For William Haggis, wins comfortably by the looks of things, as that's turned down to fine leg off the bowling of Patterson by Abbott, who's going to get 2, and they're going to stick on 2. 404 for 8. There was a horse in the Grand National that almost had my name. I can't remember. It was something like D'(Allen), which is me, Dave Allen, you know. So I put a $5 on it, not knowing anything about horse racing or even about gambling really, but I put a $5 on it. It fell at the first fence. Yeah, I think I was on it as well. Here comes Patterson, and that's pushed backward of square leg where Waite does the fielding, and they're through for another single. Abbott 38, 405 for 8. Mighty Mariners says afternoon all. Has Yorkshire gone a season of country championship without losing? Ever? Well, I would put money on that. I think they're certainly in the 1920s. Actually, do you know, I've got a funny memory about that. We went Patterson to Fuller, who turns it for a singles back to the square on the leg side to complete the over at 406 for 8. This is very much off the top of my head, really. I remember in 1973 we won the county championship with 10 wins and 10 draws, and I think Glamorgan had won it a few years earlier without losing a game, and those were the first 2 sides that had done that. I think
since the early 1930s, and I've got a feeling, I'm sorry to say this with a lot of people listening from Yorkshire, but I've got a feeling that was Lancashire. But I'd be astonished if the team of Hurst and Rhodes and all those guys didn't at some point go through that. I'll tell you what I'll do, Jonathan, when I'm off air, because it's the sort of thing I really enjoy doing, I'll check it out and let people know later.
I cannot believe you stooped so low on a Yorkshire cricket commentary to mention the L word, as that's played into mid-wicket by Fuller. First ball of Thompson's over, dot ball.
Oh well, I'm a southern softie, me. I'm nice to everybody. Actually, I was thinking about all those conversations you guys have been having about accents and all the rest of it. And
Thompson in, and now that's been hit quite firmly off the back foot by Fuller in the general direction of Patterson. It dropped short of him though. No run.
Could have been slightly uppish there, but there was a Cockney actor called Mike Reed who ended up in EastEnders as I think his character was called Frank Butcher. Now there was an occasion years and years ago when Kevin used to use a few of us from hospital broadcasting, including me.
Thompson to follow, pushing into the offside, no run.
And there was a bloke called Ken Maxted, who I think you might have worked with, yeah.
First time I came down, yeah.
And Ken was very correctly spoken. He was quite posh, really. And I tend to lapse into an authentic Pompey accent which I'm actually putting on a little bit at the minute, really, so you can kind of hear it. And usually I try and speak a bit more like my mum would have liked me to do, but sometimes I'll do this.
I can't tell what you're talking about. Thompson in, and that's flicked off his legs by Fuller for a single down to long leg.
And when Ken and I were on together, and when we came off, somebody tweeted. It was quite a kind of snobby comment, really. He said it's really nice to hear you, Kevin, on commentary, having just had to put up with Noel Coward and Mike Reed, which I thought was great, really. So I think that all that stuff you were reading out earlier, I wonder what people think of me sometimes.
Thompson, short ball pulled. Now then, a chance here for a catch and taken by Harry Brook by the looks of things on the boundary edge. And so that's the end of Kyle Abbott. Annoying though for Yorkshire, that stand very much so, from 333 for 8 to 407 for 9. But they have finally broken it and got down to number 11.
Well, you couldn't complain about the entertainment value, even at the end, really. It was, all thoroughly exciting, and you can hear that the crowd appreciated that. A man who had only scored one innings of 13 in double figures before today, and he's gone for 38 from 42 balls with 4 fours and a 6. So, and I'm glad to see him back in a bit of batting form, because he has on occasion scored over 400 in a season for Hampshire, reasonable average, 20 odd, and it's been a bit mystifying this year. He'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, you can't knock him for coming out and trying it as well. Absolutely. I mean, if he's losing his wicket for, what did Kev say, 5 ducks, then I suppose mentally he might have just thought, let's just go give this a whirl. It's a good deck.
0-0-0, did not bat, 0, 7 not out, 13-10-0. That's before today, so yeah, as you say. The other thing is, it's pushed the game on a bit, because it's going to be difficult to get another 20 wickets out of this game for somebody. Well, if Yorkshire are going to win it, I suppose they don't have to be 20 wickets, because they could declare at some point. But there's got to be quite a lot of wickets falling for somebody to win this from now on, and I think it's pushed the game on helpfully.
Yeah.
We're almost exactly halfway through the day, aren't we? 48 overs to go and a ball, so that's useful.
Yep. Not sure how handy a lead 21 is, and they've not finished yet. So as I say, Hampshire might have a lead. We're almost at the stage of parity anyway, between the two sides end of the first innings, and like you say, it's difficult to imagine either side taking. It's difficult to imagine either side being able to push strongly for a win here, given the time left. Yeah. But you never know. I think
you'd think Yorkshire wouldn't be more than about 160 or 70 on tonight, really, would you, with this situation now? Because they're going to knock 2 overs off to change round. unless a wicket falls this ball, that will be 45 overs left to bat in the day. So, and that's not enough to declare, really.
No, Thompson
for sure.
Into Wheel, Brad Wheel. Last man standing for Hampshire, end of the over, so a wicket taking over. 1 for 1 in the over, Jordan Thompson. He's now got 3 for 68 from 17. Going at 4 and over, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to keep that calculation going, assume that Yorkshire are going to bat for about 40 overs tonight, and there won't be much difference between the scores. Let's say they are 160 on tonight, and they bat pretty well in the morning. You know, they're setting almost 300 after lunch. It's asking an awful lot to take 10 wickets after lunch on this, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
And the truth about the Ageas Bowl is that Kevin will always say things don't start happening on the last day. The pitch doesn't break up. It doesn't start turning violently, you know. So it will be quite difficult.
Patterson then bowling from the pavilion end to Fuller, who works it into the onside and takes the single. So not thinking of looking after Brad Wheel. What are his stats for the season?
Oh, well, this is his first championship game of the season, actually. Yeah, so he's not been playing much. But the quickest thing for me to do is to look him up. But he can bat quite usefully at times, and first class 362 runs at 11.31. So it's not magnificent, but he got 46 not out up at Edgbaston last year, for example.
Okay.
So he can bat.
So Patterson bowling to Wheel. Delivery that looks like it might just left him slightly. Played inside the line. 2 slips in place for the number 11.
He was a greatly improved player last year. He's struggled with injuries over his career, really. He's always looked a useful bowler. But this year, unlucky because James Fuller suddenly just upped his game as a batter and bowler and got his place in the side. So this is Wheel's first game.
Patterson in again. Wheel steps across and pushes up to mid-on. I suppose if you're going to try and force a result in a relatively short space of time tomorrow, that's where you'd want your extra pace of a Drake's.
Yeah.
And maybe hope that Best can bowl equally as well second time around and might
have a bit more luck.
Might get a little bit more reward for his work.
Yeah.
They'd be the 2 obvious points of difference from the more general sort of medium pace of the others in the bowling attack. As Wheel flicks this one off his hip down to long leg where Waite does the fielding and fires it back in over the head of Harry Duke. Good job. Jordan Thompson was backing up there.
The other thing that we've been talking about this afternoon is that, you know, when you're second and third and you're seeing Surrey win, probably win down at Taunton, you don't want to lose, do you? You know, you've got 14 points in the bag at the minute. Yorkshire are not going to make an enterprising, old-fashioned 3-day county championship declaration. They're not going to do that.
Patterson in again to Wheel, who pushes out to Thompson in the offside. No run. Yeah, they just I mean, the plan is that they take Hampshire and Surrey up to Scarborough and you know, whoop them. Go top of the table just for the closing stages, obviously.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Sounds like a reasonable plan. I think it could be tight as well. I think there's a 4th team that apparently I'm not allowed to mention who could be in the contention as well. But
as Wheel pushes into the onside on that Patterson delivery, and there's no run.
Might mention that Warwickshire are 125 for 5 against that other side, but I won't mention them.
So 4th 10 for 9 at the end of the 118th over as it is of this Hampshire first innings. Yorkshire again. It's this year they're obviously light on their usual bowling firepower, as we've mentioned, and mentioned yesterday. There's obviously no Ben Code and no Matthew Fisher. And over the course of a season, that's got to hurt you.
Of course.
You know, you can maybe plug the gaps for a few matches, but that's going to hurt. You know, when consistently they're not out there doing their thing.
Hampshire have hardly been troubled by injuries.
Thompson in, that's flicked off the legs into the onside, chance for a catch and taken by Adam Lyth, and so Fuller the last man out and Hampshire all out for 410, and Jordan Thompson finishing with figures of 4 for 68 from his 17 overs. Brad Wheel undefeated on 2. Fuller 37 from 39 deliveries, and so what is it, 118.1 overs they're all out. Yorkshire will take a lead of 18 with them into the second innings, which will be starting in a few minutes' time.
45 overs left in the day, so you know, if they go at 4 and over, they'll be 180. There'll be 200 on tonight if they go at 4 and over, which is probably about the limit of the aspiration, I would have thought. That's Hampshire's second highest total of the season, just behind the first match of the season when they made a few more against Somerset here. But they went on to win that quite easily. I think at the minute, if I was talking to Jonathan about the odds and all the rest of it, my money would be on a draw in this game as things stand right now.
Let's wrap things up then for that Hampshire first innings, all out in 118.1 overs. Top scorer was Ben Brown with 83, 61 for Liam Dawson, 58 for Nick Gubbins, and several other very useful contributions in running down that Yorkshire 428. They didn't quite manage to see it off, but they haven't conceded many, have they, on first innings. And the Yorkshire bowling figures, I mentioned Jordan Thompson, 17.1 overs, no maidens, 4 for 68. Dominic Drake's 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 49. Stephen Patterson, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 71. Matthew Revis, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 44. Don Best, 34 overs, bowled well, 6 maidens, 2 for 120, was just got after by that partnership late on in the day, and his figures don't reflect how well he bowled, I don't think. Matthew Waite, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 41, and 1 over for 1 by Adam Lyth. So Yorkshire have an 18-run lead going into their second innings, which will be starting shortly. I think while they're taking a breather, we'll also do the same, and we'll be back with you when we have more action to call.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where a few minutes ago Hampshire were bowled out in their first innings for 410, which means that Yorkshire have a lead of 18 on the first innings. Jordan Thompson wrapping up the Hampshire innings with a couple of wickets at the end, but we had some entertainment, most notably the 9th wicket partnership between Kyle Abbott and James Fuller realised 74. That was scored in just 50 minutes. And Fuller was out for 37. He was the last man out. Before that, Kyle Abbott for 38. There was runs all the way through the Hampshire batting order. 38 from Barker, 30 from Donald. They were all the wickets after lunch. And the top score was Ben Brown. So out of that score of over 400, there was not a century maker. Great consistency-wise, but I think if you're honest, you'll say, well, look, hang on a minute, why didn't one of those players go on and get 100? A bit like George Hill in the Yorkshire innings. So we're about to get underway the Yorkshire second innings. The top wicket taker in for the visitors with Jordan Thompson with 17.1 overs, 4 for 68. It's going to be Keith Barker to open up, and he's going to be bowling to Adam Lyth, isn't it? I think it is. I'm Kevin James, and next to me is Jonathan Doidge. Jay Vannon will be back with you a bit later as Barker bowls, and that's turned away immediately through mid-wicket. Chase on for Felix Organ. He will pick that up just inside the rope, and Yorkshire have increased their lead in this game up to 20, and there are a minimum of 44 overs left on day 3. Welcome back, Jonathan.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, they've got to bat well here. The last thing that they want to do is put themselves under pressure by losing 3 or 4 quick wickets and then having to play in more of a game-saving fashion.
It's effectively a one innings game here now as Lyth is forward, not quite out of the middle of the bat. That's why you heard a few oohs. Goes back up the pitch though. So yeah, entertaining.
Who would you rather be? Which team?
Well, I'd always rather a lead than a non-lead. You know, even an 18-run deficit suddenly puts a little bit of pressure on you when you come out to bat again. But of course, 18 lead isn't much. But it does look a good pitch now. The sun's been on it for best part of 3 days. Certainly been on baking it today. It's been lovely, and continues to be lovely as Lyth pushes forward. But again, it's a situation where the new ball is quite important. Pick up a couple of wickets with it, and it makes things a little easier later on. But if you get through the new ball, and as we've seen in the Hampshire innings, that this pitch is pretty good.
Yeah, and that little touch of greenness seems to be just ever so gradually fading with time.
It's sun-baked. Here's Barker again, left arm over to the left-hander Lyth, and Lyth's forward gets wrapped on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. It looked like he got forward maybe just outside the line. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll be able to have a look right now with the replay. Barker comes in maybe a fraction high as well. It didn't look out even from our position, which isn't great. We're just slightly to the left of the playing wicket. We're high up, but it didn't feel as though it was a potential wicket on that occasion.
Richard Kettleberry has, of course, switched ends. He's down at the pavilion end now.
Used to play for Yorkshire, didn't he?
Yep.
2 without loss. There comes Barker. Lyth gets one. It bounces a little bit. Goes out on the offside.
He played Middlesex a bit as well.
I think he might have done, actually. Yeah. I remember him more as an umpire than... I think Michael Burns, I can remember him playing. I say remember him playing, wasn't he? He was a wicketkeeper at Somerset, wasn't he? I think if I remember rightly. Gosh, I say remember him, and then all of a sudden I'm thinking, oh, maybe I can't. Here's Barker, and Lyth's playing to miss it, or has he edged it? They're all up. Kettleberry says no. End of the over. Quite a few players went up. 2 without loss. The lead is 20.
Pull his bat in behind his pad. He wasn't playing at it. He was drawing it out of the way. Maybe it flicked a pad flap or something like that on the way through. Unmoved Richard Kettleberry, who is a Sheffield ad.
You're right about the 2 counties.
I thought Middlesex as well. He did, I'm pretty sure, play something like age group cricket with one of my brothers.
Oh, okay.
I think, looking at his age, probably Andrew, my youngest brother. I think so, something like that. Could be wrong, I'm sure I'll get told if I am.
Burns was Somerset and Warwickshire, so I got half of it right. So there you go.
It's going to be Kyle Abbott, who will be feeling pretty good about life, won't he, now? It might, who knows? I mean, you wouldn't think that getting a few with the bat when you've been struggling would be an automatic transference of confidence with the ball, because Kev said in Yorkshire's first innings that it's not been coming out quite as he would like most of the time. That's dropped into the offside by Yorkshire's first innings centurion George Hill. There's no run, but you never know, just might have wiped the slate clean mentally, getting a few runs.
Right. Yeah, it does, yeah.
Might loosen up a bit with ball in hand as well.
Gets the juices flowing, doesn't it? The adrenaline flowing. Yeah, I mean, in his own words, he just felt he's been okay this year without ever feeling top notch.
There he is again then with purpose, and George Hill struck that firmly, cut the ball nicely. That's a really good piece of fielding at point to deny Yorkshire any runs. So 2 without loss. Just 8 deliveries into this Yorkshire second innings. 20-run lead. Glorious day. Abbott, right arm over, wide of Hill's off stump, and he leaves. 3 slips in place for Kyle Abbott. Point, cover point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket on the 1, and a long leg is the setup. Smattering of speckies around.
Speckies.
Spectators. Abbott over the top. Ramrod straight bowling arm, but he pulled the ball wide of the stumps. Hill not interested. Looking around the periphery. Stewart having a little stroll away to our right by the scoreboard. Some people watching what's going on out in the nets away to our left. Abbott's in again, that's cracked off the back foot by Hill, and he's probably going to bring in 4 runs. Yep, it is. Just has enough pace. He didn't absolutely middle it by the looks of things. Probably a little bit lower than middle the way he played it away from his body. But he's still going to earn him 4 and get him off the mark for this innings. So 6 without loss, Yorkshire.
Yes, the only century maker in the game so far, George Hill, with 131. Which is surprising, isn't it, when 2 teams have got over 400?
Very much so. Abbott to Hill. Gets a thick inside edge on this one down to long leg. That was a little win for the bowler. Don't think he was playing it in that general direction, but either way, it's 1 more to the total. Hill on 5, Yorkshire 7 without loss after 2. And going back, when you're looking around the ground, to the stadium design, Kev, you just think this is a 21st century stadium. The sheer expanse of space from the top row of seating across, you know, out the back there, back of the scoreboard, where you've got, there's a couple of catering vans, I'm sure. International days, there's loads of those out there. There's plenty of room for spectators to get around, walk around. Just a big feeling of space. I like it.
Yeah, I don't know how many acres it is, but there is, for those that haven't been here before, the nursery ground to our left, which is either through a tunnel, which obviously only the groundsmen go through because we'll sell their kit there, but you go just outside the fencing and the bowen. So the nursery ground there with its own pavilion, which we can see in between the scoreboard and the Colin Ingleby stand away to our left. Here's Barker around the wickets, and he's playing inside the line there, Hill. Now behind us is the golf course, which actually does go up past the nursery ground away to our left and up the hill. So you've got that. And it's a big old area. And the hotel, of course, of which we're inside at the top. And there is some redevelopment plans that have been submitted. Some big plans to redevelop the site, which I'll come to in a moment, Jonathan. As Barker comes in, length ball, Hill pushes that out into the covers. It's a good stop from Donald, moving around from backward point. So as we go, so in the top right hand corner behind the Shane Warne stand, there are plans. There's a big tarmac, well, it's not tarmac, it's gravel area, very big area. There are plans for, I can't remember how many houses, apartments and what have you. So that the plan is for that there. Behind the pavilion, I think it's something like a wellness, a sort of a senior living complex.
You got yours booked?
Boom, boom. Outside the stump, left alone.
It wasn't supposed to be funny. It was a straight question.
Well, yeah, well, that's what made it even funnier, because actually you really meant it.
Yeah.
Dear. Maybe by the time it's built, I might. I don't know. I think I'd want to get off the ground. As much as I love being here, I do feel as though I spend more time here than I do at home at times, which I don't. I'm not complaining. But anyway, yeah. And then a wellness centre just to the left, so behind the Colin Ingram Mackenzie stand, outside the off stump and left alone again. Moving further around. Now behind us, there is plans for another hotel, bolted onto this one at right angles. It will take out half the lake, which is by the first hole, and the golf course will be reconfigured because there's more land away to our left, which was acquired a little while ago, taking it right to the road. So the golf course is moving slightly over leftwise, or some of it is. Always playing a miss in there again. They're getting excited as the ball goes through to keeper Ben Brown. Part of the lake will be filled in, as I might have mentioned, but to compensate for the extra hotel, which is going to be bolted on, and more car parking at the bottom. So the car parking that is now for the hotel, that's going to be a much wider area, and there is going to be a additional entrance to the ground, a visitor walk-in entrance from the road behind us, which will be a walkway, elevated walkway, just to our right. Outside the off stump, left alone. I thought of a visitor experience as you arrive on site. But that is all in the plans. Whether that all gets passed, or whether they have to rejig it, whether they can do all of it, is another matter.
It sounds great. A real sort of haven for, well, all sorts of things.
Something for everybody there.
Yes,
Jonathan.
I think that's probably probably the best way to describe it without offending anybody. Any further?
You've already offended
I already
me.
did, yeah.
You've already offended me,
I'm off the
Jonathan,
road.
yeah.
I noticed you crossed my name out for the rest of the day. That's it. Last time you're on today, Dodge. Get yourself off home, lad. So 8 without loss, Kyle Abbott from the hotel end, bowling here to the right-handed George Hill. Oh, a good delivery by Abbott. There's an appeal for LBW. For me, height was a major issue. George Hill is rubbing his thigh above the pad. Back leg. It was a good delivery though, and worth a shout. You'd ask the question.
Yeah,
height-wise though.
Yeah. But I think, exactly right. But I think the players will probably appeal a little bit here, because I think, as I've heard sort of third hand, the Vince LBW decision was a bit iffy, and unfortunately then that means the players will play on the umpires a little bit.
Whiteburn's at this end as it's a nice drive, firmly driven as well. George Hill into the onside. Keith Barker down on one knee to do the fielding. Nobody there to propose to, so he's picked the ball up instead.
Got an email here as well. We were talking about fast bowlers, weren't we, Jonathan, just before lunch?
Abbott turns and leaves us behind and bowls, and Hill drives up to mid-off, asks for the single. A direct hit might have caused, well, I'm sure would have caused an appeal. It was Fuller with the throw. George Hill dives his way in, and then his trousers come down at the same time. So the email?
Yeah, Brian Budd, sullencricket@gmail.com. In his biography of Barry Richards, former Hampshire and South African batter, of course, Andy Murtagh, a former Hampshire all-rounder of Dave Allen's vintage, mentioned a sincere episode between Andy Roberts, former West Indian bowler, quick, never faced him fortunately, decided to ramp it up to Barry in the nets. He said that the rest of the team realised something special was going on and watched on with admiration.
Well, that'd have been something to see. Round the wicket here, Abbott to the left-handed Lyth, who's solidly behind it, into the offside, no run.
In your day, was there any equivalent actions between the two top guns, Robin Smith and Malcolm Marshall? Or more generally, did you face Malcolm in the nets on a regular basis? I certainly didn't face him on a regular basis. No stupid person would do that. And if so, how was it? Did Malcolm Marshall hang back, or did you get a real feel for how it was like to face him when he wanted to get a batter out? I don't remember facing Malcolm too much in the nets, if at all, actually. Mainly because we all avoided it.
Abbott bowling to Lyth, good delivery, which beats him, and then, well, he pulled the bat inside the line, to be fair to him, but it swung away after it had gone past Adam Lyth. Ben Brown stepping across to first slip to take it.
That was more Red Maru, Nigel Cowley facing the nets. Who were both spinners. What I did do, though, when Malcolm Marshall became our coach, he did bowl at me in the nets. And it wasn't long after he'd finished playing, and he still wanted to bowl quick in the nets. And I remember him hitting me on the head at 9 o'clock in the morning one morning, which isn't great fun, I can assure you.
No, that's one way of an alarm call. As Abbott's latest delivery is pushed into the offside by Lyth, and there's no run. Mighty Mariners had messaged in saying, have Yorkshire gone a season of county championship cricket without losing? Dave's been busily beavering away. He said there may be others, but the 1925 champions were Yorkshire, during which season they played 32, won 21 and lost no matches. So there we go, the brilliance of Dave Allen.
What year was that?
1925.
Okay. So that's obviously that's way before the celebrated Yorkshire sides of what, the 50s, Truman and all that? 60s. Yeah, was it the same side? So, okay, yeah, some good players then. Barker around the wicket to Hill forward, square on the offside. The ball goes, no run. Yeah, yeah, obviously even I don't remember it, but I mean, you know, when people talk about cricket in history, in my young days of growing up, and they always talk about that Yorkshire side of the 60s, 50s and 60s, 59 to 68. Yeah, 7 championships. Whoa. Can't have lost too many in that period then. 9 without loss here. Yorkshire, they've extended their lead to 27. Here's Barker again, bowls. Hill leaves that alone. There's a bit of bounce.
So 2 things there. You mentioned Nigel Cowley. My first ever championship cricket game that I saw was Yorkshire versus Hampshire at Headingley, when it saw Gordon Greenidge in an enormous 6 at the football stand end, and I took my autograph book along, as you did. Nigel Cowley, David Turner,
left-hander, yes,
and Trevor Jesty. There's 3
all-rounder
that I can remember getting from the Hampshire side.
Well, you've done well there. Nigel Cowley being the top one, of course. That's outside the off stump, but again there's a shout. There's a big shout from the first slip, James Vince, and also from Ben Brown, but nobody else in the slips really went up, and that ball has really climbed off a length.
Gordon Greenidge wouldn't give me his autograph.
Would he not?
No, the miserable so-and-so was batting all day, wasn't he? No, I never got to ask him because he was out in the middle for quite some time.
Great player, G.
Oh, he was, wasn't he? Well, that 6 certainly impressed.
Yeah.
It was around about that time of the 76 West Indies side.
There's Barker. George Hill leaves that alone. Again, the ball is angled in and then just seams away a bit, but it's a bit wide.
And then you mentioned Wilfred Rhodes in that 20s side. Have you read the book, The Triumphal Arch? Just not that long since released, last year, Patrick Faraday's book. Well worth it.
Okay.
Particularly if you can get a hold of the version. I think there are a limited number of versions that had an actual audio interview by David Frith with Rhodes from not that long before he died, early 70s.
Barker bowls. Hill gets a thick outside edge along the ground to backward point, fielded by Donald.
It's just, for me, I've said this before a couple of times on air this season, but no apologies for repeating, really. Well worth a listen just to hear the bloke. He's got such a, just hear the man's voice, because players of that era, you just, there might be an odd, minuscule bit of footage. But to hear him talk for an hour and a quarter about his career was fantastic, and his recall was phenomenal.
Did he have a son that played? Or am I sort of guessing there wasn't? Oh, now I think he's playing at that. George Hill, I know he does like to play inside the line and does it a lot. I'm just wondering if he may have played that. A bit of extra bounce there from Barker. If you're watching on the live picture feed, have a look. Make your own judgment. I think he is. He has to play at that. That's quite close. And again, that ball straightening at him as it hits the deck and goes off the seam. Maiden over from Barker. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. In Yorkshire, a 9 without loss in their second innings, lead by 27. So he didn't know. There's been a couple of Rhodes that played, obviously no relation. Billy Rhodes at Notts. Stephen Rhodes, the wicket-keeper, right, yeah. So there are lots of Rhodeses, basically.
No, definitely not.
No. So Lyth has 2, Hill has 7. Looks like a bit of bounce out there with the second new ball, doesn't there?
Yeah, as in comes Abbott round the wicket, and Lyth runs that one down through third man. They're going to get a couple here, comfortably so. Billy Rhodes did coach me a little bit at one stage. He used to tell stories of how Steve, who I also played a very odd, might have been 2 matches with years ago, about how he coached Steve in his cellar in Bradford, throwing the ball around the walls in the cellar to, to get his angles and
Really?
Yeah, that sort of thing. That's driven firmly by Adam Lyth. Would have been 4 if had he not picked out the man at cover. Hit it straight to him along the deck. Yeah, nice fella, Billy.
Yeah.
And you can see where that, where Steve came from in that respect. That sort of enthusiasm that Billy had for the game. So here's Abbott coming in again. Right arm round the wicket, and Lyth opens the face, and it's pushed out backward of point. No run. 11 without loss. 5.5 overs in here. It's not been easy with the new ball for these 2 opening batsmen. They wouldn't expect it to be against a couple of quality bowlers.
Did well in the first innings as well, didn't they?
Yeah, just sending Felix Organ out to deep backward square leg. If he does ping a short one in at Adam Lyth, it's going to be interesting, because he plays that shot very well. But instead, he's content to just work it off the hip into the leg side and pick up an easy 1.
Got the feeling Abbott wasn't quite impressed with that ball. Just sometimes I can just work him out at the end of his mark as he turns. I think he was a little bit disappointed that was too straight, especially when there's a gap there at square on the leg side. Yeah, they lasted for an hour and a half, didn't they? George Hill and Adam Lyth first morning. Adam Lyth driving at Holland, caught in the gully for 19.
Yeah, he said it was tricky. Hill, meanwhile, on strike, opens the face, runs it to point. No run. Loads of enthusiasm and chat from the home side out there in the field, as you'd expect early in the innings. Haven't yet made a breakthrough, but not been so far away on a couple of occasions. There's Abbott again then. In he comes, and that might not have bounced quite as much as George Hill thought it was going to do initially, but he does play it late, and he played it comfortably enough in the end. Dot ball to conclude that over. 3 overs for 9, Kyle Abbott, 12 without loss, Yorkshire. And I think, are you loitering with intent, Mr. Allen? Okay.
So the test match at Trent Bridge, England need another 168, 131 for 4. It's day 5 there, of course, last day. Is that too many? May just be too many. It's been an interesting test, though. Other games in Division 1, where, of course, both these sides are keeping an eye on what's happening with the Surrey-Somerset game. Surrey lead the table currently, with Hampshire second, Yorkshire third. Somerset in their second innings, 177 for 4. They still trail Surrey by 25 runs with 6 wickets remaining. They do well there to keep things going. Somerset there, they're going to have to bat well there in their second innings, having been bowled out for 180 in their first. Warwickshire 163 for 5 in their second innings against Lancashire. They lead Red Rose County by 169 with 5 wickets remaining. And wow, Kent Gloucestershire looks like I did say earlier it was a flat wicket at Canterbury. Kent 457 for 4, he says, yawning away. Here comes Barker. That's a length ball. Kent lead Gloucestershire by 19 runs with 6 wickets remaining. I'm going to do a quick 30-second update. A summary of the day's play, which might actually centre a bit more what's been happening later than earlier. Yorkshire batting for a second time now. They are 12 without loss. They lead Hampshire by 30. A little earlier, Hampshire bowled out for 410. So they got close on the first innings, and there was an entertaining 9th wicket partnership between Kyle Abbott and James Fuller, which realised 74 in just 50 minutes. All the batters made contributions all the way through the order, really. Liam Dawson this morning 61, Ben Brown 83. They were the 2 wickets before lunch, and then after lunch, Donald and Owen Donald made 30. 38 from Barker and also Abbott, and Fuller last out for 37. Yorkshire 12 without loss.
Thank you very much indeed. Live online commentary in that game then.
Your comment about Canterbury reminded me I was talking rubbish earlier on when Hampshire were bowled out, and I said it was their second highest total of the season after the game against Somerset here. There's
Barker bowls, and that's pushed by Lythe out to extra cover, no run.
Because it wasn't. It was their third highest, because they got, I don't know, 7,360 when they played at Canterbury, didn't they? They got about 650. I can't remember that. I completely missed that one out.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, it was
their second highest here, but Canterbury, I don't know what.
Kent were all out for 305. Hampshire 652 for 6, and then Kent bowled out for 296.
That was the one I forgot. So apologies for that.
So it was a fantastic effort to get 20 wickets there, as is being proved in the current game. Lythe playing a missing outside the off stump on the front foot. Bit of shape there for Barker, coming over the wicket to the left hand. The ball just moving away from Lythe.
I'm usually better on 1925s than I am on 2022 anyways.
Yeah, you're better at reciting scores from 80 or 100 years ago than from 2 weeks.
Well, I was thinking about that Yorkshire side that you talked about, that they won their first championship in that period in 1959. Surrey had just won 7 in a row, and Yorkshire won in 59.
There's Barker from that pavilion end. Lythe leaves alone outside off stump. End of the over, 12 without loss.
They had they won it with a frantic run chase down at Hove on the third day of a game down there, and won the title. Won it again in 1960, and that was the first Yorkshire side I ever saw. They used to come to Portsmouth quite regularly then, which was rather good. And on the first day, I mean, this is off memory, I haven't checked this, but on the first day I'm pretty sure Brian Bolus and Brian Close scored hundreds. And at some point then Fred Truman just took loads and loads of wickets for a few runs, and that was in 1960, and they won the championship again. Yeah. But I can't resist mentioning the fact that in 1961 they didn't win the championship, because we did.
So you broke a sequence.
Yeah. And then they won it again in 62 and 63. Then Worcester won it twice, 64 and 65, including a controversial win at Bournemouth, which I can't remember the details offhand. Okay. And then they won it again 66, 67, 68.
Abbott to Hill. Hill pushes that good length ball back to Abbott, who tries to flick it onto the stumps but just misses the stumps.
And they were pretty wonderful side, really. I mean, by the end they had Boycott and Hampshire, but before that Ken Taylor, who played a bit for England, Doug Paget and Phil Sharp batted, they played for England, Ray Illingworth and Brian Close, all-rounders who you would know about, I'm sure. Fred Truman. One of the few players who didn't play for England was an opening bowler called Tony Nicholson, but he was very useful. Don Wilson, slow left arm.
Abbott bowls, and that's pushed by Hill up towards mid-on. Don Wilson was the MCC head coach when I joined Middlesex.
Right, he was.
Of course, they were based at Lords as well. I used to see Don Wilson a lot. Nice guy.
Was there ever any crossing over there? Or, I mean, did you just keep separate from the... Because they were MCC
They were MCC young cricketers, we were Middlesex.
Right.
So, I mean, we didn't sort of... they were MCC young cricketers, weren't like that. It was just that they were a separate entity, and pretty much the way that was. Here's Abbott Bowles outside the off stump. It does nip back a little bit, but a good leave from George Hill. Now, Lily at Sonar Sports says, hi Kev, Jonathan and Dave. I mean, sorry for my non-listening all day as I had a family emergency to deal with, but I'm listening now and enjoying the cricket history with Dave Allen.
All right. Well, you're very welcome, Lily. If you've got any questions, chuck them in, because if I don't know the answer, which I very often don't, I have to say, people sometimes say, how do you remember all that stuff? And I say, I don't. I just know where to find it. But sometimes I do remember. So very welcome, Lily, and fire questions in if you want to. Yeah. Very happy to
60s
reminisce.
Dave's main decade. Here's Abbott Bowles, and Hill on the back foot pushes that out square. And a no run. Again, Don Wills. Doug Paget, I think, was Yorkshire's second team coach for a while. Correct. I remember playing a Hampshire second team game at the old ground. Yeah,
that's right.
And I tell you why I remember him particularly was that I opened the batting. I can't remember how many Yorkshire got. Must have been a one-day game. I can't remember, or it might have been a three-day game, but whatever. And I remember they didn't bowl particularly well early on, and it was quite easy to score. Here's Abbott Bowles, always playing now. He's playing at that. Plays and misses. Ball goes through to Pembrose, and we got away to a very quick start. And then, to be fair, they started to bowl better, and then we lost a few wickets, including myself. But I just remember being in the car park at the old ground, which wasn't particularly big, as you know. Yeah. And I heard Doug Paget on the phone, obviously talking to somebody back at Yorkshire. And if I'm honest, I thought I'd batted quite well, really. I mean, I say they bowled rubbish, they didn't bowl very well, but there was many games where people bowled worse. But I just remember him giving us no credit whatsoever, basically saying to this person back at Yorkshire, said, "Well, the bowlers bowled rubbish," as if we're to say, "Well, we should have scored some runs," which is probably true, really. That's pushed up to mid-on, there's no run. And I just remember him, and I think he looked up, and then he suddenly saw me within earshot, but I don't think that bothered him. But I just remember thinking, "Oh, okay, well, I suppose that's what he's employed to do, is to talk about their players, not us. But sure. I thought he could have given us a little bit of credit. Maiden over from Abbott, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9.
Now, I wonder if Darren Flint would have played in that game. That's possible, isn't it? That's
probably.
Old slow left armer. I'm only mentioning that because it's his birthday today, and if you're listening, Darren, happy birthday.
Oh, fantastic.
Now, I was also going to name check a friend of mine from Yorkshire who I think a lot of people know, and I did check with Jonathan on it. So, if Audrey Woodhouse is listening, or any of her pals are listening, just say Dave says hello, and I hope she's okay and doing well. Used to bump into her. Sometimes when I was going up to Yorkshire to do, I talked at the Northern Cricket Society and the Wombwell Cricket Society, and used to see her. And sometimes she'd come down, and I'd see her here. So if you're listening, Audrey, I'm just saying hello and wishing you well.
That's lovely. Barker's off already, 4 overs, making way for Brad Wheel. It took 4 for 59 in the Yorkshire first innings. Outside the off-stump, Lythe leaves alone. Right arm medium quick, Brad Wheel. Picked up all the last 4 Yorkshire wickets.
It's good to see him picking up wickets, isn't it? Because he did it in the T20, didn't he?
Friday night, 5 for 38.
And that was good to see, because initially when he came in, it's been a bit tough for him this season because he was so improved last year and he hadn't managed to get in. I don't think it was particularly his fault, but
I think it's the improvement of Fuller which actually has cost him his place, isn't it? Length ball outside the off stump. And, it's obviously because no Mo Abbas, they can fit him into the side. Yeah. But you're right, he had a good season last year and probably expected to start, but the improvement, the rapid improvement of James Fuller, and the consistency of James Fuller has kept him out the side. Yeah. Even though Fuller does go for a few more runs than the rest, he bowls a bit quicker than the rest and gives the captain a different option. Yeah. 12 without loss still, Yorkshire. They still lead by 30 in the game overall, as Lythe is playing at that one, I think. You can watch on the live picture feed. Yes, he's definitely playing at that, I think. Although he didn't follow the line of the ball, which is, of course, what you shouldn't be doing. Yeah, live picture feed, which goes out on the Hampshire Cricket website, and those pictures get beamed to the Yorkshire Cricket website as well. Those pictures are also on the free-to-download Hampshire Cricket App, if you so wish to do that. You can have commentary on as well, that's a real bonus. And lots of other things on that app as well, Hampshire related. And of course we're on the BBC Sport website as well, and app, outside the off-stump, and that is definitely left alone by Adam Lythe.
I was saying to you earlier that I think live feeds are revolutionising the way that people, I don't like the word really, but consume county cricket, and I think there are a lot of people out there who engage with it. And one of the revelations for me this year is that, you know, I'm not a big fan of 2020 cricket really, and I don't come to it. I won't come to anything where I have to sing along with Neil Diamond. It's just not possible for me.
That's left alone again outside off stump.
But I've found myself this year I don't always even have a commentary on, but I found myself this year watching all the live feeds of all the T20 games, and it's been okay really. Yeah, don't mind it at all.
Camera work's getting better, isn't it? More cameras at games, which is helping. Better productions.
That's one of the things, isn't it? You don't in the early days, you didn't always know what happened when the ball went off the pitch.
Yes.
You wondered what was happening out in the distance.
Yes.
Now you get a shot of it, which is good.
Yeah. Very good, outside the off stump, and that'll be a maiden for Brad Wheel in his opening over. 12 without loss. Lythe has 5. 7 to George Hill. Lily's testing you now, Dave. Okay. You shouldn't have said that. Right. At Solent Sports, he says 2 questions for Dave. Who was the top run scorer for Yorkshire in 1965, and who was the top wicket taker in 65? Without looking it up, I guess.
Oh, without looking it up, okay.
Have a guess and then look it up.
Top run scorer. I reckon, I'm just thinking about, I'm not sure who'd have batted at 3 really, but I'm thinking John Hampshire was still opening it, so it'd have been Boycott, Hampshire, Sharp, Paget probably, Richard Hutton might have been batting about 5, but I've got to guess, and I'm thinking, you see, that Boycott would have played for England, so probably not for Yorkshire, so I'm going to guess Phil Sharp. Top wicket taker? Ooh, that's so difficult really, isn't it? It would be Truman, Nicholson, Hutton. I think Hutton, unless it was a bit early for him, and then Illingworth close. Okay, I'm going to guess Illingworth, so I'm going Phil Sharp and Ray Illingworth.
Holland to start a new over. That's outside the off stump to Hill, left alone. Who are you going for?
I'm going for Phil Sharp and Ray Illingworth.
Right, okay.
But I honestly don't know. Although actually, Lily, you shouldn't actually ask Hampshire's historian too much about Yorkshire in 1965, just in case I start talking about a match between Hampshire and Yorkshire that year. So be cautious.
Here's Holland, runs away from us. That's very wide, and that's gone to first slip. That's taken by James Vince. It's called a wide. That reminded me of the first ball that Harmison bowled in the Ashes in 2008 or something down under.
I won't pursue that too far, but I did talk earlier about the fact that today is the exact centenary, exactly today, of the lowest score Hampshire ever made in their history. And 1965 is the year that Yorkshire made the lowest score in their history.
Right, so you said John Hampshire. Is that what you went batting?
No, Phil Sharp.
Phil Sharp, right, okay. That's driven through extra cover by George Hill. It won't go all the way to the boundary. They may get 3 here as the ball gets picked up by Gubbins just inside the rope. Well inside the rope. 13 without loss. Right, okay, you said...
Ken Taylor was still there in 65.
Taylor, yes. He scored 714. Right. Averaged 22.
Okay.
Ahead of him was Phil Sharp.
Yeah, that's the one I picked.
991 at 23.
Okay, no, there's somebody would have got more than that. Somebody
Paget up there, 972 at 20. Okay. That's a lot of runs to average that. And the top run scorer was a certain John Hampshire.
Oh, okay.
As Holland bowls and Lythe pushes up to mid-on, he scored 1102 at 27. Right. I mean, that's... I know it's uncovered wickets and all that, but they are those averages are low.
It's 1965, and it's Yorkshire where, you know, I mean, they were playing on quite... It was a rainy decade, the 60s, and there's more rain in Yorkshire than there is in
Is there?
Hampshire. Oh, yeah, without. It's all right, Jonathan's not listening, he's busy.
Live pushes that up to mid-off.
So they would have played on quite a lot of damp pitches up there, and I think if you'd start looking at the bowling averages, you'll find probably 3 men with lots of wickets under 20.
Right, so who did you have as top wicket taker?
Well, I had Ray Illingworth.
Right, that's it.
Fred was a bit past his peak by then. I think he didn't get taken to South Africa that winter, if I remember rightly, and his England career was coming to an end. But it could be Tony Nicholson. Tony Nicholson would be the other bet.
Right, here we go. Outside the off stump and left alone by Lyth. Right, let's start with Don Wilson.
Okay.
64 at 17.
Yeah. That's
Illingworth.
Yeah.
71 at 16.
Right. Now you see, look at that. Two finger spinners in the teams.
Truman, 115 at 11.
Oh, I did him down there then, didn't I? Sorry, Fred.
Holland bowls, and that's driven down the ground by Lyth. Chase is on for Abbott and Barker, and I think the ball is going to win that one. It does, just. That'll be 20 without loss, Yorkshire in their second innings.
But those are amazing averages, aren't they? You know, you've got 3 top wicket takers there, all averaging 17 or less. I mean, it's just unimaginable.
You said Nicholson, didn't you?
I did say
47 wickets at 18.
Yeah, so again, it's in teens, isn't it? I think that was the point, really, that a lot of Yorkshire games, it was amazing if anybody on either side got to 250, you know, but they were just winning. Although 65, is that right? Let me just think that 61, 62, 63. They didn't win the championship in 65, did they?
Let me have a look.
They didn't. Worcestershire did. I'm sure Worcestershire did, yeah. So anyway, Lily, you kind of got me there, really. I didn't.
But it's interesting, wasn't it? Yeah, you were right. Worcestershire won the title with 144 points, 13 wins from 28.
Yeah.
Northamptonshire second, 4 points behind. Then came Glamorgan. Yorkshire were fourth.
Right. Well, Glamorgan, of course, were on the up because in 69 they finally broke that Yorkshire sequence and won it.
His wheel from the pavilion end, Hill on the back foot, steers that to backward a point, no run. We are just under 2 overs away from tea time. Hampshire down in 12th, 66 points, 5 wins from 28.
We had a terrific pace attack, Shackleton, White and Cotton, but the batting was quite weak by that point.
Let's have a look.
And,
so the bowling...
Yeah. Shack got 100 plus.
133 wickets, the medium pacer at 16.
Yeah.
85 from David White.
Yeah.
Butch White, who's quite quick, wasn't he? There's a bit of bounce, but Hill's playing inside the line. 73 at 16.
Yeah.
They were by far... Peter Sainsbury, left-arm spinner, 62. Yeah. And the bowl, is the batting, wasn't it? You said you thought was a bit weak. The top aggregate, Roy Marshall.
Yeah.
1361 at 27.
Well, do you know, I was going to say, even that would have probably been under 30, you know, and people say, well, was Roy Marshall really that good? Look at his career average was about 37 or something, but that was the point of 3-day cricket and uncovered pitches.
Henry Horton? Is it Henry Horton?
Yep.
That's outside the off stump. Good bounce, but Hill's not following it. 1463 at 34. Yeah. That's quite a good average, isn't it?
Not bad. But in those years when they won the championship in 61, there were 1 or 2 years when Jimmy Gray, Roy Marshall and Henry Horton, the top 3, all got 2,000 runs in the season, which was phenomenal, really. But those were 3 of the 4 years, if I remember correctly, when they experimented with covered pitches. 59 to 62, I think, and then they came back and uncovered them again.
His wheel again from the pavilion end, and Hill drives but not timed as it goes up to mid-off.
And somebody like Bob Cotton was a classic English seamer. He could bowl cutters. He could bowl quickish, but he could bowl cutters. And if there was that green, and they always said about uncovered pitches on first-class cricket, that the point about them was they were as hard as this table with a greasy top. They weren't spongy things like you'd get in club games. You'd turn up on a Sunday afternoon and it'd just be like sponge. It was never like that. It was really hard with a greasy top.
Wheel comes in again. That's straight at this time, and Hill will get a single as he hits it wide of mid-on up to Barker. 21 without loss.
And then the sun would come on it, you see, and then it would just be vicious. Derek Underwood was sometimes unplayable on those kinds of pitches, but you only really got them in England, you know.
Quick spin.
It was an extraordinary kind of thing, There was a famous game in the 50s that Surrey won when they were going for the championship. They beat Worcestershire, I think, in 2 days. I think they scored something like 200 for 2 declared, 200 for 2 declared and won by an innings. They didn't even bat on. They didn't bother batting on. You know, they bowled Worcester out for 40, got 200 for 2 declared, put them in again, and before it dried out, and bowled them out again. You know, now you can't imagine it. You know, you look at Don Bess, you know, working really hard today, but he's never had a surface like that to bowl on. That's the point. Really.
No. He's Wheelie switching round the wicket to the left-hander Adam Lyth. Gets a length ball, who steers that out to a point. That's the end of the over. So 1 over to go until tea here on day 3. Yorkshire in their second innings 21 without loss, lead by 39. It's been quite interesting. Lily's asked a couple of questions over the last few days.
Was there another one?
No, so she has in the past, and we've got them straight away. Actually,
right.
probably. She's probably thinking, and we have cheated because we've looked them up.
She's caught me out.
Yeah, we've looked at, well, I looked that up for you, but but no, Dave.
I like questions like that, even if I don't know the answer. They're just nice to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I had the benefit of writing her original question. I actually had it written down in my book, so that I knew that. But you didn't have that benefit, Dave. So you were kind of
that's all right.
Guessing as much as using your considerable knowledge. So it's Ian Holland to bowl the last over before tea. 1 over for 8 so far. That's a length ball to Hill. He's pushed out to extra cover, and there is no run.
One of my best memories of that period of Yorkshire cricket is that in 63 and 64 I was on holiday. I had an aunt who lived in Chesterfield, and we go and stay with her, and we go walking in the Peak District, and I'd watch a game at Chesterfield if there was one there with Derbyshire, which is a beautiful ground. But I also went both those years to watch a game at Bramall Lane, which you would never actually describe as a beautiful ground at all, you know, as a cricket ground.
Holland to Hill. Hill forward. It's out into the covers. Thought about a single. Gubbins quickly round.
But I saw 1 year I saw Hampshire versus 1 year I saw Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire, which I liked because my namesake David Allen, who was an England off spinner, he was playing, so that was fun. But in 63 I saw Yorkshire play the visiting West Indies. I saw Gary Sobers get 100 at Bramall Lane, which was, and I think somebody could come back and tell us after tea, but I think Fred Truman captained Yorkshire on that particular occasion.
You can look it up as well, can you? That's pushed out on the onside by Hill up to Barker at mid-on.
And I mean, for a young man from Hampshire, even I'm from Portsmouth, you know, I'm not from leafy Hampshire, which people were talking about yesterday. I'm from Portsmouth, where we drop our Ashes, mush. But even so, to watch cricket at Bramall Lane in the days when the chimneys smoked all afternoon and stuff, you know, I mean, it was just an extraordinary
Was it really? Did it really take you aback?
Another world.
Hill pushes that to mid-wicket, really?
But I don't mean I didn't like it. I mean, it was just so evocative. But in this northern working class, you know, there's the great story about, you know, all the old Yorkshire chaps who go and watch the cricket, and they've all got their flat hats on, and then it starts raining, so they take their hats off, and the young boy says to his dad, "Why are they taking their hats off?" He says, "No, you don't want them to sleep with wet hats on, do you?"
As Holland runs away from us, and Hill clips that away down to fine leg for a single. No real intent here from the Yorkshire openers. I think they're just making sure that there's no alarms earlier on in their innings, because I think now it's effectively a one innings game. It's the last thing you need is to find yourself sort of 40 for 4 or 5, and then you really are up against it. Yorkshire are just making sure here that they build, and they don't put themselves into a bad position.
If they'd had a lead of 45-50 and a bit more time, I reckon they'd have pushed it more, don't you?
Yeah.
But everything's a bit tentative at the minute.
Right. It was only 18 on the first innings. Outside the off stump, left alone by Adam Lyth, and that will be tea here at a very sunny Ageas Bowl. 22 without loss Yorkshire. Lyth has 9 and Hill has 12. The lead is 40. With 32 overs left on day 3, and then of course we've got all of tomorrow. Earlier this afternoon, Hampshire bowled out for 410, 4 wickets for Jordan Thompson, who claimed the last 2. That was Abbott for 38 and Fuller for 37, but those two, a very entertaining 9th wicket partnership of 74 in just 50 minutes. Most of the Hampshire batters got a start. There was partnerships all over the place, but only Ben Brown with 83 was the top scorer. no hundreds in that Hampshire innings of 410 all out. Thank you, Dave Allen. Thank you, Jonathan. We'll be back with you in just under 20 minutes' time. welcome back to the Ageas Bowl for the evening session on day 3. Second innings are 22 without loss. Their lead in the game is now 40. George Hill is 12 not out, a first innings centurion. Adam Lythe is 9 not out. A little earlier, Hampshire were bowled out for 410, 18 runs behind Yorkshire's first innings total of 428. All the batters, just about all the batters for Hampshire got in, but not one of them made 100, unlike Hill, the top run scorer. Ben Brown, who made 83, he was the second man out this morning. Liam Dawson before him on 61, and then this afternoon Anarian Donald made 30, Keith Barker 38, Carl Abbott 38, James Fuller last man out for 37. Entertaining ninth wicket partnership between Fuller and Abbott, which realised 74 off in just 50 minutes, and Jordan Thompson cleaning up the Hampshire innings with 2 wickets to give him 4 wickets in the match. That's where we are then. 32 overs left on day 3. We've got all day tomorrow as well. Your commentary team this evening a little later, Jonathan Deutsch from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations to take you through this little passage of play. Myself, Kevin James, and Hampshire historian Dave Allen, who's open to questions mainly from Lily about Yorkshire and mainly Yorkshire teams in the 60s. And Dave had a good guess at it. Was pretty close. Any more questions? That's Solent Sports, solentcricket@gmail.com as Barker bowls round the wicket to Hill. That's pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. We are underway. The sun is still out. It is still bright out there. It's been a lovely day. I don't think we've had any cloud at all getting in the way of the sun. There is the odd white fluffy cloud, but not many. It's been full sun all day.
Yeah, it has been absolutely beautiful, and down here at least the forecast is a bit like it for the rest of the week. In fact, might even get a bit warmer, I think, by Friday.
Well, here comes Barker from the pavilion end, round the wicket to Hill, and is he playing at that one? Barker's got one to just nip away off the seam a fraction, as he so often does. We do know that George Hill does tend to play inside the line, which makes it look as though he's playing at it. Sometimes it's difficult to tell whether he is or whether he isn't. Other times it's a little more obvious. That one I'm not sure. 22 without loss. They haven't exactly raced away Yorkshire in their second innings. This is the 13th over. I think they've been particularly watchful in terms of making sure they don't lose wickets at the top of the order, because that would put them under pressure, because this is effectively a 1 innings game as that's pushed away behind point. Thickish outside edge there. It wasn't aimed there by Hill. Fielded by Donald.
Yeah, when we were about 8 down, I was speculating with Jonathan about how it might play out through the day and suggesting Yorkshire might get up to a lead of, well, they might put on about 160-70 and have a lead of about 30, which would be 200 on tonight. Well, that looks improbable now. Looks very unlikely. In fact, I would have said, you know, probably more like 120, 130 on tonight, which will make engineering something tomorrow difficult.
It will. That's a drive by Hill, just wide of mid-off for a single. He moves on to 13, 23 without loss. Yes, the positions that these two are in the table, second and third, chasing Surrey, who are doing particularly well in their game at the moment. Neither of these sides can afford to lose this and lose touch or lose ground, particularly against Surrey in the quest to win the championship at the end of the season, of course. So I think a draw would suit both these sides.
Yeah.
A win would obviously be icing on the cake, but the way this game is panning out, I don't think either of these sides wants to give either one an inch, and that's pretty much how it's been. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. It's been hard cricket, both sides scoring over 400, trying to put the other one under pressure. So far it's not quite been a stalemate. I thought Yorkshire batted particularly well in their first innings, and when you come out to bat in reply, you are immediately under pressure, and even more under pressure when you're 12 for 2, replying to 428. So Hampshire have done well to pull themselves back into the game, and honours just about even as Lythe works that away in front of square on the leg side. Nice shot. That's 4 runs past a diving Anarian Donald, and that ends Barker's first over after tea. Yorkshire move on to 27 without loss, and they have a lead now of 45. They're scoring, well, with that boundary actually, they're scoring at 2 and over. So Dave, I mean, assuming that you know, they don't lose many wickets, if any, in this session, you would say that they're probably going to increase that run rate a little. So with 31 overs, even at 2 and over, that's 62. You're probably looking at about 80 or 90. You're right. You said 100. It's probably 100 max. 145 lead going into day 4.
That I would think with 90 odd overs, it's going to be quite difficult to resolve that, because they're going to be cautious. If there is a declaration, they're going to be cautious with it, and there probably won't be enough time then to take 10 Hampshire wickets, or for Hampshire to get whatever the target is.
It'll just be for Hampshire to avoid losing wickets at the top of the order. Dom Best might fancy his chances a little bit more with the rough increasing, of course, as this game goes on. Here's Abbott. One that bounces at Hill, hits high on the bat as he goes along the ground to Gully.
It's not been completely comfortable for them in this second innings, has it? I mean, there's been some life there for Abbott and Barker in different ways, but actually, in a way, a bit like the first innings with the new ball, they haven't had any luck, really, the Hampshire bowlers.
I don't think, I think you're right. I think as well as the openers have played, and it took an hour and a half to prise them apart on the first morning, but you're right. It's still a relatively hard ball into its 14th over as Abbott bowls. That's a length ball, which is pushed out towards wideish mid-off. Everybody's getting excited because Hill does play the ball quite late. But there is some bounce from time to time, isn't there?
There is,
which actually is still there, even when the ball gets a bit older, but not as much. But it's basically been a good pitch, hasn't it?
It has.
It's been a very good pitch.
I just noticed the groundsman walking around to the hover cover there, and I was thinking, they haven't spotted something on the radar that we can't believe it.
Shield it from the sun outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
But they're actually walking past it, so we're all right.
I'll say a rogue cloud from over the hotel somewhere. That would be a rogue.
It would. Actually, funnily enough, the only cloud I can see is just about over Pompey, which is almost impossible to believe, really.
That's a surprise, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about at all.
Nothing towards the west, over the New Forest. You can see quite a bit in the distance. There's nothing there, apart from blue sky. Here's Abbott bowls. It's a length ball. Hill pushes that out to Fuller at mid-off. Nothing in front of us. Well, a little bit of haze, actually, isn't it, over Telegraph Wood?
Yes, it's almost heat haze, and rather than anything untoward at all. But
it's been lovely. Still in the evenings wearing short sleeves shirts. Isn't it? Sometimes it gets a little chilly in the evenings, but it hasn't been during this game. It's lovely. Summer's here.
Yep, sure is.
It is down this neck of the woods anyway.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Abbott bowls. That's left alone. Good leave from Hill. Let's have a look at the test match, because there are reports that I'm seeing on social media suggesting that, as Paul Williams says, one of our regular listeners who lives in Portugal, saying that it's getting interesting, and it does sound as though both Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes are having a little go there, because England need 96 to win. They are 203 for 4, with Bairstow 92 not out and Ben Stokes on 35.
Got to be still a few overs left. I mean, they don't always update us on that, do they? But
well, that keeps it a little low as Hill stabs down on that one, and the ball goes out behind point. End of the over. Abbott's bowled 5 overs now, none for 9. That's a maiden. 2 of his 5 have been scoreless. And I'll try and find out, actually, because on the scorecard I'm looking at, of course, it doesn't tell you.
No, I looked at one that I couldn't work out from that what the answer was. But the run rate has now dropped below 2, which just suggests that I mean, I don't know. Yorkshire will have come out having discussed things over tea, and talking about how they're going to play. It suggests at the moment that they are content just to accumulate runs where possible, but do nothing more adventurous than that.
I'm just looking at the live BBC text feed, which is suggesting that Johnny Bairstow's not far away from what might be the fastest England Test 100. That's pushed away in front of square on the leg side, which will give you an example of just how quickly England are now scoring. He's on 96, Stokes is 35, 207 for 4. Let's see. Well, a little while ago, Bairstow had 92 from 69 balls. So that's quick going. That wouldn't look out of place in T20, would it? Apparently the crowd are getting excited as well. Where are we? Here's Barker outside the off stump. Again, a little while ago, England needed 101 from 34 overs.
Oh, well, okay.
The required run rate was under 3s.
Well, that's definitely.
So there's quite a lot of overs left by the looks of it.
Yeah. I've got to say that although I'm quite romantic about my growing up years in the 1960s, that was not the kind of Test cricket you ever saw back then.
No.
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Paul Williams. He's just said that there's 33 overs left in the Test.
Well, that's definitely...
That is doable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't realise there was that many. Oh, and he's playing inside the line there as the ball goes past his outside edge through to keeper Ben Brown. Good 83 from him today. Straddled across last night and this morning.
Well, he's been very consistent, hasn't he, Ben really? And
yeah.
I was talking to his mum yesterday. His parents, his parents, and actually his parents, his wife, and so on. They're often here watching, and I was talking to them about the boards that we have showing players hundreds and fifers and things.
Okay.
And, his mum said he got 100 this year. And I said, yeah, it was away, wasn't it, Canterbury?
It was. Lyth pushes down on that one, gets a thick inside edge as he goes out square. He's got a single, 14 he moves on to, 28 without loss.
And then she reminded me that he did make 100 on this ground. The problem is it was for Sussex and we don't put them on the board either. So it would have been nice if he'd gone on to 3 figures today. We could have got him on that board, but I suspect, you know, I haven't seen him play this year. I think, I mean, he's got a 83 today, there's a 72, a 49 and 30 not out in the same game, and then of course 157 at Canterbury, so he's been very good.
Well, he came here with a career average of 40, and this season it's 53.
Yeah.
So that's a bouncer, quite high over the head of George Hill, and Brown actually had to jump high to take that one. So you can't ask for much more than that, can you? Actually increasing that average of 40. I think Hampshire would be happy if he just maintained that career average.
He's comparable, actually, in terms of contribution to Nick Pothas. That's what Nick Pothas did when he was here. Absolutely, you know, the number of times he would come in at 6 and rescue a slightly difficult situation and make important runs.
Yes.
I think Ben is very similar to that.
Agreed. Here's Barker again then, and Hill gets wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. Ball just coming on with the angle as Barker's bowling round the wicket. End of the over. 28 without loss, Yorkshire in their second innings. They lead by 46. 15 overs have been bowled, so the scoring rate isn't particularly quick. But as we've said, I think the Yorkshire openers are just making sure that there are a few alarms at the top of the order. Don't want to give Hampshire any kind of opening. And 29 overs left in the day.
They're having long conversation in the middle. I mean, people are often intrigued about that. You know, people make jokes about, you know, well, what do you talk about in the middle then? You actually talk about, you know, what you're doing that evening, or you know, somebody who you're going to meet in the crowd later. Is that true? I mean, you know,
Varies.
when you so under the right circumstances, you would talk about the pitch and the bowler.
Yeah, you would. Outside the off stump from Abbott, left alone by Lyth at the start of a new over. It'll just be a quick chat. I think it's just a way of just not thinking. Yeah. Clearing your mind really from the previous over. Yeah. And you're both getting ready for the next. You know, batting isn't about, well, it is about concentration, of course it is, but it's difficult if you bat for any length of time to actually have 100% concentration the whole time you're out there. You just, the key is between balls and between overs, just to switch off for a few seconds and then switch back on again. That's a good length delivery, which Lyth plays late out to point.
When you start as a professional cricketer, I mean, I know it's a long time ago, and the coaching situations are much different now. But when you start, are people working with you on that aspect of the game because you haven't necessarily learnt that as a school kid? Or
they might do it more now, but I think when we were around, I mean, people would yell at you, concentrate, man, concentrate. You know, I think without ever sometimes explaining what that means. I think you accept what it is. I think you know. Here's a quick 30-second update. Yorkshire in the evening session here are 28 without loss in their second innings. They lead by 46 with just over 28 overs left in the day. So at the moment it looks like this game is heading for a draw. Adam Lyth is 14 not out. George Hill, who made a century in the first innings, is 13. Hampshire got close to parity on the first innings earlier this afternoon, bowled out for 410. So Yorkshire had a lead of 18. The top scorer today for Ben Brown, in fact, in the first innings was 83. He was out this morning. 28 without loss, Yorkshire.
Thank you very much indeed. Live online commentary of that game then via
Length ball, which is a little closer to the off stump as Ben Brown's diving to his right to take it. Lyth again leaving that one alone. Did come back with the arm a bit, didn't it? Yeah. Not enough.
But presumably sometimes, again, in terms of that kind of cricket, what Abbott is saying to Lyth there is, that was quite close, mate, because Lyth hasn't actually seen, has he?
No.
You know, he's just worrying the batsman slightly, I guess.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you try and make out that it's closer than it is. I mean, you've only got to look back and see where the keeper's taken it to know if it's done. But you know, as the ball's going past you, you kind of know how close or not it is. It might look closer once the keeper's taken it, but yeah, you're right. It's a good leave.
That's an interesting point, because I have heard older professionals talking about this habit of taking off stump guard suddenly, which became fashionable last year, and then people actually getting confused and sometimes then coming back the leg stump and then leaving one alone because they've forgotten that they've gone, not exactly forgotten, you know, but they haven't got into a rhythm of knowing exactly where the line is, you know.
There was a lot of players doing it last year, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. I find it very peculiar, really.
There's all sorts of theories come out from time to time, Dave, as you know, over the years. And not all of them work as Abbott bowls, and Lyth pushes that down the ground towards Barker. Just about reaches him at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. That's a maiden as well. So a slow passage of play at the moment. I can see Simon Hinks, the match manager, just walking around the ground to our right. Former Kent left hand.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah,
Hinksy. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 9 for Kyle Abbott. 28 without loss. Yorkshire lead by 46. Apparently Ben Stokes is limping around a bit at the moment, but he's carrying on. So he's, well, doing a Gordon Greenwich.
Yeah, that's
limping around but playing brilliantly.
Yeah. That's when he was dangerous.
So yeah, the test match, not that we're trying to get you all to switch over to the test match, because we'd love you to stay here, but England at the moment need another 83. 216 for 4.
There was a famous one-day game up at Northlands Road when Richards and Greenwich won it by 10 wickets, and the decision about the man of the match award,
as Barker comes in round the wicket, driving a hill up to bit off no run.
They both struggled in their innings, you know. I can't remember what the injuries were, you know, but I think Gordon was limping for sure, but Barry had a problem as well. And in the end, the adjudicator said something like, well, these are, you know, this is 2 magical innings. The only way I can decide to give it to Gordon Greenwich rather than Barry Richards is he looked more injured. It was just, really funny
stuff.
So
Dave's on till the end of the over, and then Jonathan Doidge will come in.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Dave a bit of a break. He's dropped something, Doidge. No, he's all right. Here's Barker round the wicket, length ball to Hill. That's pushed back to the bowler. Bairstow's on 99 not out. I'm going to keep Jonathan Doidge off commentary until Bairstow's gone past 100. 216 for 4, chasing 299.
That innings is kind of what Yorkshire could do with now here, really, isn't it? 99 off 70 balls or something. That would set the game up.
It would, and it certainly would liven things up at the moment. It does look very much as though Yorkshire are making sure that they don't lose this game.
I think that's it,
I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Hampshire would be the same as well.
Yeah.
Barker bowls, Hill pushing forward. That goes out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins.
I think it is one of those aspects of modern day 4-day cricket on pretty flat pitches. Although they haven't always been pretty flat in the last few years, but I think they are getting that way now.
Yeah.
You know, pitches where you've got to work hard. It does mean that if you do end up winning games and winning the championship, you've earned it.
Yeah.
You haven't done it on declarations and run chases and, you know, damp pitches and all the rest of it.
Apparently Johnny Bairstow is on strike in the test as Barker bowls, and Hill Pushes out on the onside, and if he gets a single or more from this over that he's facing, he will have hit the fastest Test century for England.
That's
the ball after, he will have tied that record.
That is some record.
That is some going, isn't it? I'd love to watch that on the highlights.
Yeah.
Whether he gets 100 or not now. Sounds like it's very well worthwhile. Stokes playing second fiddle by the looks of it. 41 not out at the moment. Perfect combination, those two though. Here's Barker. Ooh, that's quite close to the off stump.
Yeah.
Good leave, but it is close.
Because in some ways it's in New Zealand's interest to keep them going a little while in the hope that, you know, England suddenly lose one or two quick wickets, keep going for it, and then
definitely. I think
they've got a chance of bowling them out.
Yeah. First ball is a dot ball to Bairstow.
This is pretty good, actually. Live broadcast, ball by ball broadcast of 2 matches simultaneously.
Fantastic,
it's
isn't
not
it?
bad, is it?
How cheap that licence fee is. 28 without loss. There's Barker. There's a lovely shot from Hill, driving off the front foot into the vacant extra cover area, slightly over pitch from Barker, and that is 4 runs, even though the Yorkshire run rate is below 2s and the batters being more watchful than anything. Hill is there ready for anything that is slightly over pitch. 32 without loss. The lead is 50. Thank you very much for the moment, Dave Allen. Dave Allen back in around about 20 minutes or so's time. Thank you, Dave. The next ball that Johnny Bairstow is facing, actually I don't know yet. The first one was a dot ball. He's still 99 not out. Jonathan Doidge is back. Shall I plug you in as well? I bring your food over every day, and now I'm plugging you in as well. Is there anything? Do you want me to tuck you in bed tonight as well at the hotel?
Sorry.
Bring you hot Copa Cocoa at about 10:30.
I think I'll manage that little bit, thank you, Mr. James. Okay, Kyle Abbott then from the hotel end, over number 18 of this Yorkshire second innings, bowled into Lyth, wide of off stump and shoulders arms. So who is the...
Bairstow's got 100.
Has he? Brilliant. Brilliant.
Second ball of that over, so that will be the fastest Test century for England.
Who's he taken that off?
I don't know. I'm sorry, mate. I'm trying to... Yeah, I mean, I've given a lot of information.
You have,
I'm sorry.
No,
if you'd like to ask me the wind speed at the ground currently, I'll try and find that out for you as well. He has, yeah, he's got 100. 219 for 4, need 80.
Outstanding effort from YJB, as they call him, as Abbott's in, and that's Lyth pulling the bat inside the line, and there's no run.
Gilbert Jessop previously had the fastest 100 for England. Does that ring a bell to you, Dave? It doesn't to me. Don't tell me he was a Yorkshireman.
There's a link to Hampshire.
Oh.
There would be a link to Hampshire, wouldn't there, Dave? What, Jonathan Bairstow had his holidays in Hampshire as a child, something like that?
No, he loves Hampshire.
He once flew over Hampshire on his way to Jersey on holiday. Here's Abbott, driven nicely by Adam Lyth. That's going to be 4. Keith Barker has a few strides after it that were purposeful, and then went into jog mode as the ball disappears away through the offside for 4 runs to Lyth. 18 to him, 36 without loss. The lead now 54. And Dave's just explaining the link, tenuous though it probably will be. Gone.
Apparently, Jessop's son played for Hampshire. There you go. And this is Gilbert Jessop, who played for England between 1899 and 1912.
Abbott to Lyth, who gets one that jags on him a little bit, and he's clipped down to his leg, top of the, just above the pad, so he's just flexed his quad, as if in a little bit of pain. That's a tremendous effort, though,
Cool.
by Johnny Bairstow. It would have been, you know, maybe feeling a little bit of pressure. He just seems to play his best cricket when there's a question being asked of him. What was it, single figure score in the first innings? Everybody calling for Harry Brook to be playing in the England side. Not saying by any stretch that he should go, as Lyth digs that out, but if you were doing a like for like 5 for 5, but obviously the talk is that folks, you know, plenty of people think that he should be expended. Johnny should drop a little bit lower down and take the gloves to fit Harry Brook in. That was a dot ball by Abbott, dug out nicely with a puff of dust by Adam Lyth.
Abbott just kicking out at the ball on his follow through as well. He's clearly not totally happy with himself. He's bowling okay, as I said earlier. Really, he knows he's bowling okay, but I think he's just missing that extra little bit that we've got used to here.
Here he comes in again, round the wicket, and Lyth solidly behind it. That's the end of the over. 36 without loss, Lyth 18, Hill on 17. You just, if you're not getting it quite right, it's just so much more difficult, isn't it? Because you tense up that little bit more. We're talking about joking about when you've just been hit for a boundary and the crowd having a pop and that sort of thing. You tense up in situations like that when you're going for a few runs, but also even when you're not quite getting it right, but you're not going for that many, you're still asking questions of yourself, and there's just sometimes the brain's more willing than the body, and sometimes you just need a fluke wicket, don't you? Something silly like that, where you relax and think, you know, I've got a wicket with that, oh, come on, let's get on with this now, and you can sort of, your body's a bit more fluent about things.
Definitely. Don't want to be tensing up, do you? It's easy to do when things aren't quite going the way you think they should be, but as I say, he's not a million miles away. 36 without loss, Barker around the wicket, and that's edged, and that's caught first slip. Good diving catch from James Vince, diving to his left. There was a bit of a gap between him and Ben Brown, and Hill goes for 17, and Hampshire have picked up their first wicket in this Yorkshire second innings. They are 36 for 1.
Yeah, George Hill, Centurion in the first, a big wicket to get. Then in that respect, the youngster has been playing well so far this season, but yeah, genuine thickish outside edge through the first slip, and well taken. And so the first just little bit of pressure on Yorkshire. They've got a 50-odd run lead with 1 wicket down. Wouldn't want to lose 2 or 3 more in quick time. That would just start to place some doubt in their mind.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, really? I mean, you know, the 2 openers, a bit like the first innings, really, weren't they, playing nicely? And then all of a sudden a wicket, you look up at the board and you think, well, the lead's only 50. I don't think Yorkshire need to panic, but you just never know. Another wicket now, and all of a sudden there's a little doubt that creeps in. Of course, that's what Hampshire want. They want to create something which sometimes isn't there, so any team does. But it's a good wicket here, and of course the ball is getting softer every over. Not obviously softer, but the longer you bat out there, then you would think that the easier the batting becomes. That for Keith Barker is his 29th wicket of the season.
It's a good start.
It is a good start. To go with his 40 from last year. Might actually exceed that the way he's going. Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? Stays fit, and which he has done. So Will Frayne, the new batter for Yorkshire. They're keeping you up to date with the test as well. In fact, Paul Williams, who's listening from Portugal, is having a great time. He says, because at Solent Sport, I'm loving the technology, watching and listening to you and the test match at the same time, and cooking a fish stew.
Ooh.
Wow.
All sounds rather lovely.
I think Bairstow's just hit another 6. He's on 122. It wasn't long ago I said he got his 100. He's on 122. England 2-4-1 for 4, needing 299. So it's Barker staying round the wicket to the right-hander Will Frayne. Comes in now from that pavilion end of bowls. Frayne drives up to mid-off. Full delivery there from Keith Barker. That 6 came off a sweep. Bottom hand off the bat. And it wasn't even a clean connection, apparently. Apparently the atmosphere up at Trent Bridge is unbelievable. It would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Certainly would.
Yeah. Not quite the same atmosphere here, but of course it's a different context. 36 for 1. Yorkshire making sure they don't get themselves into any trouble here. Lead by 54 as Barker's round the wicket and bowls to Frayne. Frayne pushes forward, gets a thick inside edge, as the ball rails down to fine leg fielded by Felix Organ. 37 for 1, Frayne off the mark.
Yeah, he was unlucky, wasn't he, in the first innings with that run out. Barker, of course, the man, wasn't he, who flicked it onto the stumps at the non-striking end. And so he'll probably having a little think about that now, because Barker's bowling and it's at the non-striking end, Will Frayne, but Adam Lyth on strike. That was George Hill, of course, wasn't he, who struck the ball last time. Lyth was first man out in the first innings.
Now, I've just got a couple of messages here, and actually I've just checked it, and it does look as though the case. Actually, it's the second fastest Test century. Apologies if I said it was the fastest. Thanks to Wesley as well, Hampshire's media man, as that's turned away on the leg side, off the thigh pad, past the diving Ben Brown, and that is always 4 byes. Didn't touch his thigh pad. Straight down the leg side, past Ben Brown. It's the second fastest. So apologies if I said that. I'm trying to pick it up on a text feed, which. I don't know, may have got it wrong initially, I don't know, it probably didn't, it's probably me, but I'll try and keep an eye on that end here. So anyway, whatever it is, it's a quick 100. Let's put it that way. So it is now 41 for 1 here, Yorkshire in the second innings, lead by 59. Barker over the wicket to Lyth. Lyth leaves alone, outside of off stump. There are 25 overs to do after this, which has another ball of this 19th over. Hampshire's over 8 is +1, that's good news. That will be, of course, calculated over the 2 innings so far. Hampshire need to keep that above it, because they have been deducted a point already this season. In fact, I think it's only a point. I think that was the Surrey game, second game at the Oval. Here's Barker, Lyth pushing forward out into the covers. End of the over, 41 for 1.
Yorkshire have been miles in front of the rate on some occasions. 7-0, you know, +7, +5, a few times this season. Haven't often been behind it, but have on occasions. Just so Adam Lyth, what, 18 off 56. Just looking back, he got 19 in the first innings, or 73. Not a huge difference in the pace at which he's scoring his runs. Just trying to make sure, and you know, when you do look down that Yorkshire batting lineup, if he has an off day, it's still, you know, quite a young, not that experienced side.
Yeah.
Harry Brook due in next, Matthew Waite at 5, Duke, Best, Thompson, Revis, Drakes and Patterson.
Up until about 5 minutes ago, England has scored 102 in 45 minutes.
Cracking entertainment if you're there, and an edge here by Will Frayne, and dropped at first slip by James Vince.
I think it might be Dawson that got the initial. Flew high. Yeah.
Dawson coming across Vince, difficult. It was high. They both went for it between the pair of them, and Will Frayne survives. So dropped on 1. He got a single from it, and can look on from the other end.
Yeah, that was a toughie, that one, wasn't it, really? It's one of those that's above your head and still going. But between them, they got a lot of hand on it. But a difficult one.
But then round the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, throws him a very wide one, which the man from Whitby leaves well alone. Maybe that's the bit of luck that Will Frayne needs after the ill luck he had the first time around.
Oh yes. Ran out at the non-striker's end. Ball flew, didn't it?
Yep. Certainly climbed. That's not going to help Kyle Abbott's mood, is it, if he's not happy with how he's going. Having one put down, he's gone wide of off stump again, and Lyth not interested in that either.
Yeah, I don't want to make a big thing of it. I guess I've just seen Kyle Abbott a lot over the years, and you know, you kind of know, and he's you know, just so close to what he would normally do, but I think he just knows, and as I say, he said it to me 2 or 3 weeks ago, that he's just a couple of percentage points off it. Just a couple, and it's not a lot, but difference between taking some wickets and not so many.
Abbott to Lythe, that's a little bit closer to inducing an outside edge. Straightens things up slightly. And Lythe with a less convincing leave.
It's still good bowling, isn't it? It's just I think sometimes when that ball's sort of nipping around a bit, it does produce a bit more for him. It's not nipping around much now, though. A little bit, just enough sometimes.
Yep, 20th over with this ball as Abbott's in and does make Lythe play this time, straightening things up, and he gets an inside contact on it down to deep backward square. Long leg. They get a single, so 2 of those in this over, and it's 43 for 1. The lead now 61. Adam Lythe just wandering down to have a word with his partner down there, Will Frayne, back on strike.
Stokes has reached 50 on one leg apparently, but he's got a bad injury. 156 off 112 balls, the partnership between Bairstow and Stokes.
Brilliant stuff. Here's Abbott to Frayne with an open face, pushing firmly at that. It's out to point. Final ball of the over was a dot. So Frayne on 2 and Lythe on 19, 43 for 1. As I say, that lead is 61 runs after 20 overs of the Yorkshire second innings.
England 249 for 4 in the test. They need 299 from a minimum of 72, and they've batted 44 overs of those so far, so they are well on course. Sounds like, well, these two are going. They'll win well inside the course there, but of course things can change. If normally when you have a partnership like that, doesn't it, one goes and the other one goes pretty quick, and then all of a sudden it's a different game. But at the moment, enjoy it while those two are batting. Barker about to start over number 9, 1 for 14 from that pavilion end, over the wicket to Lythe. It's wide. Lythe's not playing at any of those. Quite happy to let it go by.
Yeah, he's been very disciplined in that respect, hasn't he?
Yeah, very.
You bowl at me or I'm just going to watch it go by.
Bit of experience, isn't it, really, in these situations. Just keep Yorkshire, just keep them in front. 61 they are at the moment. No way in really for Hampshire yet. There's Barker. Balls. Again, that's too wide. It's a good leave. Oh, an easy leave, I guess.
Andy Walker says, enjoying the coverage, though peeping at Royal Ascot from time to time. Although we lost matches in each season, Yorkshire went without losing in the county championship from the 30th of April 2014 to the 12th of September 2015, beaten on both occasions by Middlesex. Yeah, good point. Remember that now, but the recall, as you know, Andy, is not there.
That's a good long run, isn't it? Straighter. Lythe has to play at that one as he pushes it up to mid-on. So that's what, a year, isn't it? Well, it's over, just over a season.
Well over a season, yeah, almost 2, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yeah.
Lily said, afternoon JD, Kev and Dave. Yorkshire need to build a big lead if they want to win the game. Sorry for my non-listening all day. Had a family emergency. Hope everything's okay in that respect then, Lily.
Barker again. See Lythe, full. Lythe gets a slight leading edge there as he goes out into the covers. I think he was trying to work that more up towards a straightish mid-on position. 23 overs to do in the day after this over. The lead is 61. Both sides finished with 6 bonus points. And assuming that this game ends in a draw, which is looking likely at the moment, they will both come out of it with an even number of points. Nobody will have gained an advantage over the other. Outside the off stump again from Barker. Again, Lythe is quite happy to leave that one alone. He's on 19 at the moment, Adam Lythe, which is the same score he made in the first innings. I haven't looked at the test for a few minutes. You feel like you've missed an awful lot if you haven't. 264 for 4 they are now. Bairstow 128, Stoke 60. Remember, 299 they're looking for. They are way ahead of course to win that. Lyth drives pleasantly up to mid-off, and that is fielded by Brad Wheel there. 41 needed to win.
He's not really been given the office, has he, Adam Lyth, to open his shoulders and play some of the shots that we've become accustomed to. Certainly his extra cover drive. He'll square cut and he'll certainly pull, but there's not been much at all. Banged in short.
That's a slow period of play at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, Yorkshire's sort of plodding along early doors at 2.1 and over. If they've got genuine thoughts of winning, they're going to need to raise that. But at the moment, it's a matter of getting yourself in. If you Will Frayne, who's got a thick outside edge on this one, running down to third man, will be pulled in just inside the rope, and he's going to get 3 for it. Not seen the replay there, but it looked like he was. Was he trying to turn it to leg?
Yeah, I think the ball just came in at him at the last moment. Actually, I think Abbott feeling at the moment said, "What have I got to do to get a wicket?" I think he's bowled some good balls out there at the moment. It's just not happening for him. Just a bit of in swing at the last moment there.
No, in swing, okay. Yep. So Will Frayne on 5 from as many deliveries so far. 46 for 1. Just a couple of edgy moments. That dropped catch when he was on 1. Abbott, meanwhile, angling the ball in from round the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, who pushes more confidently into the offside.
England have scored 129 runs in just under an hour. Wow.
That is, in Test cricket terms, that's ludicrously fast, isn't it?
Isn't it?
None of that for the moment here. We did have a flurry of activity towards the back end of the Hampshire innings. Here's Kyle Abbott to Lyth, who's playing that late. Bounces vertically, almost having been dropped into the turf. Still 46 for 1. Lead of 64. You can get in touch at Jonathan Deutsch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, at Solent Sport. Mr. Allen is looking purposeful as he moves in betwixt and between Kev and I. As Abbott round the wicket, Lyth pushes into the offside. Good piece of fielding in the covers, denies them a run. He's obviously got a killer start, Kev.
Oh, I'd be disappointed if he didn't.
I wonder if there should be commentator stats out there as well, Dave. Would you be interested in sorting those out? You know, how many wickets a commentator takes when he's actually describing the action? How many runs? How many runs have you scored this season? Well, 2,700, I think, when I've been on. Yeah. And Abbott in's a big appeal for LBW here. Lyth turning and walking away. There was the big arm shake, the whole full kit caboodle. It looked like he might have kept a little bit lower than Lyth thought. Thoughts, fellas?
I can understand why Abbott thinks it might be out.
You think it's plumb?
Well, I don't think it's plumb.
You think it's a good shout?
I think it's a very good shout. I think I'd like to see it again. I'm not sure he's outside the line. I don't know. I think that's maybe the only doubt, a fraction. I'm not even sure he is, though.
But again, wide of Lyth's off stump and his shoulders arms. And that's just going to add a little more to the angst that Kyle Abbott appears to be feeling. 46 for the loss of 1 wicket. He's got none for 18 off 9 so far, 3 maidens included. And Keith Barker going to continue from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end. Really has been a day of unbroken sunshine today, the best of the 3 so far. You can see a lone, well, actually not alone, because there's 2 clouds away to our left, the sort of south-east, over the southeast corner, as Barker's first delivery of the over is pushed back to him by Frayne. There's no run. Dave's back.
I bring the sunshine from Southsea, you see, that's the thing, Jonathan. It's always sunny when I'm here.
Here comes Barker once again. Left arm round the wicket, straight and punched back up the pitch by Frayne. Southsea, which direction?
Over there, yeah. Well, it's
okay.
Southsea is the resort bit of Portsmouth. It's all part of the same.
Okay.
You know, it's just the area of Portsmouth that's resortish and beachish and so on. And, yeah. So I was thinking actually about your tale about the Wilfred Rhodes book, which I've not read. I did once read a wonderful book about Headley Verity, who was the man who kind of succeeded him. But there's a nice little connection down here with Wilfred Rhodes, which is that he ended his days in Bournemouth.
Yeah.
And he used to go to the cricket when he was completely blind.
Here's Barker changing the angle of attack to over the wicket, and this time Frayne driving it to mid-off, no run. Yeah, in fact, the interview that I was referring to with David Frith was recorded, I think, when he was in, I think when I'm right in saying, when he was in Bournemouth and when he was blind.
Yeah.
It's something like 1971.
Yeah. And he used to, apparently he could tell from the sound what was happening. You know, he could hear it and think, hear that somebody middled it or somebody nicked it or whatever it might be.
Here's Barker in, and that's dropped into the offside this time by Will Frayne.
The thing that's, I'm sorry, Jonathan, so I was talking earlier about these fastest 100 for England, which is Gilbert Jessup, who was Gloucestershire cricketer, and who I think once almost moved from Gloucestershire to Hampshire, but I'm not quite sure about that. But there is that link with his son, and his son played for Hampshire just a handful of times in 1933, principally because he was an amateur and could captain the side when Tennyson was not available.
Okay, Barker round the wicket. Once again, he's changed over, gone back now to just keep trying to get Will Frayne playing at it. He's looking a little bit more confident against Barker than he had been against a couple of the deliveries he's received from Kyle Abbott so far.
There's not so many in the ground now, are there? But I'm wondering if some of them have nipped round to watch the TV.
Yeah, they might be back in the rooms, those who are staying here. Barker in again, final ball of the over. Solidly defended by Will Frayne, who's played out a maiden there then. So 10 overs bowled by Barker, and 4 of them maidens now, 1 for 14.
Reminds me of a Sunday afternoon commentating up here. And it was also England-New Zealand, which was the World Cup final day, which I think in the end, because of that extension, I think went about half an hour later than the championship game here. And by the end of the championship game, there was nobody watching at all. But you got into the atrium and it was absolutely jammed with people watching the television.
I think Yorkshire, it was a T20 game that they played. I was at Trent Bridge that day anyway when it all happened.
Yeah, okay. I can't remember. Maybe it wasn't a championship. Maybe it was T20 or something. But I do remember commentating here. So yeah. And then initially, at least, I watched it downstairs.
Abbott continues from the hotel end. Lyth drops that into the leg side. Takes on Fuller, who picks it up with the right hand. Has a flick at the stumps at the non-striking end, but misses. So Adam Lyth has eclipsed his first innings score and moves on to 20 from 72. He's made it in similar sort of time, hasn't he? 19 or 73 first time around.
What sort of season is he having?
He had a couple of 50s in the early part, but didn't go on.
Right.
And then dug in at Headingley as Will Frayne drives this next delivery up to mid-off. There's no run. Against Warwickshire in Yorkshire's most recent match, he said, looking back through his notes, he made 145 in a 456 minute stay at the crease.
Crikey.
So
I'm full of admiration for that.
if there had been any suggestion that there was a bit of pressure on him, and there has been in the last,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, he was left out of the side in actual fact last game of last season,
Right.
as Frayne leans right over the top of that and pushes it to Fuller at mid-off, no run. And I'll continue with that because he was left out of the side, but then he got a late reprieve because Gary Balance didn't play in the final game in the end,
Oh yeah.
and he got a big 100 there.
Yeah.
And then this year, you know, a couple of 50s, expectations were higher because he started last season, if you remember, in tremendous nick.
Yeah, I do remember. They talked about him coming back to England side, didn't they? Yeah.
And that's when it all went to pot. So there was I thought the knock against Warwickshire the other week was just about as well as I've ever seen him play since I've been doing the commentary job, as Frayne turns that to mid-wicket, no run.
Right.
Just a determination about it. He was very, very disciplined in how he played and how he left. Massive concentration.
And of course, Gary Balance is not having the best time of his life at the minute, but he used to come here and score runs just without even thinking about it, didn't he? Year on year.
Yeah, brilliant record. Now then, Abbott's bowled short here to Will Frayne, and that's not a very wise thing to do because that's gone for 6 through mid-wicket. He was quickly on the back foot and smashed that away out towards the Green King IPA boards. And Yorkshire have reached 50 for the second time in this match. 23 overs and 5 balls, and an hour and a half, well, 96 minutes it's taken them.
I don't know whether this happens to you, Jonathan, but you know, when I'm around Portsmouth, there's an awful lot of people. I've got a lot of mates around there who know that I'm very fond of cricket.
Final ball of the over, he goes short again, but this time shorter, and Frayne happy to duck underneath it. So 7 off the over, 53 for 1, Yorkshire.
So I saw somebody early this morning. I was on my way to this, music rehearsal thing, and I saw somebody this morning and said, so how do you think cricket will go today then? I said, well, I think Hampshire will try and grind it out. And he looked at me like I was a lunatic, really. He was, and I said, oh no, you're asking me about England. I said, but actually I'm going to the cricket this afternoon. I said, but not Trent Bridge. Now I don't know what will happen tomorrow, because if I go out tomorrow anywhere, you know, people will say, well, what do you think of that cricket there? So I said, well, Yorkshire were a bit slow in the evening. And it gets quite confusing really sometimes. Oh, was there a test match? Where incidentally England have, I mean, Johnny Bairstow's out. Did we tell them that? We say that he's out,
No.
but they need 21 to win, but he's out.
Barker to Lythe, flicks it nicely off his legs and wants a run, but couldn't get it past the infield. He's gone for what?
133, something like that. Can't quite remember now, but I think it was 133. But they needed, when he went, they needed 27 from 27 overs, so I think they're going to win it. There he goes. I don't know. Yeah, here we go. 136. Yeah, Court Blundell Bolt 136, but they needed 27 from 27, so and they've gone on from that. They now need 21, so they're going to win. Stokes is apparently quite badly injured.
Barker to Lythe, who opens the face and cuts that nicely. He's not hammered it, and it's not going to have the legs to get to the boundary, but they're going to get at least 2 and in fact settle on that.
Which begs an interesting question, doesn't it? If Ben Stokes is quite badly injured, and apparently when he was off the field briefly the other day, Joe Root was deputising as vice captain. Is Joe Root now captain of England?
Yeah. Well, he's not in good enough form, is he, to
no, that's true. He might not keep his place.
Will he retain his place? Sure. 55 for 1. Barker into Lythe, who's edged one behind and has been caught behind by Ben Brown. So he made 3 more than he did first time around. Adam Lyth goes for 22 off 75 deliveries. And he was out there for 99 minutes. But Yorkshire have lost a second.
Poked a bit of that, really. It was a bit indeterminate. He'll be disappointed. Well, I suppose, I mean, in an odd kind of way, you know, maybe the best chance of Yorkshire winning this is if they get bowled out for not a huge, you know, they could get bowled out for 180, 190 and leave themselves enough time to, on the other hand, they might lose it if that happens. So, I'm sure they won't want to do that, but I'm just, the point I'm making really is that I'm not sure they'll ever find themselves, given that they're scoring at 2.2 still, they're not going to get to a point tomorrow, I think, where they can think about a declaration that would realistically leave themselves an opportunity to bowl Hampshire out.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. If the game moves on at a natural pace and they have to deal with trying to defend or take wickets with a certain number of runs on the board, it might just force their hand rather than having to make that decision. And because, you know, here last year, and it's not often you'll hear me, you know, say too much about declarations, because you know it's easy when you're not making that, not having to make that decision. But I did feel quite strongly last year that they went on for a good hour too long here, and of course they failed to win the match by 1 wicket, didn't they?
They did,
with the light came into play, didn't it? I seem to recall as well.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah,
and so couldn't use who they wanted to use bowling wise in the closing stages.
That's right. That's it. Yes.
And they were just a long way in front, and so I thought it was a very, very sort of cautious declaration. And you could argue the same as well about the Northamptonshire match this season up at Wantage Road. You normally understand skippers going on a bit longer than most people would want, but they were both sort of felt quite a lot longer.
That's right. We ended up at 177 for 9, Hampshire, last year.
Yeah.
Vince batted long. He got 42.
And there was
Crane came in at the end and got 28. Yeah, that's right.
There was a spell where Yorkshire were batting and there was not a lot happening during the third, you know, this sort of time of the game, really.
Yeah.
Third afternoon. So 55 for 2, Harry Brook, the new man out there in the middle. And Barker slants one across him first up. Not interested in playing at it. So the lead 73, effectively 73 for 2.
I guess there'll be some, maybe a reasonable number of Yorkshire fans that will make the journey. It's not a long journey, is it, down to Trent Bridge? They've probably been there today, I think.
Yeah, you'd have thought quite a few.
Yeah.
Should be here, of course. Here's Barker bowling to Brook, who shoulders arms through to Ben Brown. There's no run. They've put a man in at short, straight mid-wicket to Harry Brook for a little flick that maybe is just off the deck. A little bit of untidiness as the ball's making its way back around the ring to the bowler.
I've not seen as many people from Yorkshire here this time as I usually do. I did see Jeff Cope yesterday. He comes everywhere, doesn't he, I think?
Yep. He was down at breakfast, staying in the hotel this morning. Barker into Brook, who shoulders arms again. So 55 for 2 at the end of a wicket taking over for Keith Barker. He's got both of them in this Yorkshire second innings. 2 for 16 off 11. Been going well. How long will he stay on? It's pretty warm out there.
Yeah, it is. How many? 19 overs, so so he could. There would be another 9 overs from that end, but I'm sure he won't bowl all of those. They haven't given either of the spinners a look, and they haven't turned to fuller yet, have they? So they've got any number of options. But in fact, I don't think Organ bowled in the first innings.
Sean in Roundhay says current England run rate 11.6. Kyle Abbott over the wicket here to Frayne, who flicks it Times it nicely along the deck to short straight mid-wicket. There's no run. Lily says Yorkshire don't need to panic after losing their first wicket. Hope Adam Lyth and Will Frayne can stay until the end of the day's play. Sorry if this is a curse for Adam and Will.
Well, it was half a one, Lily. But I still don't think they have to panic at this point. No reason to do that.
Here's Abbott again. Over the wicket, well wide of Will Frayne's off stump, and he's happy to leave it be. So Lyth 22 off 75, 101 minutes out there, 3 fours. George Hill first man to go. Well caught by James Vince at slip off. Keith Barker for 17 off 56. He was out there for 73 minutes and hit a couple of boundaries. Only one of the boundaries been hit in this Yorkshire innings. That was the 6 by Will Frayne. Over mid-wicket. Off the man who's bowling at him now, Kyle Abbott. And this time Frayne playing through third man for the first time in the 3 times he's played it down there. He did it with an angled bat with intent. The other 2 have been a bit edgy, but he's picked up 1. And he moves on to 12 and Yorkshire to 56 for 2.
I was checking on this Gilbert Jessup fastest ever England 100, and it's not the fastest ever in Test cricket. As far as I can see, a really fascinating stat is I think the fastest ever Test 100, somebody might look it up and check it and let us know, I think it's Brendan McCullum. So he's bringing his own approach to the side as a whole. I think that's right.
Abbott to Brook. Pushes it to the sweeper out, coming in off the mid-wicket boundary, and will pick up 1. The one that always stands out as a very fast one was the Viv Richards one.
Yeah, I think
Antigua.
it's 1 ball longer. I'm not sure.
Balls,
56, yeah. I think Brendan McCullum is 55, but I was doing it all in a bit of a rush, so if I've got that wrong, by all means tweet and tell us what the real story is, but I think that's right.
2 to come in the over, then I'll have to dash and do my BBC Tees update.
So I'll get out the way for a little bit and then swap over into your bit, yeah?
Okay, Kyle Abbott in and bowling here to Will Frayne, pushing into the offside. And there's no run. Still over 18 overs remaining today. So if they get into the groove, this pair, chance for them to try and kick on. Run rate at the moment just 2.2 in this second innings. And there's got to be some credit afforded to the bowling side on that basis, and here is Abbott doing just that, and Frayne pushing into the offside again to complete that over at 57 for 2. I shall disappear.
Thanks, Jonathan. You won't be surprised to know that I've been watching the Adam Lyth LBW decision just before he got out a few times on YouTube. I think actually on balance he may just have fractionally got outside the line, so I think the umpires made a great call there. I mean, and we are talking millimetres, I guess, but even so, that is still a pretty good call. And there's, you know, I've had the benefit of watching it about 6 times. The umpire hasn't got that, so a really good call. 57 for 2 then. We have 18 overs left in the day. Dave Allen alongside me, Kevin James.
That's interesting, Kevin, because I know that there was stuff on social media yesterday, people saying they thought the umpires were not getting things right, and people,
Here's Barker, and outside the off stump to Frayne. Doesn't take it cleanly, Ben Brown.
I'm never comfortable with thinking that. I mean, I'm sure sometimes they don't get things right, just like the rest of us don't get everything right in whatever job we. I mean, it's a much more trivial example, but earlier on today I said that this was Hampshire's second highest score of the season. It's not, it's their third, so I got something wrong.
Yeah.
The problem for an umpire is you got 1 split second to make a decision, and they haven't got DRS and the like. And sometimes they're going to get it wrong.
Yeah.
That's okay, but it's nice when you can say, I've looked at it 6 times and it looks right.
Oh, that's close to the off stump.
Left
alone by Frayne. Not Frayne, Brook. That was close.
Cool.
No, you're right, and of course now that we have the benefit of live picture feeds, And where in the past we've just called on what we've seen, and we are still doing that, but we can back that up by a replay. And if you want to have more replays, then you go on to the YouTube channels of each of the counties and you can watch it over and over again. And so you know, we can make, in the end, perhaps a more balanced opinion. Oh, was that edge just short of Ben Brown? Good stuff here from Keith Barker. Fantastic spell. He's into his 12th over here, 2 for 16.
He almost gets better and better, doesn't he? Really, I know. I've seen some comments online during the season about Warwickshire. You know, people saying, "What on earth were you doing? Letting him go? What was that about?" You know,
I don't think they realised that he still had a lot of bowling left in him.
And batting as well. I mean, his scores today, his innings today was invaluable.
Incredible.
Big, terrific player.
Here's Barker round the wicket. That's just bounced and nipped away. It's a good leave by Brook. An update at the Test. 291 for 5 now, England. 299 is the figure they need to win. I think there's just been another 6 hit. Another one.
I was just saying that I was looking very quickly at things like the Gilbert Jessup record and, you know, Bairstow's second, so on. And as far as I could tell, the fastest Test 100 ever by anybody is actually by Brendan McCullum, which is quite a fascinating.
Bairstow's out for 136. That was a little early, in case anybody didn't realise, in case that wasn't mentioned. I haven't been listening to the commentary that's left around outside the off stump. You did. Ben Stokes is now 71 not out. Batting on one leg, apparently.
I was just saying, I think the other day Joe Root deputised when he had to nip off the field for something. So does that now mean Joe Root is captain of England?
Back. Taking over now, they're winning. Incredible, isn't it? I mean, if they do win this Test, and it looks very much as though they're going to. What an incredible turnaround.
I think it is incredible,
Just a couple of change of personnel. There's a lovely shot through mid-wicket by Harry Brook, and he will pick up at least 3 here, and probably will pick up 4. The ball rolls over the rope. Fuller can't quite get there in time, and Brook moves on to 5. Yorkshire move on to 61 for 2. They are 79 runs ahead. 17 overs left in the day. George Hill for 17, Adam Lyth for 22. The 2 batters dismissed, both by Keith Barker. One caught in the slips, Lyth caught behind. And Abbott is going to continue, is he? Yes, he is. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27. Just can't seem to find a breakthrough. England have won the Test match by 5 wickets, 299 for 5.
With quite a lot of time to spare in the end.
Yes.
I mean, that's remarkable, really.
Well, 50 overs they did it in, and they had a minimum of 72 overs to bat.
Yeah, that's remarkable.
There was all that doubt about whether there was enough time to get a result in yesterday afternoon, and they've done it with, well, 22 overs is basically over half a session, isn't it? Well over half a session. Here's Abbott, pushes that up, and that's off an inside edge of Frayne as that goes down to fine leg. Just can't find a way through here at the moment, Carl Abbott. Frayne moves on to 13, and it's 62 for 2. What a win by England, 2 from 2.
Yeah, it is remarkable. I mean, it's very tempting just to say, change the coach and everything suddenly falls into place, and you think it can't be that simple, you know. And there were, I mean, I talk, you know, nostalgically about the 1960s when there hardly was a coach. You know, there was a coach at Hampshire in the 1960s, but he ran the second 11 in the club and ground side.
Well, that's what most of them did, isn't it?
Yeah.
There were second 11 coaches. That's a nice flick away by Brook, and he's pierced the field there behind square. A little bit too full, middle and leg there, line from Abbott, and the form that Harry Brook's in at the moment. He didn't miss out on too many of those. He moves on to 9, 66 for 2 now. Yorkshire in their second innings in the sunshine. It's
a shame in a way that the obvious space at the moment in the England side is Crawley. Crawley's the one in trouble, but Harry Brooks, as far as I know, is not an opening bat. That's, you know, he would want Ollie Pope's place perhaps, but he can't have it because Pope's just made 100.
That's right. It's nipped back, but it's outside off stump, and that's a good leave.
Because he does look a very good player. I thought he looked really good on that in that first innings.
You're going to be an unlucky member of the England side to have won 2 out of 2 and then get dropped.
Yeah,
no matter how poorly you're playing.
I suppose, yeah. It's just that I mean, Crawley's been struggling for a little while, hasn't he now? And not getting runs at Kent either. You know, I mean, if you're not getting runs at Canterbury, then
of all the wickets around at the moment. Yes, he didn't get many against Hampshire in both innings. No, you think this wicket, he's going to get runs in one of them. Oh, he's been outside the off stump, playing forward. That ball has just held its line there. But try as hard as he may here, it's just cannot pick up a wicket.
I mean, the funny thing is, down at Canterbury, he suddenly had that extraordinary burst after tea, didn't he? But here, he's not having any luck at all. I mean, it could be just the same, really, but it isn't.
More stats from the England victory. England scored 160 in 16 overs after tea. You'd be struggling to get that in the 100.
Well, it's,
but it's a lovely drive, but only up to mid-off. Good piece of fielding, James Fuller.
And they've got some decent bowlers in the New Zealand side. I mean, I was thinking about when the 65 and 60 over knockout competition first came in the early 60s, and people would quite often not score that off 65. In a one-day game where you could just throw the bat. In fact, the first final, if you look up the scores of the first final, I'm sure that neither of those, which was a 65 over game, I'm sure neither of them went to 160. Can't quite remember, but it was, it's incredible that.
It's pushed away on the onside by Brook. Probably they'll just settle for one as Organ comes round from deep square leg. 67 for 2. Brook moves on to 10. They lead now Yorkshire by 85 with 16 overs left. So England lead the 3-test series by 2-0, and of course the third test is at Headingley. I'm not sure what the ticket sales are like there. I'm sure they're pretty good, but I'm sure whatever tickets are left is going to help sell those final ones.
It's very, very good news for cricket generally, because it will be in all the papers and on the BBC News and the ITV News. Everybody will go on about it, and that's terrific, really.
Yeah, it certainly
especially
is.
for the proper stuff, as old fogies like me like to say. I'm looking at some more proper stuff here. Somerset 272 for 7. They are only 70 ahead of Surrey with just 3 wickets left and a day to go, so you'd fancy Surrey are going to win that one.
Yeah. Barker carrying on. Oh, that's bounced and left Brook, but he's leaving that one alone. Just Barker still into his 13th over here, still finding some bounce.
The Warwickshire game against that other team from the north that I'm not allowed to talk about is fascinating, because Warwick, it was 292 plays 291, and now it's 268 for 7. So that could be a tie, actually, couldn't it? Then we find out about the points.
Well, we did have an explanation from Jo.
Yeah, I think she's right. Yeah, it didn't look like a.
Barker driving Brook up towards mid-off, well stopped by Brad Wheel.
It didn't look like much of a reward, though, for playing out a tie, really. It just seemed like you get the same points as if it's a draw, so I was a bit surprised. Kent have got 562 for 7, so they're now 124 ahead of Gloucester. I mean, they could win that, I suppose, except they've got to take 10 wickets tomorrow. So there we are. Those are those are all the first division games. I'm not allowed to talk about the others, am I?
Oh, you can.
Oh, all right.
That's driven up to mid-off. Jonathan does.
Well, I was just having a look at Sussex because I wondered how Tom Alsop's doing. He's been pushed up to open because he's having a decent season, but actually he's not done very well. He's gone single figures in both innings, which I'm sorry about, because I do wish him well. I hope he has a really successful career there.
Signed permanently from Hampshire last week, I think it was week before last, having been on loan from the start of the season.
That's right. And talking of former Hampshire batsmen, here's an extraordinary one.
Barker gets that little mazy run sometimes that he does, and that's driven into his feet, and he's out. It's gone onto the bail, and Brook has gone for, I think, probably his lowest score of the season with 10. And Barker has broken through again. I think he hit it into his toe.
I think so,
and the ball just came back, and it just dislodged a bail. I think there was only one bail off. I'm looking at the umpire. He's picked up one, and how unlucky is that from Harry Brook? But that is a big wicket for Hampshire. Brook, who's been in unbelievable form this season, and for him, that is a failure. and Yorkshire are 67 for 3.
And that suddenly just makes the game slightly interesting, doesn't it? With, you know, I mean, if they nick one more out tonight in 15 overs, with the current lead at 85, they're not going to be much more than about 120 on now, I would have thought, the way things are going. They're still only scoring at 2.3 and over, so they're 130 ahead, but 4 down. It just could get a bit interesting.
Well, it just goes to show, isn't it, that it was important, even if it was only an 18-run lead for Yorkshire, that actually that 18 was quite important, because we saw with Hampshire's last game against Somerset where they got about a 60-odd lead, something like that, and it totally changed the complexion of the game, and of course put Somerset under massive pressure in their second innings, and they did fold like a pack of cards. I'm not saying Yorkshire would have done that here this afternoon, but there's something about batting a second time behind, as opposed to, even though with an 18-run lead, you're still under pressure, but not quite the same. But all of a sudden now, with 3 wickets down, they're looking at the board and 85 in front, 15 overs left in the day. It's interesting how Barker and Abbott are still bowling, because I think Hampshire here want to try and keep the pressure up as much as they can. I think they want to walk off tonight and say, we have given this about as good a go as we can to try and find a way to win this game. Because they've put in a lot of effort already, these two.
It could make tomorrow very interesting.
Yeah, it could. Barker to Matthew Waite then, the new batter in for Yorkshire, right-hander. That's a length ball, and that's played up to mid-off, and there is no run. Matthew Waite hit 41 in the first innings before he was caught in the slips by Dawson off Barker. That was a good catch, if I remember rightly. That was a good catch low down to his left for a Hampshire left-arm spinner and all-rounder.
I was noticing one other second division score. There was this extraordinary situation where Glamorgan put on 328 for the second wicket.
Oh, right.
Big hundreds for Byram and Ingram. 328.
Barker bowls outside the off stump. Waite leaves alone. That'll be the end of the over. Barker completes 13 overs, 3 for 20. Yorkshire 67 for 3.
So 328 for the second wicket. Ingram is out. In comes Sam Northeast, and he's out first ball.
Ooh.
You know, how often can that kind of thing happen? You know, you've been sat in your pad, sat with your pads on and your box on and all the rest of it, waiting and waiting and waiting. 328 runs scored, and out you go, and you're a good batsman. You know what you're doing. Oh, batter, sorry. You know what you're doing, and next ball you're back. Bowled by Crocombe. First ball. There we are. It happens. Anyway.
Abbott's going to continue from our commentary end. None for 33 from 12. Mr. Abson back on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, as much as I hate to admit it about England's win, it was a win made possible solely by skills learnt in one-day cricket. So Abbott bowls and Frame works that on the onside. No run. Never a truer word spoken.
I guess, in the final innings,
Say what you like about the one-day game, but you wouldn't have had an exciting test like that.
No.
Otherwise.
Mind you, we had to bowl them out.
Yeah.
So, I didn't watch enough to be able to comment really.
Quick 30-second update coming from here at the Ageas Bowl. Well, might we get a result out of this? We might just, because Yorkshire in the second innings are 67 for 3, make that 67 for 4 as Will Frayne edges behind. He's out for 13. 67 for 4 means Yorkshire only lead by 85 here. They had an 18-run lead from the first innings after Hampshire were bowled out for 410 this afternoon. Kyle Abbott's picked up his first wicket, but 3 to Keith Barker prior to that. And who knows? That 9th wicket partnership between Abbott and Fuller of 74 is giving Hampshire a chance, as well as these wickets at the end. 67 for 4. I forgot the score there for a minute because he wasn't on the board.
Well, that's extraordinary, isn't it? I said maybe they could nick one more tonight. Well, I'm going to say it again now. You know, maybe they could nick another one tonight, because there's still 14 overs and 4 balls left. And I don't know. I was saying to Jonathan earlier that in an odd kind of way, Yorkshire's best chance of winning the game would be to be bowled out for, say, 180.
Yes.
But
I agree.
they'd have to work quite hard to get to that now. But this is fascinating. I mean, here I am loving county cricket again.
Oh, Dave, you've always loved it, really. You just had a sabbatical.
Yeah, no, I don't really mean again. I just mean every time I'm here, somehow I seem to be commentating on really, really interesting cricket. And I just love it. Absolutely love it.
So, well, I mean, who knows? By this time tomorrow night, we might have as an exciting situation as in the Test. Maybe not with the ball being belted out of the ground all the time, but certainly in terms of tension and everybody on the edge of their seats, we may just have that.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, I was saying earlier that a lot of people had left the ground, but actually perhaps all they'd done was gone into the atrium to watch the Test match on the telly. Maybe they'll all come back out now and, you know, because there was quite a noise there. There are quite a few people down at this northern end, which is the sunshine end.
Yeah, there's always more this
always
end,
more,
isn't there?
especially in the evening.
Yeah, the far end is in the shade. 67 for 4, and it's Harry Duke, the keeper, in. And Abbott bowls, wrapped on the pad. That looks a little high to me. Certainly worth a shout. Understandable. Watch that on the replay if you're on the live picture feed. High-ish, Dave?
Yeah, high-ish. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
Nick back.
I'm always very reluctant to say.
I know you don't want to commit, Dave. That was my first thought. That was all.
There are just occasions when you see somebody on the back foot and you've given it, even though you just set. You know, you might be sat long on, as it were, you know, and you just say, oh, that's out, and it is, you know, and they give it. Sure. And other times you think, oh, I'm not sure.
Yorkshire have lost 2 wickets then with the score on 67. It's still 67 as Duke faces Abbott outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
There's still lift and bounce, isn't there? Lift and carry, rather, sorry. Without any doubt, there is some life in it.
Harry Duke made 27 in the first innings before he was bowled by Ian Holland.
On the other hand, we're coming up to 30 overs with the ball, and I suppose there's going to come a point where we'll have to get it changed, won't we? Isn't that what we do?
Well, not at the moment, I think.
No, not at the moment.
We'll stick with it at the moment with 2 wickets. In fact, they've lost 3 wickets for 12 runs. Yeah, Yorkshire. As Abbott comes in again and bowls to Duke, and he's on the back foot there, steers it out to mid-wicket, and that is fielded by Holland there. I think a renewed zest out there at the moment might just keep the bowlers going for a little longer with these 3 wickets, the last 2 in the space of 5 minutes. That always helps when your body starts to feel a little more tired.
And they're going to get a break again, these guys, aren't they? Abbott and Barker. They're not going to be playing the next couple of T20 games, so they've just had 3 weeks break, and so maybe that's part of it. Yeah. And maybe, in an odd kind of way, 3 weeks break is not what you need, really, and they've had to bowl themselves back into that rhythm in this game.
True. Abbott bowls, he's on the back foot there. That's a lovely shot, Duke. That's 4 runs, just steered into the gap. And 4 runs to then that Kyle Abbott over. He's bowled 13 overs, 1 for 37. 71 for 4 now. Yorkshire, they lead by 89.
I mean,
they got overnight as well. I hope overnight is long enough for them to recover.
Yeah. I mean, to some extent, well, it's certainly true of Wheeler as well. I think Wheeler's played, what, 1 or 2 T20 games. He just came in when Ellis was injured, didn't he? But
Ellis is injured at the moment, which is not... Which is a shame because he was Hampshire's best bowler for a little while, with them struggling a bit.
Do you think
trying to keep the runs down? He's played 5 actually T20 games. No, make it 6 with the Cardiff game.
Would they have played him in this one, do you think?
Wheel? Yeah. Ellis?
Ellis, sorry.
I don't know. No. I think he's only signed T20, isn't he? Right. Here's Barker round the wicket. That's turned from fairly straight by weight towards mid-wicket, fielded by Fuller. I must admit, I don't know whether he was going to be eligible for the championship. I thought it was just T20.
Right. I was thinking, is he an equivalent of Drake's for Yorkshire? You know, who's essentially come to play T20 and maybe 1 championship match. But
well, Drake's only signed for effectively 4 games or something, isn't he?
Okay.
Whereas Ellis is for the whole of the T20.
Right.
So I must admit, I don't know. Is Barker round the wicket again, way down the leg side. It's taken on the second bounce by Ben Brown.
Actually, that's an interesting one as well. When you say the whole of the competition, because last year, when we went to finals day, we suddenly didn't have the overseas guys, did we?
Because there was a break, wasn't
there? But this year, presumably, if we did get the final staying, we'd expect Ellis and McDermott.
I would have thought so, yeah. Well, I know McDermott's staying for the 100. He got snapped up for by the London Spirit as a wild card pick last week.
That's right.
I don't know about Ellis. I'm checked up on that. Length ball, which Waite pushes into the ground, fielded by Barker. But yeah, well, I mean, I think the final is middle of July this year, so it's a quicker competition. Quarterfinals are the week beginning the 4th of July.
Okay.
Semi-final is weekend of the 16th of July. Well, finals day, of course. Semi-final, semi-final and finals.
Yeah.
It's the 16th of July.
So
it's a drive up to mid-off, no run. So it's much quicker.
It seems to me to make a lot of sense, really.
Yeah.
I don't understand that splitting up in that way, really. So, like they did last year.
It just means that the T20s are coming quicker, aren't they?
Yeah.
This year they're sort of every couple of days, in fact, consecutive nights in some cases.
Yep.
Which everybody thinks, well, it's only 20 overs, but it's a different kind of concentration level, even for commentators. Here's Barker. It's pushed out square on the offside, and there is no run.
I think I'd find it exhausting to do a T20 commentary, because this is like chatting to your mate, really, while people do stuff out there, and occasionally get excited when something happens. But I notice when you and Emily are on, it just seems constant, really.
It's at you.
Yeah. And you can't at any moment miss what the score is or how many balls in the over. It's constant.
Yeah, it needs to be over quicker. You couldn't keep that up all day. The double headers were hard work. Yeah. So it's pushed out square on the leg side. End of the over for Keith Barker. 14 overs, 3 for 20 for Hampshire's left arm seamer.
Another maiden?
Yeah, 71 for 4. Yeah, 6 maidens in his 14 overs. Been really good again today. Had George Hill well caught by James Vince at first slip for 17. Adam Lyth caught behind by Brown for 22, and Brooke bowled with one that he drove into his boot, and the ball just trickled back and hit the base of the stump and knocked the off bail off. Only the off bail, not even the leg bail.
Vince had quite a little chat with Barker as they crossed there. Vince has gone up to slip and Barker's up at mid-on. They had quite a little chat, which would have been, I'm sure, about can you keep going, do you want to keep going, etc.
Abbott bowls. He's wrapped on the pad there, coming forward, Duke, but he's outside the line. And I'm sure Keith Barker would have said to him, I'm absolutely dead tired.
Yeah.
Because he usually says that.
Yeah.
But he keeps going.
Yeah.
He does keep going.
He does.
He's been around a while now. Keith Barker, 35 years of age.
Kent finally bowled out, Gloucester 126 behind, so they've got to work quite hard to keep in that game at least.
They have, haven't they? Oh, inside edge onto the pad there as Duke was trying to work that away on the onside. It goes through square leg, or goes to square leg, I should say. And Duke moves on to 5, 72 for 4. The lead is 90. What else is happening there, Dave? What about Surrey? Because I think both these sides will certainly be keeping an eye on the division leaders.
They're much the same at the minute. I was just noticing Danny Briggs has got out for 18, but they've recovered a bit, Warwickshire now, so they're actually 283 ahead and still got 2 wickets to go. So yeah, that's a really tight game. Somerset 88 ahead now with 3 to fall. So
against
Surrey, so you'd fancy Surrey to win that, really.
That's a nice drive and beats Barker, and that is 4 runs for Matthew Waite. Nice way to get off the mark. Over pitch from Abbott. Sure, he's getting a bit tired now.
Well, I was thinking also actually that Barker, he didn't feel badly there, but if that had been Organ, he'd have probably stopped that ball actually. And Barker was seeing it coming towards him, was thinking, oh, I've got to get down to that. Yeah. He didn't, and he wasn't particularly quick. And I don't blame him in the slightest. I've got no problem with that. But, I think it was he was just showing a little sign of fatigue at that point, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, you can see how important Hampshire are finding this session, because in the 31 and a bit overs that have been bowled, and make that another ball with Abbott bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off, fielded by Fuller. Brad Wheels only bowled 2 overs, and so has Ian Holland. Yeah. Barker and Abbott have done the lion's share of the bowling in this second innings as Hampshire try and push for some more breakthroughs and try and find a way of trying to get themselves into a position of a win. I think they've done terrifically well.
Well, I think I was going to say that. I mean, when you think that Yorkshire posted 428, and at this moment Hampshire are on top at the end of day 3, I think that's a sign of something about this team, really.
Pushing forward is Waite as that goes to backward of point, fielded by Nyrin Donald. 94 runs is the lead. There are still 12 and a bit overs left in the day's play, so still a good chunk for anything to happen here.
Yeah.
Yorkshire can still get to at least 120, maybe 130 in front. Hopefully not lose a wicket. They'll feel a little easier tonight. Hampshire, if they pick up another wicket here, will certainly keep the scoring rate down and give them a real chance of winning this game. Is Abbott. Bowls and Waite pushes that up to mid-on. Another over ticked off. 12 overs to do.
I was just going to say
it's going to be a bit of Jonathan Doidge.
Well, I was just going to say Jonathan's coming on now. I just turned to say, do you want to come on? But he's overwhelmed by southern sunshine at the minute, and he's stripping off.
I know. There is an obvious comeback to that, which I won't say to Jonathan because it's not fair. I say we're used to it. 76 for 4 then. Dave's going to do a little stint at the end if he doesn't mind. It's been great, Dave, hasn't he, really? All those stories from yesteryear, which I'm sure a lot of our viewers and listeners, they love all that, don't they, really? I've got no idea what he's talking about. If he comes out with names I've never even heard of.
I just keep expecting his next phrase to be, during a war.
Fantastic. So 12 overs to do. We've probably got nigh on an hour's play left, maybe, so we'll be even later than last night. Maybe certainly 50 minutes, I would have thought. Barker bowls, as that's turned away on the onside by Duke. I think it was more pad than bat. And Fuller fields. And Barker goes on and on into his 15th over, 3 for 20.
And you know what? I think this is tremendous, tactical play by Hampshire. 2 bowlers bowling well, keep them going. They've got Yorkshire on the hop here, there's no doubt about that. And why not take the wickets now?
Well, that's right. Quite what state they'll be in the morning, I have no idea. That's outside the off stump. That is just nipped away from Duke, but he's leaving it alone.
If Yorkshire finish 6 or 7 down, they'll be in a pretty good state in the morning, won't they?
I think so.
Any aches and pains will be disappearing. Give me that ball. Let's have another crack at them.
I think both Barker and Abbott will be fighting over the ice bucket, hot bath, any sort of remedies that are out there, massage tables, the lot between now and tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Barker again from that pavilion net round the wickets, and it gets wrapped on the pad again, Harry Duke.
So I've been off obviously for a little bit doing a couple of updates. I mean, the pitch now a bag of snakes suddenly on the day 3, doing all sorts.
To me, it's not doing much different to what it's been doing throughout the game. I think it's just been good bowling. It's the bowling that just makes you play, doesn't it? And sometimes it works, and sometimes you have to work that bit harder to get maybe less than what you think you deserve. But it's just been at the batters the whole time, as that's turned away down to fine leg by Duke. I mean, the funny thing is, well, it's not funny really, but you can imagine this is typical Hampshire this season, and you can imagine if you add Abbas into this mix, you've got 3 guys all doing this, and that's been very successful for them this year. The fact that we're without Abbas, actually, I think Yorkshire have been let off lightly.
Yep, just like Hampshire have without Code and Fisher and Willie and Milan, Root.
But apart from that, as that's turned away down to fine leg, apart from those few, a single. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, we can all say. I mean, all I can say from a Hampshire point of view, the way that they've played this season and got to this point in the championship in second place has been very much based around 3 bowlers that have been at the batters the whole time with no let up.
Yep. And I think Yorkshire have done almost as well as they can in terms of the playing personnel they've had and the points they've got.
Yeah, I mean, you always lose a few players, don't you? That's the thing. You lose more than most counties. Surrey. Turned away on the onside, fielded by Fuller, ended the over 78 for 4, 96-run lead.
The almost being that I think they should have won that game at Northamptonshire when they didn't declare soon enough. They've only been on the back foot in the one match, and that was the Roses match at Headingley. Every other match they've been the better side. But yeah, they've just not been firing on all cylinders in terms of who they've had at their disposal. And that's not the, obviously I threw Joe Root in there, but we know he's not going to play many games. But of those who would normally expect to be the regular 11, 12, 13, 14 players. So change of bowling, and James Fuller going to replace Kyle Abbott at this hotel end. But his stint has finally come to an end. He's just over at the side of the field with an oxygen mask on, taking a breather. No, joking, he's not at the side of the field. He's actually at mid-off, hands on hips and thinking, taken off.
Well, I tell you what, this is an interesting move, because I think most people would have expected either Ian Holland or Brad Wheel, and yet Fuller's come on here, his economy rate is the highest of all the bowlers.
And he's gone short and fallen over. That's called putting everything into it. First ball. He's looking at his footmark, but not sure. Anyway, it was wide and short of Matthew Waite's off stump, and he's not interested in playing at it. And 6 wickets remaining, but as I said before, you look down that list and it's relatively inexperienced. Your most experienced batter, Adam Lyth, already gone. You're absolutely in flying form, the form of his life batter, Harry Brook, has gone. As this latest Fuller delivery is dropped into the offside, there's no run. Your batter, who got 130 in the first innings, is gone. Hampshire will be looking at what they'll feel now is a big opportunity here, and there is plenty of work to do for those that remain. First and foremost, the pair that are out there at this moment, Messrs Waite and Duke. And still best to come, Jordan Thompson, Matthew Revis, as Matthew Waite opens the face. There's a sweeper out deep backward point, and he finds him and picks up a single. And thoughts on winning the game now for Yorkshire? Well, Dave did say, and rightly so, that if they naturally got to something like 175, 180 in front and were all out, if they could get to something like that, then it gives them a little bit of something to bowl at on day 4. So you can't rule out a Yorkshire win.
No, definitely. I think that's another sort of good conundrum, really. I think that would be ideal.
And he's gone Fuller, and it's wide of off stump down. Duke shoulders arms, so that still all 3 results are possible. And you know, when you look at the clock, it's 5 to 6 on day 3. Still 10 overs left today. It's a cracking game of cricket.
It's been good, isn't it? 2 well-matched sides, it has to be said, who fancy themselves for the title, and they've played as though they want to give themselves every chance. Doesn't want to give anything away, none of them to each other.
Here's Fuller again, and this time asking Duke to play, dropping into the offside. It needs, Yorkshire definitely need one of Harry Duke's 40, 50s here, something like that.
Yeah.
I prefer more than that, of course. And Matthew Waite, who was 1 shy of his first-class best, and that is not in many games of first-class cricket, with 41 in the first innings. They're going to need something similar, you would think, as well, from him, rather than having to rely on those coming in further down. And Harry Duke just offering the face of the bat at one that's climbing on him, wide of off stump. Give him the benefit of the doubt, but he was interested for a moment. 79 for 4 at the end of the over, both batters on 6. Just to get used to that expression. 10 overs remaining in the day.
That's for sure. Yeah, an interesting move from James Vince, bringing James Fuller on. I think, as I say, he leaks the most runs, but he offers a bit of extra pace. I think in this situation, after what Barker and Abbott have done, I think we might see a different James Fuller. I think he'll be told, listen, you've got to bowl a little bit more accurate here. You've got to bowl. We're not going to see too much short stuff from you. I'm going to see too much wide stuff. We're just going to see you, hopefully, bowl some good old-fashioned line and length. The extra pace that you generate will give you a bit of bounce from time to time, and as we saw in that over, a little bit of shape away from the right-hander. You will cause some problems, but we don't want you to leak too many runs. So it's going to have to be a disciplined James Fuller between now and the end of play.
And I suppose Yorkshire might say there's a bit of respite now with both openers off. Barker taking in a blow.
15 overs, 3 for 22 with 6 maidens. Is it me? I can't remember. It's Wheel from the pavilion end. And that's driven up to mid-on by Matthew Waite. 79 for 4. And mentioned Barker's spell there, and Abbott 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. Terrific from both of them. Kept the pressure on the Yorkshire batters. There's Wheel again then, right arm over. Bowls and Waite drives up to mid-off. No run there, fielded by Barker.
Firm push, wasn't it, Matthew Waite? Yeah. Just having a wave at the changing room for something. Nobody wants to look. They're all hiding behind the sofa at the moment. At 79 for 4.
That's always the way, isn't it? You deliberately look the other way sometimes because you don't want to be sorting anything out. You think, oh, it's too far to go and do anything there. Here comes Wheel again. That's tucked away behind square on the leg side. Runs here as Felix Organ comes round from fine leg. 2 it is, 2 it'll stay. Yorkshire's 81 for 4 now, lead by 99. I think somebody's waving from the changing room, so they're acknowledging him now. Hasn't been out there that long. Doesn't want to drink. Surely not a change of gloves. Only batted 19 balls. I know it's warm out there, but hardly the tropics. Here comes Wheel. It's on the line of leg stump and it's in the air. He's taken by Fuller, diving to his left, a foot off the ground. James Fuller, what a catch! And Matthew Waite could consider himself a little unlucky. And it's 81 for 5 now, Yorkshire, and Brad Wheel in on the act. He has 1 for 3, but what a catch, James Fuller. 2 hands wrapped around the ball.
Yeah, fantastic catch by Fuller, and trouble at mill for Yorkshire, with Matthew Waite gone for 8 second time around. The first shot he's played in anger, really, isn't it? Picked it up quite nicely, flicked it, but it was aerial, and he has to go. 8 off 20 deliveries, including just the 1-4 in his 28-minute stay at the crease, and Brad Wheel strikes immediately.
Do you know, it was one of those catches that as it was in the air and it was somewhere in Fuller's area, I just thought, wouldn't that be nice if he took that? You know what I mean? It's one of those, as you're watching the ball in the air travel towards him, you think, well, this will be a great catch if he can get anywhere near it. And then the next thing you know, in a flash, he's there and he's held on to it. That is an absolutely fantastic catch. And 81 for 5 now. The lead is 99. And this isn't quite going to plan for Yorkshire in terms of... I must admit, I didn't think they would lose this many wickets tonight, even with over 9 overs to go. But I think Hampshire, there's been some relentless pressure, which is why Barker and Abbott have bowled for as long as they have. And maybe just there, Matthew Waite just pushing at that one a little bit with Brad Wheel coming on. You think, oh, maybe, maybe the pressure's slightly off here with the change bowlers. But you hit it in the air at your peril.
Yep, you do when you got a fielder of that quality. So the pressure that you're talking about is now ramped up on Dom Bess to come in and do something pretty good, you would think, because, well, they're running out of numbers as much as anything here, Yorkshire. They've still got Jordan Thompson who can bat. They've still got Matthew Revis who can bat. Dominic Drakes and Stephen Patterson as well. And they are 99 in front, but that wouldn't be enough, you don't think, unless they come out with the most sensational bowling performance that they've done this season as a team.
55 for 1 Yorkshire were at one stage. Here they are at 81 for 5. It's Brad Wheel then to Dominic Bess. Bess gets a length ball, which he pushes forward to. The Hampshire players now will get very excited out there for the next 2 or 3 overs at least. I should think they'll be almost cheering every ball here. Wow, what a game potentially we have on our hands if you're from a Hampshire point of view. From a Yorkshire point of view, I guess you'll be a little tense for a while, and I think that while will certainly extend into most of tomorrow morning's session. Hampshire on top here as Wheel comes in and bowls, and Bess pushes forward out into the covers, and that's the end of Brad Wheel's over. 9 overs to do, 81 for 5.
If they did have any, or do have any serious pretensions of winning the championship, if they lose this game, given that Hampshire are already above them and Surrey as well, although they still have both sides to play at home, it just puts a bit of a dent in things, doesn't it? Because that's 2 teams opening the gap over them at the top. It's certainly not a done deal, because those 2 games are there to win still.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they're both home games, but it will make the task more difficult.
I'll tell you what's been good about this game, apart from the fact that it's been hard fought, is that I think a lot of people thought, oh, 2.5 weeks of T20s, it'll be rubbish this. It's been anything but.
Here's Fuller, short ball, and Duke pulling out of the shot that he was thinking about going for, and his bat held out horizontally at the side. Slightly dangerous fashion. 2 slips. There's a deep backward point, long leg. There's also a man just in front of square leg on the boundary. So they've got Harry Duke covered in terms of some of his favoured scoring areas, and then they've bottled it up either side down the middle. Fuller in again, and that's wide of Duke's off stump and his shoulders arms. I'll have to dash at the end of this over to do
Sure,
my
no problems, yeah.
radio leads.
Dave,
piece.
I'll do for 5 minutes or so. Well, Jonathan's off, and then you and Jonathan can do a little while. I'll probably finish off. I'll come back and finish off. But you know, and when I say that about the T20s and that, there's been very few rash shots, if any. I mean, I think you know the bowling has been good from both sides. You know, they've generally got people out. You know, I mean, not at any stage have I thought, oh, the T20s not helped me.
Fuller bowling full to Duke, who pushes into the onside, and Ian Holland doing the fielding. No run. Holland was dangerous, wasn't he, in the first innings, but I haven't seen him with the ball in hand second time around.
He's bowled a couple of overs, hasn't he?
Has he?
Yeah.
Must have been out at the back asleep.
Yeah. Again.
Yeah. That's what listening to 2 Hampshire commentators does for you. Fuller in, and that's worked to leg by Duke, and there is no run.
I mean, feel free to expand.
I'm slightly outnumbered now, having said that, aren't I?
Dave will go downstairs for a little while while you explain to everybody that comment.
81 for 5.
Like I'm not going to get that when I go up to Scarborough. Eh? I know what I'm going to get from DT.
Fuller in, and that's worked off the legs by Duke. No run. He's getting a bit of practice in this week, DT. He is Kevin Hand, I believe.
Is he? Oh,
yeah,
right, the middle
up at
Chesterfield,
yeah. Well, they're playing in Derbyshire. I forget if it's Chesterfield.
I think it's
or
Chesterfield, yeah.
It is Chesterfield.
I know what I'm going to get from DT. DT is going to say, oh, Hampshire all mercenaries and pay out this and pay out that. And there's absolutely no basis for what he says. He says it every year when I come up to your place.
Final ball of the over, and that's flicked onto the leg side. Square leg by Harry Duke for a single to complete it at 82 for 5. What I would say to you is that he's much preferred of the 2 matches there is the game against you. He didn't want to cover the Surrey match, so he's doing something else.
Yeah. Well, the
So
reason he's not.
take that as a compliment.
Well, I do. It's because he knows that he can take the mickey out of the Hampshire team easier than he can out of Surrey. That's why he's chosen that. It's absolutely nothing to do with anything else. The fact that he wants to work with me or anything. Oh, Jonathan's just lost his microphones there. He's just going off a few minutes. I'm just going to take over for about 5 minutes while Jonathan does his update, and then Jonathan and Dave Allen will take you through for about 20 minutes or so. And the thing is about the DT situation, as Brad Wheel comes in, that's short, Duke ducks underneath, is that when I look down the list of Yorkshire players playing in this game, and 9 are born in Yorkshire, I'm not sure I can get quite as near as that with the current Hampshire side. In fact, I'm probably 9 short. I think I am. There's a couple. There's one. One in Dawson, I think. No, there's none. So because Joe Weatherly's not playing, so DT might have a point. Toby Albert, Basingstoke. Oh, that's right. Toby Albert, Basingstoke. So there's one. Hampshire. Length ball as Duke pushes that out towards mid-wicket, but we're getting ahead of ourselves because the here and now is that we've got a real game on our hands here from a situation which looked as though as long as both these sides batted reasonably well in their second innings, then the draw, we know that both these sides would settle for that. They're not actually turned around and told us that, but we know that. But some good bowling here has put Yorkshire under real pressure. Not through bad batting, but just some good, accurate bowling as that's turned away again towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. 82 for 5 then, Yorkshire in their second innings. Duke has 7. Bess has faced 2 balls, yet to get off the mark. And since tea, of which Yorkshire were 22 without loss, they've lost Hill for 17, Lythe for 22, Brook for 10. And that's a big wicket because Harry Brook has been scoring runs for fun this year. Will Frayne for 13 and Matthew Waite for 8. 3 of those wickets to Barker as that's turned away behind square on the leg side by Duke. He just hesitated there for a moment, waiting for Bess to call him through. Throw from Fuller. Misses the stumps at the keeper's end. And it was Fuller that took a wonderful diving catch at square leg to get rid of weight off the bowling of the man bowl we're watching now, Brad Wheel. So Yorkshire going from 55 for 1 to 81 for 5, and they lost 2 wickets in the middle there when the score was 67. Here's Wheel, length ball as Bess pushes that up to mid-on. They're going to need a similar type innings from Don Bess that he played in the first innings. He was left 51 not out when Yorkshire were bowled out for 428, but Yorkshire lost their 5 wickets, their last 5 wickets, for 104 yesterday morning, having started the day 324 for 5. So it may just be that the second half of the Yorkshire batting needs to perform a little bit better than it did in the first innings. 101 is the lead. Here's Wheel, right arm over, and it just hits Bess on the hand, maybe, certainly high up. Maybe on the handle of the bat, I don't know. It goes out on the offside, difficult to tell because he's between us and the ball. As we watch with Brad Wheel at the far end. End of the over. Wheel has 4 overs, 1 for 4. Great stuff from him. Welcome return to form and a welcome return to the first team as well in the championship. His first championship game of the season. Finished with 4 for 59 in the Yorkshire first innings. Took the last 4 wickets to fall. And good figures at the moment as well. There's been a few planes take off from Eastleigh Airport to our right. A few more than we normally see. They're all taking off in a southerly direction, so we get to see them when they're a little bit into their ascent. And that one you can hear now is just going over, well, it's not over Telegraph Wood, it's a little bit further over than that, but Eastleigh Airport probably about 10 minutes away from here when there's no cars. Maybe 15 at a push. Fuller bowls, all next edge past third slip. Probably bounced before third slip would have been there if he had been there. 4 runs to Duke. Valuable runs here for Yorkshire as we come towards the end of day 3, which we have just under 7 overs. Yorkshire now 87 for 5 here. Fuller into his 3rd over. He's conceded 6 now with that boundary. Yorkshire lead by 105. Certainly don't want to lose another wicket tonight. We're into the 38th over of this second innings. As Fuller bowls, Duke in behind that one, plays it out square. There is a gap there with the fielder at deep backward point. And that will be now 88 for 5 Yorkshire with a lead of 106. If you're just joining us, the test match, I'm sure you already know, England won it comfortably in the end, leading 299. They got there for the loss of 5 wickets. Johnny Bairstow with 136. I think in the end it was an equal fastest century for England. And Ben Stokes finished 75 not out. So I'll go through till the end of the over, and that's cut away by Dom Bess. He's off the mark down to that fielder at deep backward point, who I think is Nick Gubbins. No, Nick Gubbins is in the covers. Just trying to work out who that is. He's a long way away. In the sunshine. Sunshine beginning to poke through the hole here in the glass. At the top end of the on the top of the hotel, but it's not shining directly at us yet. Here's Fuller again, 4th ball of his over, and bowls. It's a length ball. Well forward is Duke, in behind that nicely, pushed up to mid-off, fielded by Abbott, and there is no run. Jonathan Doidge is back.
Yeah, I blame it on the sunshine. I blame it on the moonlight.
I'm sure you could make a tune out of that. I'm sure there's one somewhere there. If somebody could think of one and write it down, put some lyrics to it and a catchy tune. There's that Fuller again, bowls, that's outside the off stump. Good shape as he goes through to Ben Brown, but left alone by Duke. What's that? Is there a bee in the room? Was that the humming to that tune?
Not really in tune though, was it?
Well, I didn't want to say.
You're here of that, Kev.
Probably. Fuller bowls, and it's full, and Duke is forward, plays it out into the covers, 89 for 5. It'll be Jonathan Doidge and Dave Allen to take you through for a few more overs.
Yeah, beautiful evening here. I think I might just I might get room service and sit out on the balcony tonight, you chaps, but you know, don't you worry about me. I'm sure we'll get by. 6 overs to go, 89 for 5, so Yorkshire in some trouble here, you'd have to say, especially at the rate with which wickets have fallen. They just need one partnership, don't they, to consolidate, to try and kick things on. They'll prefer more than one partnership, but I think you know what I'm saying, just to halt the slump.
Well, it was that point I made earlier, Jonathan, about, you know, if they were bowled out for about 180, that's probably their best chance of winning the game.
Best pushing forward to this first wheel delivery of the over from the pavilion end into the offside, no run.
That was a long time ago when it looked like wickets weren't going to tumble, and I was just thinking otherwise Yorkshire would probably bat to be secure, and then there wouldn't be time to bowl Hampshire out. But you know, if they were to be bowled out just before lunch tomorrow, setting Hampshire 200 to win, the same thing could happen to Hampshire. You know, wickets could tumble, and that you know, because it was looking before that odds on a draw, wasn't it? And now I'm not sure.
Wheel full to Bess, who pushes into the offside, no run. Yeah, Yorkshire's last 5 wickets in the first innings earlier in the game, pitch not as worn, yielded 114 runs, and they would love the last 5 wickets this time to do the same.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I think they would. Of course, Bess was quite important late on, and he was dropped early on, wasn't he, off a fairly straightforward chance in the slips. So who knows? Who knows these things?
Yeah, dropped on 8 by Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
He's having a flick at this one that's angled down the leg side by Will, but he misses.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went on to get 51 not out.
Yeah, yeah.
Played well. I'm not sure whether he's ever strung together successive half-centuries in a match. I don't suppose he has, with 9-10 on the board.
He got a 50, didn't he, on Test debut or something? I seem to remember something decent.
Certainly had a Test 50, yeah. Early on, he dropped his latest one into the offside. There's no run.
I've got some memory of him batting well early in his Test career. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Notice Felix Organ is limbering up down there. Whether they're just going to, you know, it's something they'll often do towards the end of the day, and that is to get a spinner on and just see what happens. Particularly as nobody's attacking with the bat at the moment.
Wheeling again, goes short. Now he's hit. Best. That's going to run down beneath our feet for 4 leg byes, as it will be given. But Best removes the helmet. We're going to have a stoppage as a result of that. The usual checks will apply.
Who's the Prime Minister? What time is it? What day of the game is it?
Yeah. 93 for 5. Yorkshire will take them all, though.
We had one here, didn't we?
Don Best getting injured.
There was
of
a
course.
Hampshire-Yorkshire game when, I think McManus was hit. Who's that overseas guy that was ferocious quick bowler who suddenly sort of faded away?
Duane Olivier.
Him. Is he still at Yorkshire?
No, he left in March. I was officially released in March.
But he looked lethal when he came here really early on, and he knocked. My memory is he knocked McManus out of the game, and probably Tom Alsop took over as keeper. And you have to have a like-for-like replacement, but I was always intrigued by it because it was Ian Holland.
Yeah, and he was out first ball.
That's
wasn't
correct. But the thing that disappointed me was that I think you won by an innings and we didn't have to bowl again or something. But I was really intrigued to see if we had bowled again, since he was a full playing concussion substitute. Could he have bowled, given that he was substituting for a wicketkeeper? We couldn't have a like-for-like wicketkeeper because we already had one on the field. And I never found out if they would have let him bowl. Probably not. But I remember that was one of the early ones. And then we had a young guy called Harry Kame who's at Derbyshire now, and he was one of the first. I think he was actually the second ever concussion substitute in the modern game, as it were, in modern times. At the Oval, he made his not the first ever, but to make a first-class debut as a concussion substitute. That's right, concussion substitute. And then the same thing happened last year with somebody at Hampshire as well. I'm waffling a bit now. I'll shut up, I think.
Well, we've got time for the waffle because they're still checking that Don Bess is hopefully okay out there.
It was Tom Prest last year who came in as a sub.
Did you write to your local MP to ask if about the situation back in 2019 with the concussion substitute and the bowling and the keeping?
I never did.
No?
I should have done, shouldn't I?
These are the things that MPs should be dealing with.
Not sure my local MP is a particular cricket fan. Some of them were, but Ken Clark was one day. He used to go to Trent Bridge, Kenneth Clark.
Yeah, John Major did, didn't it?
I once had an extraordinary experience with John Major when I went to the Oval as a committee man, and I think it would have been in 2000 when Shane Warne had just started with us. And it was a really miserable Monday, and it was like I can't remember, a B&H game or something. And the weather was awful, and only 2 of us went to the Oval from the committee that day. And of course, if you go with the committee, you go into the Surrey committee room at the Oval, and you get looked after royally and lunched and all the rest of it. And we booked in Ray Cook and myself. So we turn up that day, and you never know who's going to be the duty committee man. There's always a designated duty committee man to look after you. So we go in that day, and they say, well, we've got a bit of a surprise for you because it's the president. And the president was John Major. So I spent the day being looked after by John Major. It was and play didn't start till 5 o'clock. So he really did look after us. He was quite incredible. He was absolutely charming, man. Really delightful. Yeah, we just talked about this. The only time he didn't want to talk to us much was at lunchtime. Must have been a bank holiday or something, because Chelsea were playing at lunchtime, and he went off to watch the telly. And but even then, he made sure, There was a drink if you wanted one, or lunch was ready, or whatever. But
I suppose his football team would have to play in blue, wouldn't they?
I suppose they would, yeah. It was quite, but it was quite. I didn't talk politics with him at all because I think we wouldn't have quite agreed. But he was absolutely charming.
Back underway with Wheel bowling short at best. He did that with the ball before and caught him a glancing blow on the helmet, which went for 4. They did set the field there with a leg slip and a short leg, and he tried him with another short one, but this time the batsman was up to getting over the top of it. Good evening to you, Lily, who says Yorkshire in trouble. Didn't expect them to lose this many wickets. They need a lead of 190 or 200 to try and win the game. You are great company after my very difficult day. We're sorry to hear that, Lily. Well,
Yeah.
things do improve in whatever way that they've not been going well.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it was nice to hear from you, Lily. I liked your questions. That was good fun. So thank you for that. But, yeah. What's the weather like up there? Do you know? Is it? Are you getting weather like that, like this up there, or is it, you don't know?
I tend to just deal with where I am, to be honest.
Nobody's sent you any messages about.
We did get a weather report on day 1 in East Yorkshire, I think it was.
Okay.
But not a lot since. Change of bowling at this hotel end. Felix Organ, as was called, is going to have a little twirl. 5 overs remaining in the day.
It's interesting they've gone to Organ rather than Dawson. Dawson is the guy that closes things up, normally speaking, and keeps things very tight. Organ has got a quite extraordinary strike rate. I think it's going down a bit now, or going up, as it were. But at one point it was about, he was taking a wicket about every 30 balls, which was the best of any Hampshire spinner ever. And that's probably it. They probably just think, well, bowl from the same end as best, bowl off breaks, let's see.
There he is then. Organ to Duke, who's solidly behind it. There's a short leg in place, a slip, point, sweeper out some 10 yards or so in from the cover boundary. Mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. Deep square leg just in front of square, as well as a 45 behind square, as Duke with a big pushes back to the bowler. Nice to hear that sound, isn't it? Leather on willow. Completely cloudless sky with the view that we have. As in comes Organ again. That one gets past the bat of Duke and wraps him pad or thigh pad, possibly drops square on the leg side. Dot ball. Harry Duke on 13. Big job for him to do here. Organ goes a little bit too leg side-ish to interest the batsman in playing at it. 2 to come in the over. Organ clasps the ball between his hands and in he comes again. Now that's gone past Duke's outside edge, beaten Brown. It's running down towards the boundary rope and is just going to be flicked back in. They'll pick up 2 byes by the looks of the umpire signal. Yep, 2 byes.
Kept very low, I think, didn't it? Actually, they're not showing a replay now, which is a shame. I think it kept low.
So none off the bat this over, but 2 runs from it. 95 for 5 and 1 ball to come in it. Organ floats it up wide of off stump, and Duke with a firm push out to the sweeper will pick up another run. So 1 off the bat to finish the over, 3 off it in total. Duke 14, best 1. 96 for 5 means it's a lead of 114.
I guess he'll bowl the other 2 from this end. I'm just wondering whether they will. Looks like Wheel will continue. So, if, is there 2 from? Yeah, 2 from either end now. So I think they'll probably bowl Wheel out. Yeah. Organ's interesting in respect to what Kevin was saying earlier, and I'm never particularly proud or delighted about the fact that there are very few Hampshire-born players. There are 1 or 2 in the squad that are not playing, but Organ's interesting because if you look him up in Playfair, he looks as if he's Australian.
His wheel to Duke, who plays that nicely off the hip down to long leg, where it's going to be fielded by Organ, and they get through for 1. Yorkshire in trouble really with the bat for just the second time this season. They did have to follow on against Lancashire, ended up making 380, so got themselves out of that hole. Different day, different team, and different pressures here.
Putting in a short leg. Yeah, the thing about Organ is that he was born in Australia to English parents, and they all came back very early. He was schooled in Dorset, so he's just over the border really. Came through our age group side, so it's not Australian at all.
Wheel into Bess, pushing back to the bowler, no run. Of encouragement, as you'd expect from the home side, to had Yorkshire 81 for 5, so 16 added since that wicket of Matthew Waite. Wheel goes short and hits Bess again, this time on the body. Looked like shoulder blade sort of area as he tried to take evasive action.
They've clearly decided that he's worth attacking with a short. He didn't play that particularly well, did he? Did his best to get out of the way, but
yeah, the key thing on both occasions though that he's been hit is that he's dropped his hands.
Yeah.
So he's getting that batting equipment out of the way, and he might have to take some more on the body, but if he can keep dropping his hands, then the danger in terms of a wicket might be averted. But then good thinking from Wheel, who puts that delivery much fuller up the pitch and makes him play. Couldn't sneak it through. There's still a short leg in place. There are 2 slips. They're quite wide apart, aren't they?
Yeah.
James Vince is more like a second slip, 1 3/4 slip.
I was just thinking that it is almost like second and fourth slips, not quite gully.
Wheeling again, goes very short. This one comfortably over the head of Bess.
I don't know quite what they've figured about that, because my memory of that drop in the first innings was that it was at second slip, which is effectively where Vince is. And I suppose he just hasn't got enough men to put everywhere he wants them to be at the moment. Tempting him to hook with that guy at sort of backward square leg just off the boundary.
Wheel again. They're claiming a catch behind here. Bess offered the bat at it. Did he get a touch?
I think he got a touch. I think the umpires are just discussing whether it carried. But it was a bit odd, because it looked to me as though Wheel gave up on the appeal on the basis that he saw that it didn't carry. But I'm not sure.
Not out.
Yeah.
Is the decision.
I thought Wheel gave that up quite quickly, and he would have been the man who would have seen whether Brown held it or not. And I think it must have just bounced short.
So a close run thing.
Yeah.
And that one just with Yorkshire. They'll be grateful for that. Losing a 6th wicket with 3 overs remaining. And that of a man who got 50 in the first innings as well. Would have been some tension in the dressing room. There probably still is anyway. 3 overs to go in the day. 97 for 5. Felix Organ then, he's going to continue at the hotel end. 1 over for 1 so far. Off spin. And Duke solidly back and across. Organ turns then. Coming in past umpire Kettleberry. Straightens things up this time. That's nicely played by Harry Duke. And with the man set back, he's going to pick up another 1.
A large group of people walking around the berm now, but they don't look like the kind of people who are leaving a day at the cricket. I suppose they could be in a hotel having a conference or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've just taken, perhaps they've taken half an hour off. from that. Get a bit of fresh air. What's the cricket for free?
Here's Organ, and it's wide of Bess's off stump. His shoulders, arms, yeah, conferences, lots of that ridiculous.
Well, it did turn, but it was bouncing over the top as well as wide of the stumps. I think that's one of those where you just put a little bit of anxiety in the minds of the batsman, or don't. I keep saying batsman today. I'm sorry about that. I have tried to obey the rules this year, but the batter.
Organ again, bowling to Bess, who's opened the face and run this one out down to third man for a single. Yeah, conferences, used to business meetings, that sort of thing. Back in the days,
I used to
pre-media, all that business speak.
Yeah, been to loads. Yeah.
You get the regional manager to stand up and say, we're not salespeople, we're hunters. What? Here comes Organ, and that's pushed back up the pitch by Duke.
They did come up with some wonderful language on occasions, didn't they? Wonderful in inverted commas. Yeah. I used to get intrigued by outage. We used to get emails about how the computers weren't working properly and there was an outage. And
yeah, still get them from some BBC quarters sometimes, as that's pushed by Harry Duke through mid-wicket for a single. They're content to just tick them off in ones, and that's fine as far as Yorkshire go. 100 up on the board and 118 lead. Oh, you'd get your manager, your little building society that I used to work in, walk in with a glass with water in it. When you look at that, what do you see?
A glass with water, sir.
And it'd be a glass that was around about half full or half empty of water. Is the glass half full or is it half empty? And you know, little Johnny at the back who was trying to make it's half full, sir. It's half full. Yeah. Very good. That's a positive attitude. I love that.
Yeah.
Can I get a promotion, please, sir?
Yeah.
As wheels in, that's pushed into the offside by Bess. Dot ball, no run.
I remember the outage thing, and I replied to it once and said, can you confirm when everything's back to normal? Can we be told it's a not outage? You know, using umpire speak. And I never got a reply, and they didn't tell us it was a not outage. Well, it could have been an innage, I suppose. That would have, yeah. There we are.
Duke pushing forward, back to Wheel, who tries a bit of footwork but doesn't quite get it right.
Yes, I don't have any of those days now, which is really quite lovely being retired. Or if I do, it's because I've instigated a domestic meeting at home over the breakfast.
I remember another guy I worked with when it was the morning meeting, and if somebody came up with an idea, he'd say, yeah, great idea, let's squirrel that away. Squirrel that away.
Squirrel. When did you make that verb up, sir?
Wheel and that's a dot ball.
Away. Oh dear. There should be laws against it.
Squirrel that away. Every day, isn't it? 100 for 5. There are just 9 balls left in the day's play. Thankfully, those days are long gone. Harry Duke, 17 not out. Don Best, 2. And, short leg brought in. Still those 2 slips spaced out. And I'm talking about the distance between them, not in terms of what's going on between the ears. As Duke across and pushing solidly back to the bowler. No run.
Right, I'm going to take my leave. It's been very nice to see you again, Jonathan.
It's been a great pleasure, Mr. Allen.
And I'd just like to say particular best wishes to Lily. Take care and have a better day tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Wheel turns at the end of his run, coming towards our commentary position. Bowls it short, and Bess drops it out to point, where it's fielded there by Nick Gubbins. Relatively quiet end to proceedings after that most recent wicket fell 37 minutes ago. Yorkshire will want it to stay quiet and see it through the last 7 balls. without further loss before day 4. Wheel again, and Harry Duke on his toes, dropping that one down into the pitch. That will complete a maiden over for Wheel. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. It's 100 for 5. And with 1 over remaining, that's a Yorkshire lead of 118.
Yeah, these two have done well, haven't they? Really. It was a difficult spell for Yorkshire prior to that. 55 for 1, became 81 for 5. 2 wickets lost on 67. Tricky spell. And it's always difficult to walk to the crease when the opposition has their tails up and looking for another wicket at the very least before the end of the day. So Duke and Bess have done a really good job. Need to do a little bit more, of course. Yorkshire not out of the woods yet. I suppose attention might focus, especially if there's an early wicket tomorrow morning, as to what Hampshire really wouldn't want Yorkshire to get to a point of. I think the way Bess bowled in the first innings might have a factor. Here's Organ then, who's bowling off spin as well. He's wrapped on the pad. Is Bess trying to work that away on the onside. 118 run the lead. 100 for 5. Yorkshire have been made to work for every run here in their second innings. That's Organ with a short leg in and a slip. Bowls flighted and well forward is Bess. He doesn't know how to play off spin. I don't think who does. Very similar line there, Organ, just outside off stump to the one that Bess was employing throughout his spells. Bess just taking his time here with the field changing. Looks like there's another one coming in close. Another helmet coming out. James Vince is going to crowd Don Bess for these last 4 deliveries.
Yeah, just try and crank up a bit of pressure.
Yeah. Try and sneak one. What a bonus that would be for Hampshire tonight. I think there'll be a few other teams playing around the country in Division 1 that would have looked at this game at some point this afternoon and thought, it's probably heading towards a draw. Probably looking certainly an hour ago and thought, whoa, certainly half an hour ago and thought, oh gosh, yes, well, that's changed. Yorkshire fighting hard here.
Just going to slow it down, ask a few more questions. One of the great things about cricket, isn't it, that you can increase and take the pace off the game itself without even the delivery. Yeah. Organ in, and a solid block by Bess. Was that me or you? I forget now.
It's all right. It's been a long day. It doesn't really matter. I mean, obviously it doesn't matter. 3 balls left. Silly mid-off, short leg and a slip for Bess, who's on 2. Organ flights one again, and Bess is forward and punches that out towards the vacant extra cover area, and they'll pick up a single. Bess moves on to 3. And it will bring Harry Duke back on strike. 17 off 46 for Harry Duke. Very important innings from him that he used up some time and uses up some time. The lead is 119 here with 2 balls left of day 3. Bowls, that's come back a fraction, but he's right back on his stumps there. Duke plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg. So the last ball coming up of what's been another hard-fought day between these two sides under the sun here at the Ageas Bowl. Perfect cricket weather. Here we go then, last delivery. Organ bowls, and he's on the back foot. Fairly easily played by Duke, and that will be the end of the over and the end of day 3. Thank you very much, Dave Allen, who makes his way to the exit, trying to beat the crowds before they leave. There are a few that stay behind. 101 for 5 then, Yorkshire in their second innings. 17 not out to Harry Duke, 3 not out to Don Bess. The lead is 119 going into the last day here. 3 wickets for Keith Barker, 3 for 22 from 15 overs. Kyle Abbott, 1 for 42 from 14. Those two bowled the bulk of about the first 32, 33 overs that were bowled in this innings, trying to keep the pressure up. They did that, and Yorkshire partially have come back well.
It's a good little rear-guard action for that last 40 minutes or so. I think what you've got to say over the course of the 3 days is day 1 Yorkshire, day 2 shared, day 3 Hampshire, and day 4, well, we're looking at what potentially could be a really good tense finish to this one way or another. Yorkshire leading by 119 with 5 wickets remaining.
Thank you very much for listening and for watching. Thank you, Jonathan, who's back here tomorrow. Thank you to Dave Allen as well. Been very interesting listening to him with all his stats and stories of yesteryear. Hope you've enjoyed it as well. I'm Kevin James, and we will be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.